Wise Way Learning presents the Project Management tutorial with 100 lectures and 19 sections of how to become a successful project manager. This online course is unique, as it combines all critical lessons a PM should learn about, top project management certifications and preparations. This is carefully designed to help anyone build knowledge and skills, grow the needed confidence, and start managing projects on their own. Welcome to the course. Section 1 and Lecture 1 to 8, Introduction to Projects and Project Management. This section includes 8 lectures such as, Lecture 1 What does this course cover? Lecture 2 What is a project and project management? Lecture 3 Why do companies execute projects? Lecture 4 How to create demand for projects, prioritization and selection? Lecture 5 What does a project manager do? Roles and responsibilities. Lecture 6 What are the project manager's skills and knowledge? Lecture 7 The history of project management, and how did it begin? Lecture 8 What is the terminology of project management? Lecture 1 is What does this course cover? How to get benefits after completing the project management course.
Hi. This course is the perfect one-stop shop for those of you who would like to pursue a career in project management. You will acquire practical skills that will turn you into highly skillful talent, which will be invaluable at job interviews and throughout your career. Get excited, as you've come to the right place and at the right time. So, let me walk you through the content of this course. First, we'll learn what the fundamental characteristics of projects are and how they differ from day-to-day business operations. Then, we will do a quick time travel and look at the history of projects and project management throughout the centuries. We will study the role of the most important person, the project manager, and see why they are called the CEO of a project. What should they be focusing on, and what skills do they need to develop? This part of the course is critical as it covers all key concepts and theory about the nature and purpose of projects. Once we have covered some of the fundamentals, we will continue by reviewing what the life cycle of a project looks like, from the beginning until the very end. While studying in detail each of the life cycle phases, we will introduce a specifically developed project case that will be analysed throughout its full life cycle. The phases to be examined in detail are called initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and finally, closure. During initiation, the foundations of a project are laid. The idea is analysed and then validated. The planning phase allows us to diligently prepare each detail to successfully accomplish the project goal within the given time and budget. Execution is when we will address key topics like what a project manager's priorities need to be during this intense period and how to manage and motivate the team and potentially find better ways of performing the work on project deliverables. Monitoring and control activities are an essential part of the project manager's job, and we will see the tools and techniques used to ensure the project will be completed on time and within budget. Closure is the phase during which a project is completed. We will discuss its importance and will learn how to complete a project professionally and with style. In the last part of the course, we will enter the world of Agile project management. You will be introduced to the key characteristics of this methodology, how useful it can be, and the best areas for its application. The last lessons will be aligned with this topic, and you will see an example of a software development project performed with one of the most commonly used Agile methods, SCRUM. In case you have any questions or just want to say hi, do not hesitate to post in the course discussion board. We love hearing from you. Once you've completed 50% and 100%, you've earned a gift of 2 of our other courses. Please let us know that you've reached 50% or 100% by posting in the course discussion board, and we will send you the gift. Sounds exciting, right? Now, dive straight in and let's begin this exciting journey together.
Lecture 2, What is a project and project management?
Welcome to the world of project management. So let's begin with an important question. What is a project? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? We constantly hear music bands, artists, sport team managers, politicians say, "My project. I have a new project. The project about," etc. So is it just another buzzword used to make some activities sound more sophisticated? No, it's something much different. A project is something real, exciting, and extremely useful for people that want to accomplish their future ideas. So let's get back to the main question. What is a project? The Project Management Institute defines it as a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. In other words, it's a temporary initiative that is agreed, planned, and executed to achieve a specific goal. Let's break this down with some terms. First, we have time. This refers to a project being a temporary initiative. It is distinct from normal business operations in that it has a predetermined start and end date. Normal operations are characterized by the routine work in established companies. Think of the day-to-day activities, which are not very different from one day to another. The accounting and finance department, product department, sales and marketing, etc. There is no end date assigned to these repeating activities. Projects, on the other hand, have a strict expiry date. Then there is the specific goal you wish to achieve with the project. You can think of it as the output of a project. This output can be a product, like construct a new office building, a service, like outsource a call center, or a result, such as improve an existing business process. The output, together with the work done to create it, is called project scope. The scope of each project is unique. There can be project outputs that are similar, building an exact same house but in a different place, for example. But the fact that the land and location are different is enough to change the project scope. The architects and engineers will need to adapt their construction accordingly, changing the way the project work will be done. If the work and the output are the same, this will not be a project. The scope will not be unique, and it will be a regular business process. The third key attribute is cost, which is the resources specifically dedicated to accomplishing the goal in mind. These three attributes form the project management triple constraint. Time, scope, and cost are dependent on each other. After determining them at the start, if one of them changes, it will trigger a change in one or both of the others. For example, let's say that you need to pull the end date of your project forward. To do this, you will need to either increase your resources, input, by spending more, or produce fewer products, output, or perhaps even both. So this is the general shape of a project. Remember, a temporary initiative that is agreed, planned, and executed to achieve a specific goal. And it's worth noting that projects are complex initiatives. Going to a new restaurant for dinner is also a temporary activity with a specific goal and limited budget, but it's not a project. It also needs to benefit the business through working in conjunction with a business strategy, which is what we will be discussing next. Thanks for watching.
Lecture 3: Why do companies execute projects?
Why do companies execute projects? Let's see. All companies and organizations have goals. Some of them are related to their normal daily work and keep the business operating. Other goals, however, are more strategic. To achieve those, companies cannot just lean on the routine activities. They must put all extra efforts and perform extra moves. These strategic decisions help companies achieve their aspirations to become a market leader, create the best in-class product, develop an innovative technology, and make the world a better place. So how do companies transform these extra efforts into the desired benefits and goals? The magic tool here is projects, and this is why companies perform them. Projects are a specific type of investment, and as any investment, in order to achieve the desired benefits, your output, certain resources are used as input. In projects, these inputs usually are financial resources needed for goods and services, organizational resources, the experts and professionals from various departments, and also any equipment that may be needed. And last but not least, we have time. In highly competitive and innovative industries, failing to keep your focus on the right initiatives just for a couple of months can put your company in a significant disadvantage compared to your competitors. This is another reason why companies need to be very careful when deciding which projects to undertake and which ones to postpone or fully abandon. Okay, now, with the resources granted, the magical project must transform them into the desired benefits. These benefits can be financial, increased revenues from new products or new markets; operational, more efficient processes being faster and better, resulting in lower costs; customer-related, initiatives to satisfy a key customer or the society in case of public projects; non-profit, goals may also not be linked to money, like environment-related topics, social welfare and aid, education, charity, etc. So let's see what projects would look like from an investment perspective. We're going to observe time on the horizontal axis and resources/benefits on the vertical one. Let's suppose we can translate all resources and benefits into a dollar amount, negative for the used resources and positive for the generated benefits. So in the beginning, resources are consumed by the project. Financial resources and professionals engage to perform the magical project work. As time passes and the project is successfully executed and completed, the line changes direction due to two factors. One is that the desired project output is now created, and this starts generating the desired benefits. The other is that the use of resources has now decreased or has totally finished. With the further progress of time, the organization continues to enjoy the benefits created by the project. These benefits must be aligned with the business strategy in order to make the organization achieve its goals, which we mentioned at the beginning of the lesson. Awesome. In the next lesson, we will review the typical reasons that may trigger a project. See you there.
Lecture 4, How to Create Demand for Projects, Prioritization and Selection.
Welcome back to the Beginner to Project Manager course. In this lesson, we will talk about the factors generating project demands.
As I said in the previous lesson, a project must relate to a business strategy. But how are the two connected, and what creates the demand for a project in the first place? Good questions. So let's look into them. There are a few key triggers that will jumpstart a business into executing a project. There might be a market need. This is when your company wants to develop a product to address their clients' needs or to keep up with the competition. For example, DTM Bank needs to develop mobile banking, as other banks have done. But to get there, the bank needs to manage a complex project with various activities like software development, security, financial and privacy regulations, etc. And of course, all under time and budget constraints. If you are too late to introduce it, you risk losing customers. Or there could be a business need. During the financial crisis, for example, many companies had to execute projects to reduce costs, optimize processes, or increase revenues by expanding the customer base just to stay in business. Also, the demand for a project may arise from technological advancement. Technology may advance to the point where your business can be automated or your products need to change. For example, anything you use your smartphone for nowadays. Paying for things, booking a taxi, even ordering lunch surely involved a project. A project may come as the result of a customer request. Say if a key customer requires a tailored service or product. For example, you are a car dealer and your biggest client is a taxi company and they request making your internal systems more compatible with theirs. You are likely to approve such a project. Or due to legal requirements. Regulations and laws change and the business will need to comply. Social media is a prime example, where laws and regulations are constantly updating as their technology and features advance. You've probably noticed the general data privacy regulations introduced in the EU, right? If not, just check your email inbox. There could also be social needs. These can be anything from digging tunnels to extending hospitals to building an Eiffel Tower. Anything that a government or organisation can do to satisfy a social need. And lastly, there are ecological impact considerations. Companies are often required and obliged to improve their industrial processes to reduce emissions. Many countries have vowed to only allow electric cars on the road by a certain year, a massive project for car manufacturers. See, there are many things that can create a demand for a project, and all have to do with the company's or organisation's wider strategy. Once a strategic goal is defined or a need arises, the project will be the instrument to achieve that goal. But needs, such as the ones mentioned, are not likely to arrive one by one in a timely manner. So how does a corporation choose which ones take priority and deserve a project? The demand will require a project proposal, and the owner of this proposal will need to put it to the attention of higher management to compete for the limited resources of the organisation. Management will then review the projects and decide which ones to execute, which to discard, and which to postpone for a later date. Urgency is a key factor when selecting projects. Say, a new regulation is imposed which requires your company to comply with the latest standards or lose their license to work in the country. You can bet that the board of directors will prioritise a project that resolves this first. This process is referred to as project selection. It's an essential task for top management. They must select the projects which bring the most value to the company, financial and non-financial. In the eyes of the board of directors, projects are investments. They use resources, again financial and otherwise, with the objective of seeing a worthwhile return for the business. As you can probably guess, several projects are usually on the go at the same time. That said, when the board of directors is presented with possible projects, they often select several of them and add them into a project portfolio. The board of directors then dabbles in what is called project portfolio management. This is the process of prioritizing projects and the administration and control of large sets of projects and programs. Basically, the objective is to achieve the results and combine resources across projects in an optimal way. Like we said, projects are investments, and with any investment, the preliminary analysis needs to be performed with care. Projects consume enormous amounts of resources, finances, time, effort, and attention. So if they're not aligned with the business strategy, then they're a massive waste, leading to many disappointed stakeholders at best and a bankrupt business at worst. No pressure then. Great. Next lesson, we'll have a look at the project manager themselves and what their role involves. See you there.
Lecture 5, What does a project manager do? Roles and responsibilities.
Great, now we know what a project is. A temporary initiative that is agreed, planned and executed to achieve a specific goal. So once we have our project, and that project has been selected by the board of directors as the current initiative, it's down to one person to make sure that project's execution is successful. Can you guess who that one person is? The project manager, that's who. But what exactly is their role? Let's discuss. The project manager is the CEO of the project. They will be accountable for the project's success. And for a project to be successful, it needs to accomplish the specific goal of the project within the prior agreed time and budget constraints. Everything needs to fit neatly into the project management triple constraint triangle, which we looked at in the first lesson, remember? In fact, by assuming the project manager position for a project, the project manager implicitly agrees to work within these constraints and still meet the goal. Now, that's a big responsibility. What if the time frame and budget are insufficient? A project manager can't shoot themselves in the foot and take on a project that is unlikely to be successful. Therefore, when the project management triple constraints are put in place, they must be realistic. It is the project manager's duty to assess a project and deem the constraints practical or otherwise, and if otherwise, they must demonstrate why to whoever proposed the project and negotiate for additional time, resources, or an adjustment to the goal itself. Of course, a project manager is well within their rights to refuse to head a project if they feel the difference between the set constraints and the realistic expectations is too large. In real life, however, the time and resources will usually be just enough to complete the goal. The project manager's job, then, is to best utilize them. And this is by no means an easy task. And often, project managers will be accountable for multiple projects at the same time. Okay, so we've been throwing around the term accountable, but never actually defined it. What does it mean to be accountable? Let's start with an example. Can you guess who the person in the picture is? Well, we'll see in a minute. Let's focus on the sign first. The buck stops here. The meaning of this phrase is that the responsibility for any given work or situation will not be passed to anyone else. It is a promise or commitment by the primary person not to run away from their responsibility. The metaphor comes from the game poker. In order to avoid cheating, players agree that a different person will deal the cards between the games. To mark the next one in turn, usually a knife with a buckhorn handle would be passed from one player to another, and from there, passing the buck. This has later transformed into passing the responsibility or passing the blame to someone else. Now, the person in the picture proudly keeping the sign on his desk as a promise to the nation not to run away from his responsibility is the US President Harry Truman. The message is that I will not run away from my responsibility, and when hard times come, I am the person you need to come to. I will face the difficult situations and look for a way to overcome them. So, although with a different job title, the 33rd US President can be an inspiring example for all project managers for the right attitude they need to practice toward their teams and organizations. Great. Let's go back to the question. What does it mean to be accountable? The formal definition would be to commit to achieve a certain result and then deliver this commitment. Simple enough, but a lot easier said than done. Let's shed light on the magnitude of this commitment. Project managers are accountable not only for their own tasks, but also all the tasks that other parties must work on and complete. This includes the project team members, support functions, managers, vendors, and other stakeholders. Any work that is important for the progress of the project. To achieve successful completion of the project, the manager needs to have full control and visibility on all project-related work and take actions immediately when identifying something is not progressing on track. They will be on hand to help others overcome their barriers and keep them motivated, all on top of their personal daily duties. Wow, Who would be crazy or brave enough to take on such accountability? Your friendly neighborhood project manager, that's who. But they do have some weapons up their sleeve. Their skills, knowledge, and expertise. These will help them make the best decisions and direct the work in the right direction. But more about that in the next lesson.
Lecture number 6. What are the project manager skills, knowledge, and abilities?
Projects encompass many different individuals and organizations, but the project manager is the face of the project and the point of contact for any questions or concerns about their project, including all tasks performed by other people. But just try to imagine what project managers deal with. They need to be able to manage work in which they sometimes do not have any experience with. They need to also manage the experts performing this work and ensure they deliver as per expectations. On top of that, they need to successfully relate with professionals from all levels of seniority, from junior team members through heads of departments to the high-level managers like CEOs. They must own their project and every cog working within it. They are accountable for all of it, and with that comes the power bestowed upon them to make decisions and take action. But what makes them worthy of this power? Their skills, knowledge, attitude, and practical experience. There are countless attributes a project manager will have, both professional and personal. What we can do is look at the 3 major skill sets and essential qualities within them.
The first piece includes the technical skills and knowledge. This is the A to B of project management. Here we have the fundamentals and know-how, such as the understanding of the project management triple constraint: scope, time, and cost. The link between the elements and how to manage them throughout the project. The theoretical framework, including key definitions and the 5 phases in the project lifecycle. This knowledge helps you organize the chaotic requirements, expectations, and constraints into well-structured projects. The ability to apply critical project management tools and documents. Project charter, project plan, Gantt chart, critical path method, project budget, status review materials, risk log, etc. Sounds serious, right? Well, don't worry. This course is tailor-made to give you this invaluable knowledge, along with numerous practical tips and dozens of project management templates to get you fully ready as you engage into your next project. Okay, still in this area, here are some of the key technical skills that project managers need to develop. Personal organization. The ability to order your own tasks. Task management. Being able to structure work into tasks, prioritize, assign, follow up, and bring those tasks to completion. Critical thinking. The ability to filter useful information from the not so useful, and on this basis, make the right decisions. And finally, efficient use of basic software, enabling you to create clean tables and slides for your plans, trackers, and presentations respectively. Alright, let's move on to the next key piece, the interpersonal or soft skills. Projects are performed by people and for people. You already know each project is unique, and this means you will have to adapt to the new colleagues and partners each time. The project manager will need to build trust from scratch, as the people involved and the dynamics will all be new. This is one of the main reasons why working on projects is so interesting, but it also makes it quite challenging. Let's see the key skills required in this group. Communication. Various studies suggest that project managers spend about 90% of their time communicating. Sounds like an important skill to me. The majority comes from the regular and the ad hoc project meetings, the written communication via emails and chats, and finally the daily conversations with team members around the coffee machine. Yes, the last ones are a great opportunity for creating a good feeling around the projects, as often team members are more relaxed to share ideas and opinions in an informal setting. The next skill to review is team management. As we already know, the project manager is accountable for the project's success, which always includes the performance and output of the project team. The project manager needs to clearly articulate what the tasks are that need to be done, by whom, and when each one is expected to be completed. In addition, they must support the team members in case of problems that prevent them from completing the work. On top of all that, project managers need to be able to keep the team motivation at a good level throughout the project lifecycle. Up next, we have leadership. This skill incorporates the ability of the project manager to influence the organization and stakeholders in the desired direction. Negotiating with managers and mediating on conflicting situations may often take place in a project. Finally, we have the social skills. The number and variety of people you may work with on a project is substantially increasing nowadays. Can you imagine having to work with an IT expert in Germany, a sales representative in the US, a financial manager in India, and the CEO in, let's say, Singapore? And all of that in the same day. That's a reality, and you need to adapt your communication style, language, and behavior to the person you're working with. And some personal advice. Never talk only about the project work with the people in your team. Personal interests, hobbies, and sports are great topics to discuss every now and then. You don't want people to associate you only with office work. Oh, and one more thing. Using humor is not a forbidden thing. There are situations when an appropriate joke helps people relax. It is proven that humor increases trust, relieves stress, and helps build the team morale. Great. We covered the second group as well. Throughout the course, you will be seeing real-life examples and case studies where the project manager interacts with different stakeholders. These will give you a practical view of how to respond and deal with some typical situations. Okay. The last piece here is business-specific knowledge, or industry experience. A classic question is whether a project manager needs to be an expert in the industry in which their projects are taking place. The answer is not that straightforward. Experience in the specific business can definitely help the project manager. Knowing the details helps plan well, with less uncertainties around the activities, predict certain risks, and maybe communicate more easily with the stakeholders in the beginning. Nevertheless, being a great expert in the field does not guarantee the successful completion of a project. While it may help, there is one thing you need to be an expert in to achieve success for your projects: project management. With that said, let's continue full speed on our journey to becoming these experts.
But first, how about a brief history lesson?
Lecture 7, The History of Project Management, and How Did It Begin?
Although different from how we know and see it today, temporary initiatives with a specific goal and resource constraints have been happening for thousands of years. So let's take a step back in time and see some old school projects. Ancient Egypt. Can you imagine pitching the Great Pyramid of Giza to a board of directors? As one of 7 wonders of the world, this construction was no doubt a massive endeavour with a unique result. Great amounts of materials and workforce were employed, and it's still unknown exactly how the work was organised and executed, but the planning and management was something innovative even for today's standards. 15th century. This period was all about overseas expeditions to find new lands and resources. One particular project manager, Christopher Columbus, had tough times finding the budget for his initiative to find a path through the West to Asia. His budget was 3 ships and a timeline of 1 year, with a request of 10% of future revenues from any discoveries. His business case was rejected multiple times, by the King of Portugal, Genoa, Venice, and even the King of England. Finally, he found his sponsor though, the King and Queen of Spain. Columbus departed in 1492 and made the first steps toward the discovery of the American continent by Europeans. The rest is, well, history. 19th century. Here comes the Industrial Revolution, the beginning of the fastest technological growth in recorded history. Automation and mass production changed the face of trade and the way industries operate. Economy and society had seen nothing like it. Competition started growing, and with it, the better use of time and resources employed for given work became much more critical. 20th century. This is when project management as we know it really came into its own and started developing. We mentioned that after the Industrial Revolution, the time and resources were more and more limited, and using them efficiently became absolutely fundamental. As a result, the project management field started to develop at a much faster pace. Henry Gantt, one of the forefathers of project management, created a simple yet ingenious table that illustrates activities that need to be performed on the vertical axis and a time indicator on the horizontal axis. This was probably the first project schedule. It was prominently used during World War I to plan and track the progress of Navy ship construction. We will look at this in more detail later in the course. Then we have the revolutionary critical path method, invented by DuPont and Remington Rand corporations in the late 1950s. The CPM helped project managers calculate the fastest way to complete a project. This is done by analysing how the different activities are linked to each other. Together with the expected durations, it helps project managers identify the best way to sequence the activities in their project. This will also be discussed in greater detail in our course. In the 60s, project management was established as a profession. Two associations were founded, the International Project Management Association, IPMA, and a few years later, the Project Management Institution, PMI. Their goal was, and still is, to develop the project management discipline and to establish standards, best practices, tools, and guidelines. All of this led to the development of innovative project management standards and approaches. Don't worry, we will talk about them later in great detail. And finally, welcome to the 21st century, where businesses have progressed technologically and expanded geographically like never before. What is exceptional about today's projects is the amount of complexity around the desired result. You can imagine the difference between opening a physical store versus an online one. Design, connection speed, online payments, security, client data regulations, customer service, and so on. The activities, people, and risks to consider are so much more in today's world. And with more demanding projects comes a need for a strong project manager. One who can lead the way through complex projects which will inevitably determine the life or death of a business. Awesome. Thanks for watching so far. We'll now be taking you step by step through the life cycle of a project, explaining what to do from beginning to end. See you there.
Lecture number 8. What is the terminology of project management?
Right. So we've already covered what a project is, why they are executed, what a project manager does, and the skills they have. Plus a little history lesson just for fun. Now, it's an appropriate time to go through some terminology. 5 terms, in fact. We have mentioned most of these already, but a little more detail never hurt anyone, unless we're talking about tattoos. And given that, as of next lesson, we're diving straight into the life cycle of a project, it'd be best to reacquaint ourselves with some of these. Okay, one term we haven't mentioned yet is the Project Management Office, PMO. This is the name of the department responsible for managing, coordinating, and consulting project-related work. In the PMO, you will find project and program managers, project coordinators, analysts, and more, all working to ensure the projects of the organization are properly managed. The types of PMO will vary in size and structure from company to company. Some don't even have a PMO. It's usually the organizations that are more dynamic and changing which require a PMO to govern project work. Companies that work predominantly with projects are structured in a way they can easily form teams to execute projects, while industrial companies rarely need to maintain a significant PMO unit. For example, consulting companies are organized almost entirely as a PMO. They need to be able to easily form project teams that are working for different clients. On the other hand, an industrial company producing steel, for example, will have well-standardized operations and would not need to maintain a PMO unit. The role and importance of a PMO unit can also be diverse. A PMO will have a strategic role if they are responsible for project selection and project portfolio management. Or it can have a more execution-focused role when given the responsibility to lead the project management. The role is to assist, where the PMO employees help by reporting on project progress and keeping the project work within established standards. Now these are the terms we've mentioned, but to recap and expand. Every project has a project team. The project team are the experts responsible for the execution of the work. For example, developers on a software project, or designated managers, coordinators in case of bigger projects. For example, construction workers and the responsible supervisor. In other words, everyone who is directly working on the project. These can be from different departments and can also include external employees or companies and vendors. For example, consultants, coaching professionals, hardware and equipment vendors, etc. Actually, joint teams are created often, connecting employees from more than one company. This is one way to ensure the project team has broader expertise and the capabilities to deliver a more complex project. In an insurance software project, for example, the IT experts would likely be put in a joint team with some insurance professionals from the client organization to work together and ensure the end result is met, both from IT and from the insurance perspective. Great. Next are project stakeholders. All individuals or organizations who participate in a project can influence or are influenced by the project work and results. These can be management, customers, competitors, vendors, clients, and in some cases, society for things like public infrastructure projects, for example. If a new underground line is being constructed next to your apartment, you will be a stakeholder. You are influenced by the work, and in case there are big delays, you and your neighbors could attract media attention to the problem. In this way, you could also influence the project work. It's important to remember that stakeholders could influence the project work, even without being involved in the project itself. And yes, the project manager and project team are definitely stakeholders too. Program management is the coordinated management of multiple projects which have similarities, similar goals, similar resources, etc. By managing them as a program, the organization gains advantages by realizing efficiencies and synergies. For example, if your company wants to implement a similar software in European branches and each country needs a separate project, it would be efficient to manage it in a program. The project managers can be helping each other. And finally, project portfolio management. This is the term that refers to the coordinated management of multiple programs and projects. Think of a pharmaceutical company. In any minute, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of separate research projects for new drugs. Such corporations need strong portfolio management to follow this huge work and resources. Awesome. Thanks for watching so far. We are about to get to the really good stuff really soon. We'll be discussing the life cycle of a project next. See you there.
Welcome to the course. Section 2 in Lecture 9, The Project Phases. How does a project start and how does it evolve? What are project's main stages? What is project life cycle and project management? Section number 2 in Lecture number 9. How does a project start and how does it evolve? What are project's main stages?
Wow, here we are. Things are really heating up. We've seen the outer body of what projects and project managers are. Now it's time to look under the hood. As we discussed, each project is unique. The goal, the team with their own personalities, the time frame, and the circumstances all make a project its own entity. However, there is an established view on how each project evolves from start to finish. The Project Management Institute, which we mentioned in an earlier lesson, have determined 5 phases which characterize the development of a project. Let's have a look. The first process group is the initiation. This is where the project sponsor lays the foundations of the project. They will define the overall objective or concept, or the problem which needs resolving. They will suggest a budget and a time frame and put all of this in the project business case. And public service announcement for all aspiring project managers, this is also the phase where the project manager is chosen. Cool. The second phase is planning. This is the phase that can make or break a project. Good planning will increase the chances of completing a project within the project management triple constraints. You remember those, right? In the planning phase, the project manager needs to set the work and organize how the project team will execute it. They estimate and define resources and risks. Research is key. Here, the project manager must ask all the right questions and work with other project stakeholders to find the answers. They need to find out things like what activities need to be performed to create the deliverables and project scope, how much time should be given to each one of these activities, what is the required budget, what activities will each member of the project team do, and plenty more. Finally, the project manager must document all of these findings into a project management plan, the recipe for how to execute the work to achieve the goal. The better this recipe is, more comprehensive, detailed, realistic, the higher the project's chances of being a delicious success. Planning equals a strategy for winning. Then comes the execution phase. Finally, after all this intensive planning, the moment we've all been waiting for. The starting gun is fired. Ready, set, go. The project team starts creating the deliverables. If the project is construction related, this is when the team starts building. If it's a software development project, this is when they start coding and programming. You get the point. It's here in the execution phase where the project manager ensures the smooth running of the project, motivating the team and resolving any issues that crop up. Next, we have monitoring and control. Beware though, it does not start after execution. This phase runs in parallel to it. The project manager performs monitoring and control activities they have developed to track the progress of the project streams and ask, is the execution progressing as per the plan we created? Is the speed and quality in line with the time frame? Are the expenses within the budget? If not, if there are delays, slowdowns or gaps, the project manager must identify them and take action to fix them before it's too late. Lastly, the closure phase. When all the project work is done, the project manager still has some final tasks to do to formally complete the project. They must hand the project over to whomever it was designed for. The sponsor must officially approve and sign off the project, confirming the agreed objective has been achieved. Then, the project team, the stakeholders, and the project manager sit and discuss the lessons learned. What went well, what didn't, and what could be improved for future projects. Continuous improvement is important, which is why project managers must constantly learn new skills and build on their expertise. Once the feedback is documented, the process is complete, and everyone involved can have a little bit of rest until the next project begins. Wow, what a life project managers have. And I know, you know what's coming next. That's right, an in-depth look into each process group of the project's lifecycle. Next lesson, we start with the initiation phase. See you there.
Welcome to the course. Section 3 and Lectures 10 to 16, the initiation phase. This section includes the lectures such as, Lecture 10 What is the initiation phase? Define the project goals. Lecture 11 What is involved in a business case? Lecture 12 What does scope cover? Lecture 13 Who performs the feasibility study and what does it involve? Lecture 14 What goes into risk assessment? What are expectations? Lecture 15 How to create a project charter? Lecture 16 Case Study 1. Section 3 and Lecture number 10. What is the initiation phase? Define the project goals.
So, let's begin with the first stage of our project, the initiation phase. This phase starts with an idea or an organizational need such as the ones we discussed before. And this forward-thinking person or persons who addresses this need is the project sponsor. Their responsibility is to determine if a project can even be executed. Does the organization have the available resources? Will the project deliver the expected benefits? They are also in charge of taking on board arguably the most important person in the project manager. It's important to note that the project manager can be appointed at any time throughout this phase and will have to catch up with the project as soon as he or she is on board. And although the project manager can work to help the sponsor in building the project fundamentals and promoting it to the management for approval, they are not considered responsible for the tasks we will be discussing. The project manager's time to shine is with the planning stage, which we get to later. So, imagine, in your city there's a brand new retail park opening. All the big names are launching branches there and the buzz surrounding the whole thing is extraordinary. Head marketing manager for super awesome car manufacturer Lamborghini has seen a market need to keep up with the competition and take advantage of this trendy new area. So they want to start a project to address this. Now, not every project survives the initiation phase, but they are all born from a need. Over the next few lessons, we will take you through 6 aspects of the initiation phase that a potential project must survive. In this lesson, we're going to look at how the goal of the project is defined, and how a clear, sensible objective is essential to having a project. So what is our goal? A project needs a goal. We need to know where we're going. On top of this, we must ask, does achieving the goal even require a project? Remember the definition of a project. A project is a temporary initiative and is agreed, planned, and executed to achieve a specific goal. The initiative is complex. It delivers benefit to the organization and fits its strategy. If Jenny from accounting is on maternity leave, it is the accounting department's duty to cover her work or hire a temp. It does not require a project. Sometimes management will try to label simple tasks as projects when they are not, but these do not survive initiation. However, what about our market need that must be addressed? What if our goal was to have a new top-of-the-range showroom in a new retail park, showcasing our newest, most state-of-the-art cars with well-trained staff and setting the standard in terms of showroom architecture? Does this require a project? Well, the initiative is temporary, it will have limited resources, it's complex, benefits the business and fits their strategy of becoming the biggest car company in the world. Sounds like an exciting potential project to me, so let's put together a business case to get it approved. Join us in the next lesson where we will be doing this.
Section 3 and Lecture number 11. What is involved in a business case?
So, our goal is worthy of a project, but what's the next step? Remember the project selection and project portfolio management mentioned before, where the board of directors choose the projects that are worth the organization's time and resources? This is where the business case comes in. Its job is to convince the board of directors to invest company resources in this project, not somebody else's. Let's take our showroom example. To prove its worth, the business case must adhere to established standards. First, we must explain the project's purpose for the business. It will increase revenue, as the new retail park is sure to be a landmark in the city for consumers looking for top-of-the-range products, and it will increase brand awareness as it will get a lot of exposure. Then, costs and potential gains. In the business case, you will see all the numbers and financial analysis. In our example, a showroom is a big investment. We must give a detailed financial analysis. All costs and potential gains will need to be carefully estimated, and all financial elements must be described. Revenues, expenses, expected inflation, discounted cash flow if we're talking multi-million-dollar projects, interest rates, taxes, and this is the time the net present value and payback methods will be applied, which we discussed in the additional materials from section 1. But don't stress too much. This is for the project sponsor and senior leaders to prepare. However, if the business case is approved, this often serves as the official sign-off to start the project. Hurrah! We've got the go-ahead. We have a project. But you see, it's one thing having a project, it's another knowing exactly what's involved in that project. So next lesson, we'll be looking at the scope of our project. See you there.
Section 3 and lecture number 12. What does scope cover?
So, remember we spoke about scope at the beginning of the course? Project managers are great at seeing the scope of things, and they will go into great detail during the planning stage. However, at this point, the project sponsor will still need an idea of everything's involved in our project. Everything that needs to be done for our goal to be achieved. But what exactly is part of our scope? Should the heating in the showroom be electric or gas? This question is within our scope. Should the local newspaper write an opinion piece on how showrooms are a thing of the past? Definitely not part of our scope. When should the showroom's details be updated to the company website? Is this within our scope or somebody else's? It's not always clear where questions may come up and disrupt progress. A so-called grey area, where the team may be unsure whether something is part of the project. So, the sponsor works with the project team and the project manager, if they've been appointed, to try and predict where these grey areas may occur, and confirm any doubts. Speaking of hiring, the project team are experts from production, IT, resource and development, HR, supply chain, etc. The project manager and sponsor use the team's expertise to their advantage, especially when defining the scope. They can be outsourced by the project manager or sponsor, or already be part of the organization. As for the project manager, the stakeholders choose one, but that project manager is not obliged to say yes to their offer. Accountability is a big commitment. Therefore, any prospective project manager scrutinizes the information gathered in the initiation. They do not run from a challenge, but they will demonstrate if something is unrealistic. Say Finland is hosting the World Cup and want to build a hotel for the players of visiting countries next to the main stadium. They have sufficient budget and the business case has been approved. The project manager comes in and reviews the information the sponsor has put together and concludes there is no way construction can finish within the 12 months before the tournament starts. Therefore, he or she declines the project. This is the best outcome for everybody, as the organization knows not to waste resources on a project that will serve them no benefit, and instead finds other means to achieve the desired goal, like booking an entire already built hotel for the duration of the tournament. One way a project sponsor will assess whether a project is realistic is through a feasibility study, which we will discuss in the next lesson. See you there.
Section 3 and lecture number 13. Who performs the feasibility study and what does it involve?
So the business case has detailed all your finances. The scope is a guide to what your project will involve, and now it's time for a feasibility study. And it's just what it sounds like, an analysis of the goals, scope, and resources to determine whether the success of the project is feasible. Oh, and bear in mind, the feasibility study is on a mid to high level. The project sponsor and project manager need to move efficiently through the initiation, and the analysis should be just enough to confirm they can go ahead with the time, budget, and resources available. But don't worry, a more detailed analysis and preparation of resources is performed during the planning phase. For now though, the project sponsor must ask, can the organisation provide the needed budget, time, employees and management attention so the project can be executed? Do they possess the needed expertise, for example engineering, coaching, project management, IT, and so on? Or do partner companies need to be involved? If so, which ones, and how best to procure them? For example, Lamborghini need to provide us with managers from other showrooms to train new ones. HR need to assign people to the hiring of staff, their marketing team needs extra resources to advertise, and they need to hire out contractors for the building work. There are many fields that go into executing a project, and we will have to consider them all and how they interconnect. For our project to go ahead, we need to get all the information we need. Is our project feasible? It's a simple question with a not so simple process. Let's assume we have a positive answer to the above question. So let's get into risk assessment and expectations next. Another important task when preparing to take on a project. I'll see you there.
Section 3 and lecture number 14. What goes into risk assessment? What are expectations?
The project is feasible. The organisation has the resources needed to execute the project. But what about the things unseen? To use an analogy, the first thing to do when entering a dark room is to find the light switch. In project management terms, this means reveal the risks. The way we deal with uncertainty will undoubtedly affect whether the project is a success, or will we turn the lights back off and hope for the best? Risks must be identified, analysed and responded to. Although we will go into way more detail during the planning phase, as will the project manager. But for now, one area that needs to be addressed is everyone's expectations. Does everybody share the same vision as each other? Are they expecting the same resources? Who does everyone think is ultimately accountable? Let's go back to our project example. Perhaps one of our stakeholders imagines our showroom to be targeted towards families, so wants more saloon cars to be showcased, while another knows that luxury sports cars sell very well in this part of the city, so expects more of the cars to be two-door convertibles. Or maybe the sponsor believes the hiring of staff is outside of the project scope, while the stakeholders believe the project is not complete until the showroom is physically open for business. We must spend time with stakeholders, looking at the project in development from every angle to see if there is something that looks different to someone else. The sooner they can find and resolve expectation gaps, the better. Overlooking these expectations can have disastrous results. Okay, so now we've done our preliminary checks. And of course, during the planning phase we will go into much more detail. But before the initiation phase can be closed, a project charter has to be created. A neat, high-level document detailing everything done in the initiation. See you in the next lesson.
Section 3 and lecture number 15. How to create a project charter.
Assuming the project is still viable, and the team are super enthused to get this train on the tracks, we need to give it a passport. Otherwise, it'll be stopped at every border and questioned extensively. What a waste of time. The passport is the project charter, and it's a high-level document, meaning it's easy and quick to understand, remember, and must contain all the fundamental information about the project. This is usually put together by the project owner. Here's an example of a charter. The sections that must be included in the charter are the project ID, the name of the project, the name of the organization. Sometimes a number is added to a project as an ID, especially useful for programs with many projects. This is it. Then, project description. Here we have the goal, the reason for doing the project. After that, project objectives. What's going to happen during the project? The timeline and milestones are also added. The project scope is more key information that can be seen here. It says what is covered by the project. Here we have a list of key stakeholders, clients, sponsors, and the project manager. Why are they involved and how are they impacted? Also include a section for the main risks and how to prepare for them. And then budget. What are the constraints and who grants the finances? You can also add the business case as an attachment if need be. What's important when creating a project charter is to not make it too technical. It's for ease of reference, so anyone can look at it, find what they need, and move on. If what they need is more details, the charter will show them exactly where to look. Efficient, right? Here you can find a template. They shouldn't exceed a page or two. And of course, different projects may include additional sections if relevant to the project. However, what I have mentioned is the bread and butter of a project charter. Well, there we go. Initiation phase complete. Alright everyone, to recap. The initiation phase is all about evaluation and approval. The analyses here are generally high level but in no way unimportant. This is the foundation for the entire project. It sets the overall vision and direction. One last thing to remember before we move on. The project manager can technically be appointed at any time during the initiation phase, even right at the end, after the charter has been written up. So don't take this as a definitive chronological order, but you can be sure that the project will not move to the planning phase until the project manager has gone over everything. So what goes on in the planning phase? Join us in the next lesson to find out. See you there.
Section 3 and Lecture number 16, Case Study 1.
Lamborghini is a car manufacturing company specializing in the luxury segment with small stylish cars. It is a mid-sized company with a remarkable history. The first Lamborghini was produced more than 60 years ago. One of the main strengths of the company is the engineering division. Customers that acquire a Lamborghini are very satisfied, praising how comfortable the cars are, how good the driving experience is, and how durable the product. Repairs are quite rare compared to other automobiles from the same class. Of course, as anything in business, there is a trade-off. The cars are expensive. In recent years, Lamborghini has observed a decline in their sales. Considering the great customer satisfaction, the main reason is the extremely competitive market and entrance of new players. The decreasing sales and revenue trend is concerning, and the top management organise a 3-day business trip to focus on the issue and decide what to do before it's too late. Considering the issue is with sales, the responsibility falls on the sales manager, Sonia, to lead the sessions. After the brainstorming session, the management team has selected 2 initiatives to bring the sales back up and growing again. The first is an advertising campaign, in partnership with a leading tour agency, focused on the high-end market segment. The company organises trips to exotic destinations such as the Maldives, Seychelles, Caribbean Sea and South America, offering a 5-star experience. As you can imagine, most of the customers are wealthy, which fits into Lamborghini's target groups. a good place to work on the marketing to expand sales. The second initiative is to build a showroom in a trendy area of New York City, where the company can organize exhibitions of the new models that are to be released in late 2020. There, the company would showcase state-of-the-art automotive technology wrapped in a captivating design. The goal is to present this to the end customer in an interactive and engaging way. The showroom will be equipped with the latest visualization technology, including an augmented reality application, which will allow the users to experience the cars in a completely new and appealing way. It's October 2019, and Sonia, as key responsible, starts working on initiating the strategic projects. For a few weeks, they go through a feasibility study, estimating the high-level budget needed and reviewing the key risks. Finally, the project charter is created and presented to the CEO. Everything looks good, and the CEO approves the project to go forward. Sonia is named project sponsor. Great. The most important thing for the sales manager is to identify who can lead the projects, especially the second one. The company has been doing various advertisement campaigns, but never something like the showroom. On the way back home, while driving her red Lamborghini, Sonia thinks of the last few projects and remembers there was a young and very motivated business analyst from the finance department who excelled on all project activities assigned to her. She even led a project workstream independently and reached a great result. What was her name? Ray. First thing the next morning, Sonia goes to have a quick chat with Ray. She explains the project that is about to start and asks if she would potentially be interested in taking the role of project manager. Ray can't believe it. She always wanted to manage projects. She has participated in various ones, but never as a project manager. That was the reaction Sonia expected. To formalize the assignment, an approval from Ray's manager will be needed. They are, however, on vacation, returning next week. In order to best use the time, Sonia suggests that Ray look through the project information and draft some ideas on how she would execute the project. Ray keeps her fingers crossed that her manager will approve. It is such a great career opportunity. She decides to make the most of the next few days and focuses on the tasks until the end of the week. Sonia has sent her the project charter with a business case and other supporting materials attached. Ray decides to go through the objective and main activities listed in the scope. Exciting idea. Showroom, cars, fancy gadgets. The showroom is supposed to engage the potential buyers by showing them a completely new perspective of interacting with the shiny new Lamborghinis. In addition to all the cars on display, visitors will be able to play around with the Lamborghini's brand new augmented reality app running on tablets available on location. The app would use the device's cameras to automatically detect the new car models when pointed at them and would give the possibility to change the colour, rims and body type of the car, or to see the engine in X-ray mode, and even to design their own custom exterior paintwork. And all of this in real time. As a follow-up, customers will be able to take home any customized model they create by simply entering their email address into the application. This, in turn, gives Lamborghini a natural sales entry point to reach more potential users. Ray thinks, I will try to imagine how to execute the project. Okay, it's October now. The opening is planned for next August. Sounds like plenty of time. Let's see the activities. Ray goes one by one, drawing on her notebook as she thinks. Car manufacturing. Okay, that should not be very difficult. We are a car company. 1 or 2 months must be enough. Developing the AR application. I have participated in the website upgrade last year. We did fancy things, but it was not very easy. We had to coordinate various experts, marketing, sales, web developers, and finally the management to approve, but I think I know how to work in such an environment. Wait a second. I know the montaging of visual effects systems in the exhibition spaces will take quite some time. And they need to be montaged somewhere, right? So the showroom must be constructed before the vendor can deploy and test the new system. That complicates the work. When will the construction be ready? Oh, did I say construction? Yikes. That's right, we need to execute construction. She is struck with complete fear. I have no experience with that. It's something that requires engineers and architects. I don't have any engineering background. Wait a second, that's even worse. 10 months to August? I remember my friend's family moved to a new building. The construction took more than 2 years. How can we do it in 10 months? Oh, it will actually be less because we have no construction company hired yet. Oh, I don't think I'm the person for this project. I lack this knowledge and it seems impossible to me. Ray continues. Staff hiring. About 10 employees need to be recruited to run the showroom. I have never interviewed anyone. How can I manage that? I'm not qualified. I'm so disappointed. I really wanted to become a project manager, but I don't have the needed expertise. Construction, HR. She becomes sad. And the following day, she meets with Sonia. Sonia brings great news with her. Ray's manager has agreed to allocate her for the next 10 months to take on the project. However, Ray isn't reacting as Sonia would expect. She seems sad. Sonia asks, "What's wrong?" Ray explains that with great regret she cannot be a project manager for this project. She explains what she analysed and that she clearly lacks engineering skills, HR skills, and so on. Sonia then does the strangest thing. She laughs and says, "You are very wrong. You will be the project manager and you have the needed skills." Ray is simultaneously confused, surprised, and slightly happier. But how? Sonia continues. Well, the role of project manager is to be able to manage any type of work with the help of experts in each field. Do you think the construction engineer can manage HR and software visual effects pieces? Or the HR expert managing the construction? A good project manager has to learn quickly and adapt, but be an expert in only one thing: project management. Ray is still confused. Sonia asks, "Do you have software development background?" Ray answers, "No, I graduated in business administration." Nevertheless, you managed the website upgrade workstream last year and did pretty well, Sonia exclaims. Ray admits, "Well, yes, I learned many things. It went well." "Of course it went well," Sonia smiles. "You demonstrated you're a quick learner, very motivated, and a great collaborator. You help the different experts work together to achieve the common goal. And that's what you will do now." The long-gone feeling of self-confidence starts coming back to Ray. But still, construction is so new. She asks Sonia for some more information. Sonia explains that a vendor has already been selected. Ray will need to get in touch and agree the starting date. Ray asks, "But is it possible at all to create a building from scratch in less than 10 months? My friends bought a new apartment." Sonia interrupts. "This is a good concern of yours, Ray. It shows you are doing a feasibility check. I have done this as a project sponsor. As we are building a 1-story building, the vendor confirmed this can be created on time, but you will need to work on the exact details with their representative. Ray lets out a sigh of relief. Okay, that seems better now. And with recruitment, I guess I would seek the HR department for help. Sonia nods approvingly. As for the cars, I'm not worried at all, it should be fine. Sonia's face drops to a serious one. What? Ray puzzles. Ray, don't underestimate that. There are 6 cars to be manufactured, and these are brand new models. With new features and designs, anything could go wrong. Let me forward an email to you on that topic. We had a session to agree the specifics with the head of manufacturing and the marketing manager. These notes will be useful to you. Ray gets a bit stressed again. Sonia is right. How could she have overlooked that? Sonia smiles again. Ray, don't worry. I know there are many questions and your experience with projects is limited, but I will not let you go into this adventure unprepared. I have subscribed you to the 365 project management course. It will start from zero and slowly walk you through all the things a project manager has to do in any project. That sounds great. Thank you so much, Sonia. This is exactly what I need to learn the fundamentals and connect it with the experience I have so far. No problems, Sonia says. Good luck with the preparation, and I'll see you at the kickoff meeting. Ray again is baffled. What is a kickoff and when is it taking place? Sonia smiles once more. You will have to answer that question, dear project manager. Ray takes a deep breath. Okay, I must keep the dark side of my thoughts away and stay positive. Let's start learning about project management. And now, let's join Ray and start learning the very best practices in project management to see what the most common errors are and how to eliminate them. See you there.
Welcome to the course. Section 4 in Lectures, 17 to 23rd, the planning phase. This section includes the lectures such as, Lecture 17 What is planning? Why is it important? What happens if it is not done correctly? Lecture 18 Why is planning so critical in project management? Lecture 19 What is the cost of change in projects? Lecture 20 What to do before you start? Lecture 21 Project Management Insights. Lecture 22 Scope Planning. Lecture 23 Scope Planning, continued. Section 4 and Lecture number 17, What is planning? Why is it important? What happens if it is not done correctly?
Okay, so we know what a project is. A temporary, complex, unique initiative. So with that, our initiation phase is complete. And the project manager is the one with the skills and experience to make the project happen. But hold on a minute. Our Lamborghini project hasn't got a PM. Who could take on such an important task? How about you? Excellent. Welcome aboard. So, now, we're at the point where the board of directors has okayed the project, the PM has been hired along with the project team, the feasibility study and risk assessment have been carried out, we have a neat project charter, and everything looks in order. So what next? Time to plan a project. So, take a pencil, grab the scrunched up napkin from the dinner table and spend the next 5 minutes drawing a mind map. Oh, if only it were that simple. Planning is a detailed procedure and is the key ingredient in the recipe for success. In this next section, we'll take a trip through the ins and outs of the planning process. Let's begin with the simplest of questions. What is planning? It is the process of analyzing, evaluating, deciding, and organizing activities in advance. We can summarize it in 3 fundamental steps. 1. Define the goal. 2. Evaluate options. And 3. Choose and confirm the best option to achieve the goal. Complex human endeavors involve planning on 2 levels: strategic, should we do it, and tactical, How do we do it? When and what resources should we spend? But how important is planning in our work and in our spare time? That's an excellent question. So consider the following examples. Sports managers. They do not simply show up to the game and start yelling at the players. Before the game, they analyze multiple aspects, create a game plan, decide how to attack the opponent's weak spots, how to defend their own, and they also have backup plans if the initial ones don't work. Take Hollywood actors. They have a strict diet and exercise plan in order to get buffed out enough to convincingly play your favorite superhero. These plans involve expensive physical trainers and dietitians who regiment their entire day-to-day lives. Or maybe something as simple as shopping. Before we go shopping, we look through our cupboards to see what we need, and we make a list, usually. When we don't, we come home having spent triple our usual amount, both of time and money. Nothing we bought can be combined to make a legitimate meal, so we end up ordering a pizza. Okay, this last one is failing to plan well on a small scale. But did you know the Sydney Opera House was initially planned to take 6 years to build for $7 million? While in reality, it took 16 years to build and cost $106 million. Something must have been missed during the risk assessment or when evaluating the scope, right? Or how about the 2016 Oscar fiasco, where lack of proper controls ended up with the wrong Best Picture being announced? More than just money and time was lost there. With that said, what are the conclusions you can draw from these examples? Let me help spell it out for you. Planning is an enormous part of our personal and business lives, and failure to plan properly can have disastrous results. On the other hand, excel at planning and you or your company will reap the rewards. Let's wrap it up here, everyone. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you next lesson.
Section 4 and lecture number 18. Why is planning so critical in project management?
Planning projects is the fundamental work of the project manager. It's their time to shine. The planning stage is where the project manager creates the most value and demonstrates their expertise. They must plan all components of the project, that's the planning breadth, to a sufficient level of detail, which we call the planning depth. Generally speaking, we can say there are two main areas to address when doing this. Things the project manager knows and can control, and things the project manager doesn't know and cannot control. When planning the details they are knowledgeable of, the project manager creates to-do lists, orders the items in a way that is most efficient, and assigns the best people to the appropriate tasks. Then, there are the things the project manager doesn't know and can't control. Here, the project manager needs to think creatively. Risk assessment, estimations and forecasts are part of this process, and the project manager is responsible for eliminating or decreasing bad influences on the project. How do they do that? Through diligent planning. Any risks that are unknown, say what the weather will be like next autumn, cannot be factored a year in advance, but the project manager will be prepared for any weather, among other things. As you can tell, good planning is a wondrous opportunity to optimize the work, ensure that everyone's expectations are the same, and avoid costly errors. The future always contains uncertainties, so the more planning, the better, right? Right. The more things the project manager plans for, the higher their chances are to complete the project successfully, in that they meet the goal, the timelines, and the budget. And let's not forget to mention the people. People work so much better with direction, when they understand what to do and how and when to do it. I can't stress this enough. Planning is your strategy to succeed. The reason we are drilling this message so hard is that planning is often criminally underestimated. People think the sooner they move to execution, the better. But that's just not the case. In terms of project manager effort, it is often the other way around. Think of it as the 80-20 rule. If more effort is expended in the planning phase, less is needed during the execution. Less planning gaps means less replanning and reorganization, which can lead to delays. The misconception is understandable though. We as humans can be impatient. We get excited to reach the end goal and we feel like we need to be doing something in order to be productive. When really, in project management, planning is the most productive we can be, if done properly. So, let's see in the next lesson how bad planning can affect a project. See you there.
Section 4 and lecture number 19. What is the cost of change in projects?
To really drum in the importance of planning, in case you haven't been listening, this lesson is going to look at the cost of change. Let's take this back to our project and jump into your project manager's shoes. Say you've planned for our showroom to be finished by the end of August. But when July comes around, Lamborghini decide they want to add an additional floor. It's clear that construction won't be complete now until at least October, maybe longer due to bad autumn weather. The additional budget, time, resources and coordination efforts that are required to adjust for the change are the cost. Remember our trio of constraints? If one change occurs and affects one of our constraints, they will all be affected. And what's more, when the change is needed makes a great difference. If a change occurs later in the project, you can safely bet your holiday savings fund that the impact will be much worse than if it had happened at an earlier stage. If this decision had been made earlier, before construction had started and the weather was better, the cost would be much lower. Take a look at the following graph. As the time passes and the project progresses from initiation through planning and execution, the cost of change increases. Simple enough. But in case you're not much of a graph person, let's look at an example too. Imagine a project where a company aims to start making yo-yos that double as Bluetooth speakers. Then at some point, top management decides that yo-yos aren't cool anymore and wants to make Diablos instead. If this decision is made early in the project, you can imagine the impact will not be too devastating. But think if this happened after all the yo-yo making machines had been bought. There's a good chance the project wouldn't even survive a change like that. You can imagine that expectations of stakeholders and scope are very important during the planning stage. And if the project manager doesn't cover everything in their plan, then things can go very wrong. That's why a project manager will need to plan their plan. Yes, that's right. See you next lesson where we'll show you how and why.
Section 4 and lecture number 20. What to do before you start.
I know it sounds silly, but planning your plan is what makes the difference between a productive plan and that napkin mind map I mentioned a few lessons ago. Planning your planning does take a fair amount of time and effort. There are plenty of things for a project manager to think about. First, the project manager must assess their own knowledge of the required work. Is it enough for a sufficient plan? Second, do they know all the stakeholders? If not, they need to get in touch and discuss what their involvement will be in the project. What will they be expected to do? For example, the project manager can't plan who will pay the construction team if they don't know who the financial team is. Third, they must recall lessons learned. No need to reinvent the wheel, right? Have they or any of their team worked on a similar project? And if so, what lessons have they learned that they can bring across to the current project? Lastly, What about any knowledge gaps? Are there any expertise that the project manager lacks? Do they need to bring in extra support for any areas of planning? A good project manager is not someone who knows everything, but somebody who can see their shortcomings and find the right people to compensate for them. The project manager needs to determine how much time they need to put all the pieces of the project plan together. They will decide who they need to keep in contact with and if they need to reaffirm expectations. Reviewing the 4 points above will definitely help with that task. And in the case of meetings and workshops with stakeholders, they must make sure they have a clear agenda, a distinct goal, and a comprehensive list of topics to ensure they get the answers they need with as little resistance as possible. See, project managers really do have to think of everything. That's why the next lesson is going to be all about planning your plans plan. Just kidding. We're going to take a short interlude to explain a couple of planning tidbits that will be useful to know. See you there.
Section 4 and lecture number 21, Project Management Insights.
Before we move on to planning, I just want to interject with a couple of pointers that are worth knowing, because we've got your back. The first one is a tip from PMI, so you know it's worth your time. Here it is. Planning is iterative. We've made it clear that planning covers all sections of the project, from timelines to risks to expectations. But it's important to know that before the planning is complete, you may often need to make modifications to the stages already planned. New information can always change the plans you've already made. For example, say you're planning timelines for the virtual reality area of your showroom. Last year you added a section like this to a different showroom and it took you 2 months. Therefore, when you plan this in your timeline, you use the same duration. A little while later, you start planning your resources and you realize that 2 members of the tech team have left since last year, leaving you with 20% less staff. There's a good chance this will affect your timelines and you will have to go back and revise them, adjusting the time and resources of the project. See? Planning is iterative. Be patient, and until all areas have been analysed and planned, you better write your plans in pencil. Then we have what we call non-straightforward tasks. Some tasks are simple. We can imagine how they will be done and in how much time. Say one task is organise a workshop session. The project manager reviews the necessary participants, finds a good day and time for everyone's calendars, books a room, puts a flip chart inside, and sends the invitations. This process is easy to predict and execute, right? There are, however, these non-straightforward tasks. In our project, let's say you are planning to project dynamic elements and animations on the cars, things like weather and different paint jobs. For this to work, you need to recruit an experienced software developer. Let's call this task Estimate Recruitment Duration. Sounds simple, right? You need to analyze and dedicate a number of weeks to recruit the person. You decide that 2 days are more than enough time to get the information needed to estimate this. So you write an email to HR and ask how many weeks they'll need to recruit an appropriate engineer. The same afternoon, you see a reply from HR. Excellent. Looks like you'll have the estimate in 1 day instead of 2. You open the email and it says they can't give you an estimate until you tell them more about the ideal candidate. How many years of experience, what kind of projects have they worked on, what kind of programming language is needed, things like that. You stare blankly at your computer screen because you have no idea. The next day, you call your colleague in the IT department and ask them for the details HR needs. They respond quickly with most of the information, but recommend you get formal validation from Sandra, head of IT. But Sandra is on holiday for the next 2 days. You have no choice but to wait. When Sandra returns, she's happy to help, but needs a day to go through the information and validate it. Finally, the following day, you get the information and send it over to HR. They review it and give you an estimate of 7 weeks. Awesome. Task completed. Although instead of 2 days, it took you 8 days to estimate recruitment duration and fit it into your plan. Tasks like this, especially ones which involve other people and information the project manager is not fully knowledgeable in, can have unexpected results and complicate the process, which in turn can change plans. Keep this in mind as we move on to the next lesson and the real planning. It's all been coming down to this. Brace yourselves and see you in the next lesson.
Section 4 and lecture number 22, Scope Planning.
Welcome. Are you ready to see how a project manager plans a project? Excellent. Over the next few lessons, we're going to discuss every step of the process, and by the end, you will be more than aware how essential the planning stage is in the project lifecycle. At this point, the project manager should have what they need to begin planning. And this stage, the planning, has its own structure, so the project manager can cover all areas. Because as we know, the more thorough the plan, the less likely the project manager will end up needing to spend resources fixing something later in the project. Breadth and depth, remember? So where do we start? That's right, scope. The project manager needs to know exactly what her or his project will involve before any work starts. Sensible, right? Thinking of our Laborari project. In order to prepare what you need to build the showroom, and for it to be a trendy new building setting the standard for all other car showrooms, you need to know exactly what this project will involve. What should the showroom building look like? How many floors? What cars are you producing? What color scheme will you go for? Which angle will the building face? This is why scope is the first thing you have to plan. You are accountable for translating the goal of the project into deliverables and then into tasks or sets of tasks. Collectively, these represent the scope, and the scope answers one question and one question only. What exactly does the project team need to do? I never said it was an easy question. So our goal is to have a new top-of-the-range showroom in a new retail park showcasing our newest, most state-of-the-art cars with well-trained staff and setting the standard in terms of showroom architecture. Deliverables are the building blocks of the project. They all come together to reach the goal. One deliverable is construction of the showroom, and the set of tasks needed to reach this deliverable are the following. 1. Lay the foundation. 2. Erect the walls and core structure. 3. Fit the floor. And 4. Paint the outside. And that is just one part of the scope. Remember, the scope is the broader concept. It's not just the product, or in our example, the cars, the showroom, and staff themselves. It includes all the additional work that needs to be done to ensure the product is not only created, but meets the requirements and expectations of the project stakeholders. Now, what if you find out there's a building already on the piece of land that you want to build the showroom on? You'll have to demolish it. This is not part of the construction deliverable, but needs to be done before anything else can start. Therefore, is part of the scope. If this had not been thought of, construction would be delayed, costs would be above what had been planned, and stakeholders' expectations would not be met. So, you will need to think of the product scope. That is, the tasks that need to be done in order to produce the product. The showroom in our case. Also, you will need to think of the project scope, which is all that you need to do in order to achieve the project goal, including the product scope. Say there is a small street next to where the showroom is to be built, and the residents on that street are of the clear opinion that it is the responsibility of the company that is building the showroom to renovate the street. Is that a responsibility of the company? The answer is in the scope statement of the project. If it's not specifically included, you cannot spend resources on this costly work. This is why scope needs to be described in detail, including what is not in the scope. Of course, a little common sense goes a long way here. If you forgot to put door handles in your showroom project scope, but included windows and doors, we would not deny the showroom 20 or so door handles. However, a few $1 million on a brand new road that hasn't even been signed off by the city, well, that's just bad planning. Of course, this is something that must be agreed between the construction company and the city when the construction rights are being signed, which is part of the initiation task. If there is an agreement for partnership and the company needs to work on the street, this must be formally added to the scope, so you can assign the relevant resources. Now, to sum up the scope stage, the project manager starts by assessing the information she or he has on the project scope, being what they gained during the initiation. Then, they gather detailed information on the requirements and expectations in the project. They use their expertise and that of their team members to cover all the grey areas of the scope that can and will affect their project. And finally, they document everything. If something arises, there needs to be an easy reference point for the project manager or other stakeholders to check in order to determine if something is worthy of their time and resources. Awesome. In the next lesson, we will look at these 3 steps in more detail. How a project manager analyzes the high-level information, deals with stakeholder expectations, and how they document the scope in a user-friendly way. See you there.
Section 4 and lecture number 23, Scope Planning, continued.
Hi, I'm sure you remember last lesson, but just in case, let's recap the logical process of scope planning. First, we analyze the available information on the project scope. Then, we gather detailed requirements and expectations. And finally, we document the scope. Simple enough. But now we're going to have a low-level look at this process. So the first step. The project manager analyzes the high-level information from the project goal and scope, gained from the initiation stage. These come from sources like the project charter, discussions with the sponsor, client and stakeholders, and other project communications. The next step is for the project manager to gather detailed requirements and expectations. This stage involves dealing with the stakeholders, the ones who started and approved the project, sponsors and senior managers usually. And of course the ones who benefit from or are impacted by the project, such as external parties and departments within the organization. They are a reliable source of information on scope if the project manager asks the right questions. The meetings and workshops the project manager planned are utilized here. Remember, getting this information can be difficult, as these tasks are often non-straightforward tasks. This is where a project manager's personal skills and persistence are essential. Throughout this task, a project manager may find discrepancies in the expectations of different stakeholders. For example, a senior manager for Lamborghini wants the sales team to have a new computer software to aid their daily work, so expects this enhancement to be part of the scope. The goal of the project is to improve the sales, right? However, new software for the sales department is not part of the scope here. Time and budget to do that are not forecasted. And from the triple constraint, you know what implications that will have. The project manager needs to adjust the senior manager's expectations to avoid wrongly expanding the scope. The pressure is on. The more experienced a project manager, the more detailed the scope will be. Of course, things will be missed and mistakes made, but the fewer, the better. And the more information a project manager gets out of the stakeholders, then the less likely big mistakes will occur. Once the scope is as detailed as it can be, the final step is for the project manager to officially document it using a scope statement. A sample is in the resources for this lesson, although usually the project management office uses a standard template. Think of the scope statement as a formal contract between the project manager and other stakeholders. It can be used as proof of what the project manager has and hasn't committed to do. So, as explained, the purpose of the scope statement is to formalize the scope. Its format, however, is not user-friendly when it comes to the practical planning with timelines, actions, and owners, which will follow. This is where the project manager needs to perform another exercise of structuring the scope. Create a work breakdown structure. In the breakdown structure, the project manager starts with the goal and breaks down the project work into deliverables or packages. This is called a work stream, and it breaks down until the work package is an appropriate size to be given to one person. Then, for an even more user-friendly experience, they create a list with all these activities, an activity list, which details the person or people or department responsible for the task or activity, and they're referred to as the owner. Please note, we've just seen 3 documents that have the same information but are represented differently. Scope statement is formal, the work breakdown structure is a handy segregation of the different types of work or work streams, and the activity list is the skeleton of the project plan, the document everyone can refer to. But hold on, we haven't mentioned how long these tasks should take, which, luckily, is the basis for our next task, where we will detail the timelines and schedules of activities. Join us next lesson, and together we'll go through how to do this. See you there.
Welcome to the course. Section 5 in lecture number 24 to 31, the planning phase, timelines and schedules. This section includes the lectures such as, Lecture 24 How to Estimate When Planning, Lecture 25 The Planning Fallacy, Optimism Bias, Illusion of Control, Lecture 26 How Much to Buffer, Lecture 27 Identifying Dependencies, Lecture 28 Identifying the Critical Path, Lecture 29 Using the Gantt chart to plan the project work streams, Lecture 30 Building the project schedule, plus MS Project tutorial, Lecture 31 How to build a milestone table and its uses, Section 5 in lecture number 24, How to Estimate When Planning.
So, project manager, you've defined everything you need to do in the scope statement, and you have your high-level, user-friendly work breakdown structure and activity list. But there's still a lot you don't know yet. In particular, you don't know how long these tasks will take, what order they will be performed in, which of the tasks can be completed independently, which require other activities to have already been completed, and which can be carried out in parallel with others. That's what the next few lessons will be focusing on: timelines and schedules. There is a logical process the project manager should follow when planning timelines and schedules. First, they should estimate the durations of each activity or task. They should add buffers, then sequence the tasks, and finally, they will be ready to build the project timeline. Pretty logical, right? Now let's break these down. So, estimating the durations of activities to achieve the deliverables. There is no one way of approaching this, but here is some best practice advice. The project manager needs to estimate how many hours, days, weeks, months, or even years an activity will take. She or he can and should use the experts in their team to get the most accurate estimates possible, but it is ultimately their responsibility to make the final decision. They are, after all, the person accountable for the project's success. With that said, the project manager will often not take what her or his team says as the undeniable truth, without proofreading it first at least. So I bet you're wondering, but why even ask them in the first place if you're just going to estimate a different time? Well, let's look at an example. Meet Jimmy. Jimmy's manager asked him to estimate how long he takes to get from his home to the office in the morning. He has worked here for a while and always leaves his home at 8:30, so he answers confidently, half an hour. His manager asks him to go into more detail. Jimmy answers that it can take up to 40 minutes when the traffic is bad, but when there's none, he can make it to the office in 20. He considers these to be the minimum and the maximum amount of time it would take him, making 30 minutes the average, and therefore the most likely time he will arrive. Jimmy's idea of his journeys to work looks like a bell curve, or the normal distribution. His manager doesn't really think Jimmy's estimation is completely accurate, so he asks Jimmy to help him with a little experiment. Every day over the next week, Jimmy must record the minute of departure from his home and of his arrival to the office. Once the data is collected and reviewed, something quite interesting comes to light. Jimmy is not quite the punctual employee he thought he was. In fact, he made it to the office in less than 30 minutes only once. The data showed that on average, Jimmy takes 34 minutes to reach the office, over 10% his estimate. You had better start setting your alarm a little earlier from now on, Jimmy. Now, this is an example of what we call planning fallacy, and we are all susceptible to it. So next lesson, we'll discuss what exactly the planning fallacy is, why it occurs, and what good project managers do to counteract it. Awesome.
Section 5 in lecture number 25, The Planning Fallacy, Optimism Bias, Illusion of Control.
Remember Jimmy from the previous lesson and the planning fallacy I mentioned? Of course you do. So let's discuss. Because, well, Jimmy isn't actually terrible at timekeeping, or at least any more terrible than most people. So what exactly is it? Let's think about this for a minute. Jimmy says that 20 minutes is the minimum amount of time in which he can make it to the office. Let's trust Jimmy on that one. We can say that 20 is a solid minimum. No traffic, shortest route, and feathering the speed limit. Now, let's consider the maximum. Jimmy says the longest it could take him to get to the office is 40 minutes. But what if it's raining or snowing? Mondays usually have heavier traffic too. Did he think about this when estimating? What if Jimmy's searching for a parking spot around the office for 10 minutes? Now, less probable, but still possible. What if he meets a friend he hasn't seen in ages and they go for a quick coffee before work? What if he punctures a tire? What if aliens invade? There are many things that may slow him down. Even if they aren't as probable as just getting stuck in a traffic jam, they are still possible, and if taken into account, will affect the range Jimmy originally estimated. So with this new knowledge in mind, we need to readjust the graph we made last time. All these possible slowdowns he forgot when doing the estimation need to be added to the right of our graph, so it reflects reality better. If you look at the graph now, you will notice that 40 minutes is really nowhere near the maximum time it could take Jimmy, so if you stretch the graph to account for the delays Jimmy could have, as well as the likelihood of those things happening, it will look something like this, with the average time of Jimmy's journey sitting further to the right also. But like I said, this is not really Jimmy's fault. In fact, he's not the only one who fails to see things like this. It's general human behavior. So why do humans fall for the planning fallacy? Let's discuss. The planning fallacy is a phenomenon in human behavior discovered by Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky in 1979, who stated that predictions are often wrong as people underestimate the actual time needed to complete a future task. They believe things will work out well due to the optimism bias. The optimism bias is a term used to describe the behavior whereby people believe they are less at risk of something than somebody else. Think of the age-old, "I never thought it would happen to me." This is an almost universal cognitive function. Therefore, The optimism bias is an understandable reason why people neglect to think of every worst case scenario when planning. Another factor impacting our ability to plan well is the illusion of control. This is just what it sounds like. In the broadest of terms, people often overestimate their ability to control events, focusing on the things they can control rather than the things they can't. Think of gambling behavior, for example. When people participate in dice games, they tend to throw the dice harder for high numbers and softer for low, as if that's going to make any difference. Okay, so what this journey into human cognition teaches us is this. People are generally bad at planning, and they often fall victims to the planning fallacy, underestimating the time or resources they need to complete a task. So, let's get back to project management now. The project manager is the person who must be aware of these human biases. One effective way the project manager can try to make themselves aware of events that may slow a task down is to perform a SWOT analysis. So on top of taking all available opportunities and working off the strengths, a project manager can also limit weaknesses and protect against threats to creating a realistic plan. In conclusion, estimation takes a lot of deliberate thought and information. It's nowhere near as simple as Jimmy's first guess, right? Oh, and one last thing. If the project manager is really stuck, they can use the following formula: the 3-point estimate. But remember, a project manager should rely on their skills and experience first. But if they need to, they can think of each task as having 3 time estimates. The optimistic time estimate we'll call O, the most likely or normal time estimate we'll call M, and the pessimistic time estimate, P. The expected time, T, is estimated by putting the values into the following formula. Plug the numbers in and you get a time estimate. Although the average is a good point to put an estimate, if you think about it, there is a 50% chance of finishing before our estimate and 50% chance of going beyond it. So would you feel comfortable presenting a project schedule and saying to the team in the kickoff meeting, "We have about 50% chance of succeeding with the plan I have created"? Probably not. So that's where the next lesson comes in, where we will be talking about buffers. See you there.
Section 5 in lecture number 26, How much to buffer?
Hey everyone, welcome back. One final thing to note on the topic of planning a timeline. A good project manager won't forget Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Of course, because we are serious people, we must mention that this law is nonsense. Nonetheless, the project manager knows they cannot control everything, and they must structure their project in a way where unpreventable events will cause the least amount of damage. Good project managers will have a plan B, and in this case, B stands for buffer. Any plan may have realistic estimations, but realistically, things don't always go to plan. This is why, when estimating a timeline, a successful project manager will add an additional time buffer that will hopefully cover unexpected events that may cause a delay. Buffers can be added to individual tasks, group tasks, or the entire project. How big of a buffer should a project manager add though? Good question. Unfortunately, there is no formula or rule of thumb. The reason is that the size of the buffer is strictly dependent on the type of task or project. Would you put the same buffer on Jimmy's journey to the office as you would the construction works for our Lamborghini showroom? Probably not. But don't worry, we are professionals, so we won't leave this at that. We will now give you a few useful guidelines to help you when sizing your buffers. First, a project manager must judge the level of uncertainty surrounding a task. Simply put, the higher the level of uncertainty, the longer the buffer they need. For example, say you're heading a project a new task HR with estimating how long recruitment will take, as you don't have the expertise in this field. However, you've never worked with this HR team before, so the level of uncertainty is quite high. It's an unknown variable as to how good they are at recruiting showroom salespeople. Therefore, you would add a bigger buffer to their estimate than an estimate from an HR team you have worked with and know to be accurate with their estimations. On that note, it is worth mentioning that when a project manager relies on someone else's expertise, they must still be aware of their estimation methods and validate them. Accountability rears its head at every stage. Then there's the criticality of the task. If there is a task that will damage the project if it's delayed or is heavily linked with other tasks, then a longer buffer would be sensible. You wouldn't be able to continue with your showroom if the walls haven't been built. So the criticality of this task will be higher than the task of installing interactive displays, as there will be fewer tasks dependent on the displays. One of the best ways to judge criticality is with a critical path chart, which we will look at in detail a little bit later. Now lastly, the owner of the task is a factor. The head of recruitment, who you have worked with for years and has a great track record, will need a shorter buffer with her tasks as opposed to the recently graduated software engineer you just hired. It's not to say that they're bad at their job, but there is a higher degree of uncertainty. Now, except for the few factors we presented, we will give you two important questions you, as a project manager, will need to ask yourself during planning. The first question is where to concentrate the buffer. After each activity or after the last project activity before the project is due? Our recommendation is not to go to the extremes. Avoid having big buffers after each and every activity, as it often impacts the efficiency and momentum of work. On the other hand, if you put all the buffers together and at the very end, it's very likely that the sponsor will push to decrease it, pursuing a sooner end date. Now the other question is how to present the buffers. It is an important factor and must be done tactfully. Even presenting your buffers as buffers can be dangerous, and your project team may see it as added time, and it could lower their productivity. A good method is to present it as a validation period, or time for safety checks. This way you can keep everyone productive while covering any delays. Of course, another important way of preventing delays is by sequencing your tasks in the most effective way. Nothing can slow a project down like twiddling your thumbs, having to wait for tasks to finish before another can start. In our next lesson, we will go through sequencing tasks and the best methods to do this effectively. Great stuff.
Section 5 and lecture number 27, Identifying Dependencies.
Things are chugging along nicely at this point. We have a work breakdown structure and activity list, we've got an estimation of their durations, and we stuck some buffers on to cover our backs. Wow, way to go. But things do look a bit like an activity soup right now. We need to unjumble this mess and see how activities link with each other. In other words, we need to understand their dependencies. It's not hard to imagine how some tasks are dependent on others. You can't have the cars delivered without a showroom, and you can't build your showroom until you've started digging, and you can't start digging until you have the machinery on site. You can, however, start recruiting the sales team. So, let's look at the four main reasons why dependencies exist between tasks. First, logical dependency. This is just like what I described. You can't put windows in your showroom until you've built walls. Second, we've got resource constraints. Lack of resources can affect the sequencing of tasks. Let's say you have two work packages as part of your showroom project. One for performing a financial comparison between two potential interior designers, and another for preparing a detailed report on travel expenses. But you only have one business analyst, and nobody else qualified to perform the tasks. The two tasks cannot be completed simultaneously. Therefore, your business analyst has to finish one before they can start the other. Third, we have external dependencies. These can be anything from building work that needs to be signed off by the city to paint work that can only be done in good weather. You get it. The activities that are affected by external sources. The fourth are called soft dependencies. These are applied by the project manager themselves and could include things like a task not going forward unless the project manager has checked the previous task. They are called soft dependencies as they are easily amendable due to the fact that the project manager set them in the first place. Now let's have a look at the types of dependencies. 4, again, is the magic number here. First, we have finish to start, where the second task cannot start until the first has finished. The task paint the whole room cannot start until you finish the task by paint. Second, there is finish to finish, where the second task cannot be finished until the first has been finished. The task paint the whole room cannot be finished before task paint the fourth wall is fully finished. Third is start to start, where the second task can only start when the first starts. The task paint the whole room must start, so the task paint the first wall can also start. And lastly, the not as common start to finish, where the second task has to start before the first can finish. Let's step away from the painting examples for this one and imagine the construction site needs 24-hour security. Guard 2's shift must start before Guard 1's shift can finish. This way, there will be no interruption in the surveillance for any thieves to sneak in. As always, the project manager must take all these factors into consideration because any missed dependencies are sure to cause delays and increase costs. Once the project manager has worked out the dependencies, we can apply the critical path method we came across a couple of lessons ago to potentially find out the shortest time in which we can complete the project. So let's look at this next.
Section 5 and lecture number 28, Identifying the Critical Path.
Hey, time to have a look at the critical path method. It is one of the project manager's best tools when scheduling a project timeline. Let's jump to the Lamborghini project and assume because you're an awesome project manager, you have done everything you need to up to this point. And of course, you're still as cool as a cucumber. You have your list of activities and their durations with buffers. Bear in mind, this is a snippet of the activities that would be involved in a project. You will see that later things get very detailed. But in the interest of time, I will demonstrate what we need with a shorter list of activities. What you must do as project manager is identify the longest chain of dependent activities required to complete the project. This is called the critical path. It is critical because delays to this path will certainly cause delays to the whole project. One of the best ways to plot the critical path is to put the information in a network chart with boxes and arrows. This works well because it shows all the tasks and all the durations in the boxes and all dependencies, the arrows, making it as easy as pie to chart a critical path. Okay, using our work breakdown structure and activity list, let's begin. So, we have our 4 work streams: showroom construction, car selection and production, visual effects development, and staff recruitment and preparation. Each stream can be executed in parallel, starting with A, O, K, and M, respectively. Now let's see how each stream flows and how, or if, they intertwine. So, excavate foundations follows prepare land for construction works. Build foundation structure follows excavate foundations. Build showroom spaces follows build foundation structure, and so on. The majority of these are logical dependencies, but remember, there can always be resource, external, and soft dependencies to consider. For example, F, design interiors, must follow C, build foundation structure. These do not seem dependent. However, the chief engineer needs to participate in the design activities, although he will not have the available time before the main part of the construction is done. This makes it a resource constraint. There we have it. Now, as you can see, A through to I is the longest stream. This is the path you will need to be the most vigilant with, as any delay here will postpone the whole project. This is the critical path. With the non-critical paths, you have extra time, where a delayed task won't halt the overall timeline, and this is called a float. As you can see, the car selection and production stream has a float of 2 weeks. Therefore, if a task is delayed within this float, it won't affect the project directly. However, if there is a delay longer than the float, then this non-critical path becomes the critical path. Yes, that's right. The critical path is dynamic and can change during the project, so you will need to monitor it carefully as the work progresses. What you've done here is a major step to creating the project schedule. But there's one more thing you can do to further help yourself, and that is by making a Gantt chart. And next lesson, we'll be taking a good look at that. Thanks a lot.
Section 5 and lecture number 29. Using the Gantt chart to plan the project work streams.
Wow, this project is really flying now. Remember last lesson when I said work streams could be executed in parallel? Of course you do. The thing is, this doesn't mean that they necessarily start at the same time. What we need is a way to list the activities in a way that we can see when they start and when they finish. Have your calendars at the ready, because here comes the Gantt chart. The one we mentioned way back in the history lesson, remember? The Gantt chart represents something very simple, yet extremely useful. It lists all the activities from our activity list on the y-axis of a table. A calendar with days, weeks, and months is positioned on the top of the table, the x-axis. The durations of the activities are drawn right below the calendar day. You can now see the start date and the end date, with the difference equaling the duration of the task. Do you see how easy it is to visualize our project activities now? Their duration, dependency, start and end dates are also clear to see. For now though, let's look at how our activities fit into the chart. We'll start with the critical path. Makes sense, right? So A is our first task. That's the easy part. As the project manager though, it's your job to decide when to execute the other streams. So think about this. M, recruit personnel, is a nice quick activity which you could start immediately, with N, the interview process, starting soon after. This means you could have the whole stream complete by week 11, but that leaves a long time before the showroom is set to open. What if the staff you hired and trained find other jobs, or they forget the training? Hiring more staff and training them will add time and cost to the project. So with that in mind, it seems that the best thing to do is to start the process at week 23, 11 weeks before the project is due to be completed, right? But what happens if we run into a situation like our non-straightforward task from a few lessons ago? Remember where our task of getting one candidate profile took 4 times longer than we estimated? Starting precisely 11 weeks before the project is complete means you won't have a buffer to account for a delay such as this. Your job as project manager will be to assess the risks and think of any potential problems that may occur with the scheduling. So for argument's sake, let's say we start with this path at week 18. For our project, this seems to leave us with an adequate buffer. This though is not an exact science. Each project manager must assess and determine their own schedule based on their experience and expertise. Now, let's see how we could fill in our chart. Hey, looks good to me. And the benefits of this chart are that you can see how all the activities fit together in a calendar and will help you form a strategy if there are any changes to the critical path. Okay, at this point you should be well equipped to start scheduling the project. It's what all these methods have been building up to. So hold on to your hats and see you next lesson.
Section 5 and lecture number 30, Building the Project Schedule, plus MS Project Tutorial.
Everything you've done to this point, the work breakdown structure, the activity list, estimating durations, applying buffers, sequencing activities, the critical path analysis, the Gantt chart, all have been leading to this point. A nice cup of tea. Just kidding, project managers don't have time to drink tea. It's time to build the project schedule, the almighty project plan for all your information. Now we'll give you a tutorial on how to use MS Project, a super tool that lets you input dates, link activities to one another, and add all the extra information you could need. Hi, welcome to our MS Project tutorial. This is a super useful tool for scheduling big projects with many activities. The tool offers many functionalities to help you create, change, and control your project schedule most efficiently. And it's very simple to use. It works similarly to Excel, just that it is customized for scheduling work. Let's see what we have on the main screen. To the left, we have the main table, where the tasks need to be listed and scheduled. To the right, we have the Gantt chart field, which is automatically populated as you type in your tasks. Above, we also have a timeline indicator to which you can add manually selected tasks. Let's hide this now and focus on the main part. I will expand the main part, swiping the Gantt chart part to the right. Okay, let's start with the task name. You need to type the name in the field. Then we have duration, where you can select the duration in days, weeks, or months. After, you have start and finish. This is where you need to select the calendar day on which the tasks will start and finish. Moving further to the right, you have predecessors. This is the field where you indicate dependencies between the tasks. Then, resource names. Here you type the name or role of the person responsible for the task at hand. The last one is Add New Column, and from the drop down you can see many other options you can add. We won't view them, but to give you an example, percentage complete. By clicking on it, it creates a new column. Here you can type how much of the total work on a certain task is completed up until now. Let's see an example. Say you need to refurbish your room. You would have the following tasks. Remove old furniture. Before starting anything, you need to empty the room. You deem 2 days are an appropriate duration and fill it in. Then, you need to say which date it should start. Spring sounds good. Let's say April 8th. By typing it, the tool automatically calculates the end date. It knows it will take 2 days. Resources. Let's say your brother is the person to do the heavy lifting. Next, cover the floor so nothing gets dirty during painting. Let's say 1 day. Now, this one should start after we have removed the furniture, right? So we have a dependency. We need to use the predecessors field, and we have 2 ways to do this. Select the 2 tasks and click on Link Tasks. There you go. It automatically populates the start date on the day after the first task is finished. Resource? Let's say your father will be doing the covering and painting. Next, paint the room. Let's say 5 days. Again, this is dependent on the floor covering. We will do the same. But this time, we will show you the other way. You can directly type into the predecessor field the number of the task on which this one is dependent, so 2. After painting, we will position the new furniture, let's say 2 days. We will again use the dependency, typing 3. Finally, some decoration, using the same logic and assigning your sister. There you go, you have a plan. Now, let's see another important functionality, the summary task. We want to see the painting activities in more detail. We want to add some additional tasks underneath it. Similarly to Excel, we select, let's say, 5 rows below. Right-click and insert task. There you go, 5 new rows. Here, we want to plan when to paint the walls and the ceiling. We type them in the same way. However, they are now displayed as new independent tasks. We need to indicate they are part of the paint room parent activity, so we select them and use the indent task button. Now, they are all subtasks to the main one, paint the room. In the same way, we populate their durations and dates. Final point. You can also double-click on each task to open up a window. Here, you can see many details, including all of the functionalities we saw. For example, Predecessor tab gives you information on all dependencies. Also, Notes, where you can type additional information on a task. After completing the plan, to the right you can see the Gantt chart that MS Project has automatically created for you. Okay, you now know how to use the tool for scheduling. Do you want to see what our Lamborghini project plan looks like? Let's take a look. You see to the right the activity list with durations, start and end dates, and dependency indicator in the predecessor column. Note, this is the high-level summarized version. However, we have 144 lines. This means we have the full list, including many subtasks. All activities with a plus sign to their right and in bold are summary tasks. Just click on the plus to expand. Let's see a few of them. Expand, prepare land for construction. It has 3 subtasks. Assemble band position safety barriers, clear site, etc. Car manufacturing. Schedules for 6 cars. By expanding them, you can see all the production steps identified. Recruit personnel. Same thing. As explained at the beginning, MS Project is easy to use and quite useful when planning projects. It is also similar to Excel, so in case you do not have MS Project, you can also try there. Thanks for watching. Wow, the project manager needs to go into loads of detail, right? But how can stakeholders hope to keep track of how a project is going? Well, a project manager creates a milestone table for them. Join us next lesson to see how and why we do that. Thanks for listening.
Section 5 in lecture number 31, How to Build a Milestone Table and Its Uses.
With an amazing project plan like this, it's unlikely you'll miss any details. You've done all the work and thought of everything. But imagine a project stakeholder wants to know the progress of your project, so they take a look at the project plan and are faced with 1,000 rows of tasks, all with their own status. They will near on have a heart attack. No way could they pinpoint any problems or see their impact quickly enough. we know senior managers do not have a lot of time. For this reason, we have the milestone table, where all information is brought to a high level. With this, we can see key actions, deliverables, and project milestones. The main stages of the project are written out as a reference point to check that the project is moving along as planned. A reason why having the critical path chart alongside is also a practical idea. So how about we show you what a milestone table could look like? Note that we said milestones. Milestones, as the name suggests, are important achievements throughout the project. They are marked with a 0 duration on the milestone table. You can see here main construction completed, personnel preparation completed, grand opening. These are some of the Lamborghini project milestones. Awesome! We have officially covered everything a project manager will need when scheduling their project. So, to recap, a project manager starts by creating a work breakdown structure, separating the project into work streams, deliverables, and work packages, and then assigns owners to said packages. This translates nicely into an activity list, but has little to no sequence, so the project manager works out all the dependencies and with that identifies the critical path. Awesome! Now, the project manager can use the Gantt chart to time the execution of tasks around the critical path. After all this is in order, the project manager will create the low-level project plan and the high-level milestone table. So this leaves the project manager with a project plan that tells them exactly what's going on, and the Gantt chart and milestone table are so anyone can follow the progress of the project. Excellent! This brings us to the end of our timelines part of this course. Now is the time we move on to budgeting. We are about to see how a project manager controls costs and gets what they need in the most effective way. See you next lesson.
Welcome to the course. Section 6 and Lectures 32 to 38, the planning phase, cost. This section includes the lectures such as Lecture 32 What is the process of budgeting? Lecture 33 What is the process of budgeting, continued? Lecture 34 How many types of procurement contracts? Lecture 35 What are the procuring non-financial resources? Lecture 36 What is planning HR? Lecture 37 What's Raji matrix? How to assigning roles. Lecture 38 What is the quality requirements?
Section 6 and lecture number 32, what is the process of budgeting?
Welcome to another important stage of the planning process. A word that brings fear to any university student's ears. Budgeting. As you can imagine, planning the costs for a project is not a simple job. There are plenty of questions a project manager needs to ask and get answers to. What financial resources do they need to create the deliverables? Are there going to be additional expenses? Will they need monetary buffers for any tasks? When do they need the money? Where will it come from? What is the total budget? Who will control the costs? How? Plus more, obviously. What's the best way to answer these questions? You got it. A detailed project budget. Conveniently, building one of these follows a similar process to building a project schedule. First, identify the activities that cost money from your work breakdown structure or activity list. Then, estimate the cost of each work package, task and deliverable, add buffers, and account for uncertainties. At that point, you should be ready to time the expenses. This can be done using a Gantt chart. And finally, put it all together into a project budget. But before we dive into the process of building said budget, there's something to note. Budgets are often exceeded because, just like Jimmy's timekeeping, spending habits fall prey to the optimism bias. So yet again, the project manager has to go beyond her or his natural instincts and plan a budget with sufficient breadth and depth. They must account for every part of the project that could potentially cost money and estimate how much money as accurately as humanly possible. Next lesson, we'll go through this process and see how to avoid any pitfalls. See you there, project manager.
Section 6 and lecture number 33, what is the process of budgeting? Continued.
The first step of cost planning is identifying all cost-generating activities. I'm sure you don't need to be told at this point that if anything is missed, then it will immediately affect the project budget. So let's go to the Lamborghini project and have a look at how you could approach this part of the process. The best thing to do now is whip out your work breakdown structure and activity list. Let's have a closer look at the three main work streams we have, shall we? Starting with the showroom preparation stream, we can safely assume that Lamborghini doesn't have a construction team on payroll and will have to hire at least one specialized company. You need to negotiate with various vendors, and you also need to evaluate if there are any costs that won't be covered by their company, like clearing or prepping the land prior to building. You must ask if the company will pay for material costs, or will you have to buy your own paint. A detailed contract listing the services the vendor will provide must be drawn up and factored into the project budget along with additional costs that you have identified. Regarding car preparation, Lamborghini's core business is producing cars, so there will be no financial payments for the production. However, car costs do need to be documented as the cars still need to be accounted for. The way you do this depends on the company. Some companies require transactions between departments to be made through intercompany expenses. You need the project sponsor to advise how to factor the cost. Of course, the internal structure of the company plays a big part here, so communicating with the appropriate people is paramount. Not only that, but you have to identify all related activities that generate cost. Delivery, car testing, insurance, things like that. Now, on to staff preparation. Working with the HR department is crucial here. You need to establish how many staff members are needed, what jobs they will have, what costs will be incurred for recruitment. Will Lamborghini use their own HR department, or will they pay for services of an HR company? And then you need to consider training. Will you train internally or hire a company again? Will you interview and train on site or rent an external training center? There is plenty to think about here. But if you have built a detailed and extensive activity list, then identifying which ones incur costs should be a lot easier. Bear in mind, however, that the cost planning may bring to light tasks that you did not think of while planning the project schedule. Alright, now that we have an extensive list of all our activities that will incur costs, it's time to estimate what those costs will be. Non-straightforward processes can rear their head here. Some tasks, like buy paint, are simple to estimate, and tasks which you may have estimated during a previous project, like using a particular HR company, can be worked out with little resistance. However, with other items you may have to combine the information you have available with professional estimations from your team. Sometimes you have to negotiate with vendors too. No doubt, some of these can take days or even weeks if many different people need to be contacted. As mentioned, using information from past projects or activities by the organization is a very useful tactic at this stage in particular. And of course, don't forget about the optimism bias and adding buffers. Once all your cost generating activities have their costs estimated, it's time to work out when the money needs to be spent and concurrently acquired. Use your Gantt chart to plan this, and then put it all together in your project budget, which could look something like this. It's important to track your actual spending, so adding a column for that would make sense. But with so many different types of project, there is no one-size-fits-all project budget template. Check out the course resources for a few more examples to get a better idea. But remember, it is the job of the project manager to compile a project budget that works best for their project. Resource procurement is one of the more volatile areas of budgeting, as the project manager will be working with external vendors, and as a result they will be faced with a greater level of uncertainty. Next lesson, we're going to talk about what the project manager may be faced with when procuring resources and how they can better prepare themselves. See you there.
Section 6 and lecture number 34, how many types of procurement contracts?
It's often the case that an organization will not have the required resources that a project needs. Therefore, the project manager here has the responsibility to procure what they need externally. By this point, they should be very familiar with the details of the contract in order to properly assess the costs and the risks of any transaction. They must be aware of timelines, due dates, and quality levels of all resources they are procuring. There are three main types of contract that we will run through now. It is up to the project manager to find the best contract because it's their main tool for keeping track of vendor work and behavior. So the first one is called fixed price, and it's the simplest type of contract. The vendor commits to doing the work for a set amount within a certain time frame. The pros of this is that any additional spending will be taken on by the vendor. No risk for you. Perfect. Or is it? You see that they are aware that with this kind of contract, if the costs are higher than expected, then they will incur losses. Therefore, there is a chance they will put a big buffer on the initial price. Or if they find that costs are getting too high, they may try to decrease the scope or the quality in order to compensate. So know that this is beneficial to use when the scope is clear to all parties, but a good analysis is important prior to making agreements. The second type is called cost plus. This is where the buyer agrees to pay any cost incurred by the vendor performing the work. This can be a fixed additional fee, a variable fee, or a mix of the two. Either way, it gives the buyer the flexibility to adapt the spending in accordance with the work being done. But with that comes the risk of covering all extra costs, along with the chance that the vendor may keep the work going longer than needed, or adding extra items to the to-do list. This contract makes more sense if the scope is not easy to define, but proper controls need to be put in place to ensure money is only spent on things essential for the project. A fancy new haircut for the vendor doesn't fall into this category. The third type of contract is called time and materials, and it's a mixture of fixed price and cost plus. It's where the vendor charges the buyer an hourly or daily rate. For example, when consultants or technicians charge per day for their services. It's another good contract to jump into when the scope is not clear, and the work is more labour-based than material-based. It runs a similar risk to the cost plus contract, but that just means the same countermeasures can be taken. Well, there we have three types of contract, but there can be many variations, and of course they can all be tailor-made. The project manager could add incentives for the vendor to complete work faster or to a better quality. The contract can even include inflation if the project spans a long time. The project manager must have a good understanding of all risks and benefits that each agreement can have. Then define the most convenient approach for the project, the stakeholders, and of course for the vendor themselves to agree. Awesome. So that's how the project manager can deal with the financial side of things. But what about the non-financial resources? Well, join us next lesson where we'll talk about human resources. See you there.
Section 6 and lecture number 35, what are the procuring non-financial resources?
It's not all about the money in project management, so forget about the price tag. Well, for this lesson at least. Because here we're going to discuss the non-financial resources that will be needed for a project. Primarily, non-financial resources are humans, so that's what we're going to focus on now, human resources. Right, let's cut to the chase. It's time for another analysis. There are 4 parts to it. First, you define the type of resources. Then, you estimate how much time you will need. Thirdly, you validate the availability of the people you need. And lastly, you assign roles and responsibilities to them. As project manager, the first thing you should do is take your work breakdown structure as you have before and understand what kind of support is needed to execute the project. Whether the experts you need are external or already employed in the organization, this is the time to identify them. One thing to note is that management effort should also be accounted for. Many make the mistake that management are available by default. But if your analysts have worked to the bone to finish their work by the deadline only to have the management approval delayed because you haven't allocated the 2 days needed to check the work, then not only will you have some unhappy analysts, but you have also pushed back your entire project. Managers are busy people and they will not always have the time in their schedule, unless you plan for it. The second part of the process is the estimations. You need to estimate the time each expert needs to dedicate to complete each of the activities. And don't forget your optimism bias and adding buffers. The tactics and charts we have used so far translate nicely to this area too. The next 2 parts we will cover in the next lessons, as they get a little more complex. After all, we are dealing with people who have varying schedules and workloads. So I'll see you there.
Section 6 and lecture number 36, what is planning human resources, HR?
Now that you've worked out who you need and how much time they need to dedicate to your magnificent project, you must work out when they can give you their time. The first thing you should do is create a schedule using a simple template. Just detail who needs to do what and when. Of course, you need to keep your calendar at hand for this part. It's important to keep track of employees' schedules. You also need to obtain confirmation from their department heads, as there is a chance they will need them at certain times or refuse outright to let you have them, in which case you will need to work with the project sponsor to find an alternative plan. You also mustn't forget to check their personal availability, including any planned holidays. You can't expect people to send you important emails while they're enjoying their time at the beach. Let's go back to the showroom example. I'll zoom in to the work stream for the development of the software for the interactive displays of your showroom. This is how creating a schedule works. First, we add columns for the name of the task, the person responsible, and the expected duration. Then, we add a calendar with the month and weekdays. Do not forget to check for holidays and mark them. For example, in the US, the 4th of July is a national holiday. After that, we can mark the days or weeks when the person is not available to work on the project tasks. Finally, for an extra level of detail, you can add the amount of time that the person responsible can dedicate to the project tasks in each cell. And yes, this is quite similar to our favourite, the Gantt chart. So after we filled in the details, we can see in this workstream there are 2 developers, Steve and Terry. John, on the other hand, is responsible for the whole IT delivery and will be managing and coordinating their work. Monica has been appointed to do software testing, and every few days she will need to test the created software and provide feedback. This shouldn't be a problem to manage with this schedule, but we'll admit that is not the most high-level way of organising it, especially with large numbers of employees. A good idea is to clearly define everyone's roles and responsibilities. So that's what we'll do in the next lesson.
Section 6 and lecture number 37, what's is Raji matrix? How to assigning roles.
Our last step is to define the roles and the responsibilities of all project team members. Having an easy to follow list of everyone involved in the project and their responsibilities is incredibly useful and will make the project run much more smoothly. I will now show you 2 fantastic tools used for documenting roles and responsibilities. The first one is a simple list like this one. Easy enough, right? Each person has a clear set of tasks so everyone can see who is responsible for what. The second tool is called an RACI matrix. It is slightly more complex, but it's easier to see who is involved with a particular task. According to the matrix, there are 4 roles for each task: R, A, C, and I. The first is responsible, the person who is directly responsible for doing the work. Second is accountable, the person responsible for meeting the overall goal of the activity, with the project manager being accountable for most things. Third, we have consulted, the person who provides information, expertise, or support for an activity. The fourth is informed, the person who needs to be informed on the progress of an activity, such as the project sponsor who must be kept up to date with the project health. Each tool has its benefits. The first being a high-level look, which is very practical and quick to create. It is people-orientated and shows who does what. The RACI, on the other hand, is perhaps a more formal document, but it highlights the tasks and shows much more information about who is involved in a particular activity or work stream. As always, the project manager must pick the method that best suits their project, type of tasks, and people involved. It could be one or the other, or a mixture of the two. Now, there is just one more thing that can affect the trio of constraints: quality checks. Whatever the goal of the project, it must reach quality standards. So we're going to look in the next lesson at how the project manager will define these standards and how they're kept throughout the project. I'll see you there.
Section 6 and lecture number 38. What is the quality requirements?
The standard of something as measured against other things of a similar kind. The degree of excellence of something. That's how the Cambridge Dictionary defines quality. But what do we mean when we talk about quality in the context of project management? We can think of quality as the qualitative characteristics of a product, be its physical qualities like its material or contents, its performance like the acceleration of a vehicle, or service related, such as response time in a customer-facing role. The project manager will need to work with stakeholders to specify the quality standards of the deliverables of the project, and of course to ensure they are being met. To do this, there is a wonderful 5-step process to follow. A list always helps us to remember. So first, the project manager and the stakeholders must define the quality standards and requirements, adhering to any laws and regulations. For example, building a bridge will require different quality standards than building a website. A bridge would need rigorous strength testing, specific materials, and special construction methods, while a website would require all coding to be accurate, copy to be proofread, no broken links, and hopefully an aesthetically pleasing design. Of course, the project manager needs to identify and factor all criteria that the deliverables need to meet and how the specific project work must be executed to ensure standards are met. However, depending on the project manager may need a department or external company to take responsibility for quality aspects. This will, without a doubt, involve non-straightforward tasks, as there will be multiple people to engage with and approvals to be collected before standards can be finalized. The second part of the process focuses on setting the actual and actionable targets for the criteria identified during step 1. Let's have a look at a few different fields and see how targets are set. Field number 1, construction. As you can imagine, most of the numerous quality standards are set by regulation and therefore require special expertise to be properly managed. These are things like structural stability, fire safety, air ventilation, drainage, electrical safety, quality of materials, plus so many more. Without these regulations met, the project is unlikely to get the required authorization documents. Field number 2, production. A common way to set targets in production is to look at defect rate. Say a company is producing 100,000 units a month and sets targets of less than 50 defected units per month. A 0.05% tolerance, our target. Of course, testing all 100,000 units would cost far too much time and money. So what companies usually do is to lean on statistical methods. A common example is to define a sample of units to be tested, say 1,000 units, and then set a tolerance level, for example a maximum of 0.05% defective products. This means out of the 1,000 tested, no more than 5 products should have defects. Field number 3, customer service. If a company decides to outsource its call center to an external company, then to ensure customers are happy, they may decide to set a customer service quality target. For example, less than 5% of calls lost per month, or over 98% of cases resolved. The company may even decide to perform customer surveys after each call, asking the customers to rate their care they have received from 1 to 5, with an average target of 4 or more. That makes sense, right? Okay, so after steps 1 and 2 have been completed, the third step of the process is to plan how and when to measure quality and who will do it. The project manager and the stakeholders need to agree on how quality audits will be performed once the project moves into execution. For example, this can include things like deciding on the total number of audits, the frequency of the checks, and how the results will be reported. Project manager and stakeholders need to decide on an owner of the quality checks, and if there is no appropriate employee within the organization, then they must seek external experts. Alright, moving on to step 4, finalizing the quality plan. Now, the project manager takes all the information gained so far and collates it into a simple table. The table should show the quality standards, a metric for each standard, the target result, sample size of audits, the frequency of reports, and the owner. Once all of this is done and dealt with, the final thing for the project manager to do is to make adjustments to their project constraints, if necessary. A quality plan can increase the scope, the cost, or the time for the project completion in any number of ways, so a review of this is essential. Right, there's our quality plan. We want all aspects of the project to be of the highest quality they can be, and the quality plan is here to ensure that this is exactly what we achieve. Excellent. Now that we've tackled quality, resources, timing, and scope, it seems that we've covered everything, right? Well, as Murphy's Law says, anything that can go wrong will. So the next crucial thing to talk about is how a project manager identifies risks and plans for their prevention or resolution. See you there.
Welcome to the course. Section 7 and Lectures 39 to 42, the planning phase, expectations, assumptions, and risks. This section includes the lectures such as Lecture 39 What is the planning expectations management? Lecture 40 How to control assumptions? Lecture 41 What is the planning risk management? Lecture 42 How to build a risk log?
Section 7 and lecture number 39, What is the planning expectations management?
So, we've covered the obvious parts of a project, the time, scope, and cost. Now we're going to look at the non-obvious parts of the project. Claude Debussy and Mozart are quoted as saying that music is the silence between the notes. And in many ways, a project is as much the things that aren't seen as the things that are. While a truly great musician will be aware of the gaps between the notes, a fantastic project manager will have an ear for the expectations, assumptions, and risks surrounding a project. So let's start this lesson by explaining how to deal with multiple stakeholders' expectations of a project. Following that, we will do the same for assumptions. After the project manager has cleared up these areas, risks become more apparent. So that is when we will go through the process of risk assessment and, of course, risk prevention and response. Okay, do you remember when we discussed talking with stakeholders about their expectations from the project? Sure you do. Well, as a project manager, it's important to be able to understand human nature and psychology. A project involves a lot of people, And if expectations are not the same across the board, some of the people involved will be disappointed that the project didn't meet their expectations. An expectation is the psychological picture we create in our heads for a future event. And depending on the situation, it can be easy to set expectations and predict outcomes. For example, you order a taxi and expect it to arrive in 5 to 10 minutes. You can only really be disappointed if the taxi driver fails their task and is late. However, if you give a person more room for imagination, then the chances of disappointment may be higher. Now imagine that the taxi you ordered is supposed to take you to a school reunion, which you are excited for because you expect to rekindle an old flame. Sam. They will be just as funny and beautiful as they were 15 years ago. You expect they will fall head over heels for you and it will be just like it was when you were kids. Sam, however, expects everyone to be super thrilled about their recent marriage proposal. The reunion may be a success for Sam, but certainly not for you. When given more room for interpretation, we are likely to fill our imagination with our own subjective views and desires. And the more people there are imagining how something could end up, the more chance there is that expectations will vary. If a project reaches its end, after all the time, money and effort has been invested and stakeholders, especially the client of the project, reveal their expectations to be something completely different, the project has automatically failed. This is why the project manager must have a clear idea of the project from the beginning, and it's essential they have all the stakeholders on the same page. Now, the process of getting everyone on the same page is done mostly when defining the scope, during workshops, and when meeting the stakeholders. The project manager must be able to clearly communicate their expectations and hold sessions in a way that encourage stakeholders to share their expectations in order to identify any gaps. Some example questions the project manager could ask are: how do you think the final product of the project will be useful to the organization? Or, do you believe something can be added to significantly improve the result? Or even, do you agree with the way the scope is described in the project documents? Plus many others, because the more thorough, the better. Now, the project manager's job of leveling everyone's expectations does not stop there. Not only must the project manager keep all stakeholders up to date during the various meetings carried out through the scope phase, but they must also keep in constant communication for the whole project as any changes occur. The whole idea behind keeping everyone in the loop, constantly, is to eliminate any opportunities for the stakeholders' imagination to run wild. Awesome. Now that covers expectations. Next lesson, we'll discuss how to make assumptions in the safest way. See you there.
Section 7 and Lecture number 40, How to Control Assumptions.
As well as expectations, projects also involve plenty of assumptions. An assumption is when something is believed to be true when there's no definite proof. While the planning process aims to clarify all areas of the project, we must assume that there are areas that we cannot be 100% certain of. For example, we cannot be 100% sure that all team members will be as productive as they usually are, but we have to assume they will. Of course, a project manager will be more certain of their assumption if they have worked with the team before, but it is still an assumption. The more past data a project manager has, the safer their assumptions will be. Imagine Lamborghini needs to hire a certain number of mechanics to deal with any problems the show cars may have. You, as the project manager, could look at previous data where a similarly trained mechanic from a previous showroom project was able to properly care for 5 cars. You plan to have 20 cars in your showroom. Therefore, you can assume you will need to hire 4 mechanics. While there is still a level of uncertainty, it is a lot less than if you had no previous data. Of course, estimations can be made by other team members and experts in those areas, in which case your job as project manager is to review and understand the calculations and assumptions made. You need to know how much uncertainty has been addressed, how much buffer is needed, and how much of the work is exposed to events that can impact it in a negative way. These events are, of course, risks, the topic of our next lesson, And that is where we'll see you.
Section 7 and lecture number 41. What is the planning risk management?
When Darth Vader was a project manager for the Death Star, he did a pretty good job. The time, scope, and cost for a project such as this must have been astronomical. The vessel was a pinnacle of engineering, and Mr. Vader assumed he had thought of everything. No way could any starship, no matter how large, even make a dent in a superweapon that can blow up planets. So Mr. Vader put his feet up on his favorite armchair and prepared to reap the rewards of galactic domination. However, old Darthy didn't assume that some tiny little X-Wings could attack the planet-sized Death Star and blow it up. How wrong he was. This goes to show that proper risk management can not only make a project more efficient by eliminating delays, it can even save a project from total failure. Darth Vader was perhaps a little overconfident and narrow-minded by not putting a cover on the thermal exhaust port, or maybe he was just over budget. For future generations, project managers looking to conquer the universe can avoid this problem by following this 3-step process. The first step is to identify the risks. Throughout the planning phase, the project manager will list all the risks they encounter in a risk log. They must continually add to this through all stakeholder meetings and workshops. Of course, it's not a straightforward process. The information is not just sitting there with a badge saying risks. They must use their skills, knowledge, intuition, and team to uncover them. The risk log will look something like this. Now, once the risks have been identified, the next step is to analyze them. We can do this by reviewing 2 dimensions. How bad can it get if the event happens? And how likely is it that the event actually happens? Or in other words, the severity of the consequences and the probability of occurrence. The severity refers to the impact the event would have on the scope, budget, or timeline, and to what degree the project activities are exposed to such an event. We record the severity with a scale. A simple one would be high, medium, and low, but could be translated to something as specific as expected delays or financial losses. The probability of occurrence is how likely an event will occur. Again, a simple scale of high, medium, or low probability can be used, or, depending on the project, perhaps it could be measured by percentage. Obviously, 100% would no longer make it a risk, rather something that is certain and would make it an actual issue. Now, let's fill in some potential risks with our Lamborghini project. Excellent. Looking good. But what are you going to do with this information, project manager? See you next lesson, where we'll look at how to handle these risks together.
Section 7 and lecture number 42. How to build a risk log.
Now is the time to prepare for action. You can do 2 things when faced with a risk. Change something in advance to eliminate or lessen the risk, say doing construction in the summer months rather than the winter months, for example, or create a plan B in case the risk becomes reality. The former is called mitigation and the latter, contingency. The options you have when it comes to mitigation are, firstly, to eliminate the risk. For example, you have planned to have big modern letters which light up all spectacular to be put on the top of your showroom. The risk is that this area is prone to strong winds during some seasons, and there is a risk of letters falling. To eliminate this risk completely, you can plan to have them attached to the facade or have printed letters instead. And of course, insurance will cover the financial risks of any damage if you choose to keep the original lettering. If eliminating the risk is not possible, or not worth the extra costs, then you can aim to reduce the severity. For example, if it's not feasible to delay construction during the autumn and winter months, then you can prepare for damage control by training your team to work in bad conditions and store equipment that could be damaged during periods of bad weather. If you are diligent, you can prevent major costs and delays without having to stop construction completely. On top of that, you can reduce the probability of occurrence. If you have noticed low motivation from a member of your team and their low productivity risks causing delays, then you can be proactive in motivating them by identifying any problems they may have or by incentivizing the work. And if during the project you find these methods have not worked, you can let the team member go or employ an extra pair of hands. Now, as you can probably guess, these methods can be combined and personalized as required by the project. Great. So now let's talk about contingency planning. Unless you have eliminated a risk completely, then a plan B is always a good idea. Document what you and the team need to do to limit the damage from an event and record it in the risk log. For example, take the 3D visualization effects example from our log. The technology is designed to project what the cars would look like in different colors and variations. If it's not ready when the showroom opens, we can still show them the old-fashioned way with booklets and displays. It's not ideal, but it is a better outcome than having no backup plan whatsoever. So view your risk log as a living document that must be constantly updated. Risks can rear their head at any point, and previously identified risks can evolve. A good project manager will keep updating their risk log. As we mentioned, risks, as well as many other areas of the project planning, are often identified through communication with stakeholders. So how about we take some time to discuss how a project manager communicates with everyone involved in the project.
Welcome to the course. Section 8 and lecture number 43, the planning phase, changing process. This section includes the lectures such as how to deal with in-record change requests.
Section 8 and lecture number 43, how to deal with in-record change requests.
Have you ever started something only to find out halfway through that there's been a better way to do it all along? Sure, we all have. Before the spoon was invented, everyone ate soup with a fork. Of course, in a project, frequent changes will incur excessive costs for budget, scope, quality, or time. And the project manager tries to eliminate as much of this cost as possible with a detailed plan. But a good project manager is also not stubborn and will adapt to change. Basically, it's the project manager's job to limit the need for changes on one hand, and on the other, to efficiently manage the changes in a way that the project could benefit. Now let's discuss. First is what we've been doing in the course so far, limiting the potential for change through comprehensive planning. By using the methods we've been discussing, any project manager will miss fewer details in the execution phase and therefore will not need to make any changes. If they do need to make changes though, a project manager should implement a change control process. Before moving to execution, it must be agreed how to make changes, and as with most parts of the planning process, needs to be established. So let's go through one. The thing that will start the process is a change being requested, and that request needs to be analysed. What are the benefits of the change? What is needed in order to implement the change, and what is its impact on the project? Of course, a formal document must be created to collect this data, a change request form. The project manager must understand the proposal, fill in the form, and then send it for approval. Who will the project manager send the change request form to? The project sponsor, of course. Since they have provided the needed resources, they should also determine if the additional needs are worth it. If the project manager has concluded that the change will benefit the project, then they must convince the project sponsor. There may even be cases where there is no benefit to the project and it has simply fallen behind, meaning changes to the project need to be made just to reach the original goal. It is possible for a project to be cancelled if the additional resources are substantial and the project no longer has positive value. This reinforces the fact that detailed planning is vital. Now, let's say the changes are of benefit to the project and the sponsor approves the change request. Then the project manager must replan and update the project plan and assess where areas are impacted and how. Is it the schedule that's impacted, or the budget, scope, resources, quality, or is it all of them? Using the same methods which we discussed, the project manager must reassess these areas, factoring in the new information. It is worth noting that the project manager will be the one to decide if a project that's proposed needs to actually go through this rigorous process. For example, a team member requesting a couple of days off will not cost additional resources and will be covered by the buffer, so it doesn't require a lengthy process at all. Remember that the scope statement is a project manager's shield. If a stakeholder challenges the project manager by saying a certain aspect was not what they expected, then the project manager can take out their detailed scope statement and counter the challenge. However, if the stakeholder has a point and something crucial is missing, then the process is likely to be initiated. So there we have it. The planning is complete. Congratulations! It's not been easy, but now we have a solid, detailed project plan, including the fundamentals of scope, time, and cost, as well as the not so obvious expectations, assumptions, and risks. We've planned how we will communicate, and we've put things in place to prepare for any changes that may occur. And what did we learn about planning? We learned that if a project manager wants to complete the project successfully with time and budget, then they must put sufficient time, attention, and effort into the planning. The more things they miss, the higher the chance of changes and backtracking, which, of course, will cause delays and harm to the project. Planning involves many non-straightforward tasks, which means the project manager must deal with various stakeholders to get the information to build solid assumptions and plans. Both of these fit into the fact that planning is iterative. New information about changes can come to light, meaning the project manager may have to go back and update plans. We also learned that the project manager is responsible for understanding the project, identifying the important sections, and investing the appropriate amount of time to plan each section and consider all dependencies. They must uncover all available data and engage different stakeholders to obtain information critical for planning. Of course, they must also perform all planning work with sufficient breadth and depth. Once they have identified the expectations for a project, they must resolve any discrepancies. And finally, they must finalize and formalize the plan and present it to the project sponsor for approval. That is the point when they can finally move on to the execution, just like we are about to do now.
Welcome to the course, Section 9 and Lectures 44 to 46, the Execution Phase, Meetings. This section includes the lectures such as, Lecture 44 Introduction to Execution and Kickoff Meetings. Lecture 45 What is involved in a kickoff meeting? Lecture 46 Tips to handle meetings.
Section 9 and Lecture number 44, Introduction to Execution and Kickoff Meetings.
So here we are. We've gone through the first two phases of the project lifecycle. Initiation, where the project foundations are laid and a project manager is appointed, and planning, where the project manager uses their many skills to create a superb project plan. So what next? Well, if this was a skiing trip, you'd be at the point where you've prepared the holiday, got the time off work and saved up enough money. You've got all your equipment on, watched hours of how to ski videos on YouTube. You've mentally prepared yourself on the journey up the ski lift, and you are now standing at the top of the slope. You've done everything humanly possible to get ready. But now, it's time to push yourself down the hill and see what your efforts amount to. In project management vernacular, this hill is called execution. So try not to fly headfirst into a tree. As we said over and over again, the more detailed the plan, the easier the execution. Note that I am saying easier, not easy. No project can ever execute itself, regardless of how well it's been planned. The project needs the project manager to manage the work, the people, and all communications throughout the whole phase. And while the project team is responsible for the actual execution of the project, it's the project manager who's accountable. Of course, the execution phase will vary more than the planning stage depending on the project, but don't worry. In the following lessons, we will take you through some universal methods for ensuring a smooth execution. Alright, you may have noticed that the execution phase runs alongside the monitoring and control phase. Instead of explaining both those phases simultaneously, we will break halfway through execution to explain monitoring and control activities. It will be much clearer this way. Trust us on this one, we've got your back. So let's start at the beginning, the kickoff meeting. See you in the next lesson where we will discuss what it is and how to do it. Great stuff.
Section 9 and lecture number 45, what is involved in a kickoff meeting?
So what is a kickoff meeting? Well, it's just the starting point of the execution phase, and if done well, won't involve any actual kicking. Here is when the project manager meets with the client, sponsor, project team, and any other key stakeholders to review the plans and present how they will execute the project. This will be the last official point where the project manager's plans can be challenged, as this is when they are validated. The members of the meeting must also set the rules of the project, like how will the deliverables be approved and by whom, and how often will the project manager send project reports. Basically, it's an opportunity to iron out all the remaining details. That said, the kickoff meeting is also the place where the project manager must show the client that they and their project will meet the objective. It will be the first time the project manager will have to meet certain expectations. Have they done a good job so far? Do they understand what's involved? Are they confident that they will succeed? Of course, with our Lamborghini project, you know the answer to these questions is a resounding yes. But you need to prove it and inspire confidence in the stakeholders. But how? That's right, planning. Oh, you thought we were done talking about planning now that we're in the execution phase, huh? Well, a project manager never stops planning in one way or another. So, plan when and where the kickoff meeting will take place. 5 to 10 days in advance, you should book an appropriate room and send the invites with plenty of notice. And of course, make sure the projector works. Maybe a prep meeting. The point is, you can't simply think to yourself, okay, I have the kickoff meeting in 2 days. Let's see what I need to do. It's like a sprint. Without a really strong start, you don't have a good chance of winning. So while you have put all of yours and the expert's skills and experience to good use and made a wonderful project plan, you need to present this in an engaging and meaningful way. So let's talk presentation. Slideshows are always a good bet. Using all the plans we have made, summarize them in a high-level way, but be sure to cover all crucial areas. You must aim to leave the stakeholders and the clients happy that their project is in your capable hands. Here's the best way to do that. Start by introducing the project goal and objective and take them through the project scope. Show the high-level project schedule, Gantt chart, critical path, and milestones. Then take them through the project budget. Explain what resources are needed, what the quality expectations are, and how they will be met. Inform them about the risks involved and, more importantly, wow them with your preemptive solutions. Introduce any other area that may be important to the particular project you're working on, like legal aspects or the communication approach. Of course, you can prepare a slideshow for a convenient way to showcase everything. Remember though, even after a killer presentation, details will need to be discussed with everybody. This part is harder to prepare for, but there are still methods you can equip yourself with to make the delivery of the meeting super smooth. Once you've introduced everyone and the project, validate the plans by going through them one by one. You have an incredibly detailed plan, so answering any questions should be simple. There is a chance, however, that one or two stakeholders disagree with the rest of the group. Some diplomacy here goes a long way. Try to understand why and perhaps have a discussion away from the meeting. If things can't be resolved, getting the project sponsor involved is also an option. Finally, discuss with the group how the project approval process will work. who will approve the deliverables? Usually, it would be the client who would judge the project's success in comparison to its scope and quality checks. You can also discuss who will be responsible for approving the sub-deliverables. For example, the head of department is a sensible choice to give the approvals at various stages of a work stream. Just before wrapping up, be sure to agree with the group how often the project manager should provide status updates on the project health. Whether it's on track, at risk of being delayed, or already delayed. A weekly meeting is considered best practice, but this can also be bi-weekly or monthly depending on the project. Again, one of the most important goals of the kickoff meeting is for the client and stakeholders to leave feeling confident in the project. Join us next lesson for some useful tips on how to keep them happy.
Section 9 and lecture number 46, Tips to Handle Meetings.
So would you like some invaluable tips on how to handle a kickoff and any other meeting? Of course you would. So our first tip is to cross-check everything. Ideally, you would have done this throughout the planning phase, but checking your facts with the experts is a must. Engineers, architects, IT developers, they're all going to be more knowledgeable in their respective fields than a project manager. Double checking with them will enable you to justify your planning decisions. However, even though you've consulted and planned from almost every angle, there will still be difficult questions you simply do not know the answer to. If this happens, the best strategy is to admit you do not have the expertise to answer this particular question. No one will doubt your ability to run this project if you admit you do not know an answer to a very technical question. The more important point here is what to do next. A good project manager will have to demonstrate this gap will be immediately addressed. Assure the group that you will find out the necessary information at the first possible moment and the answer will be provided. Then, just update your plan accordingly and do what you promised. You may also encounter people who are constantly concerned by and untrusting of your plan, even if you believe there isn't a better way or plan to address these concerns. A clever idea when this happens is to add their concerns to the risk log. It helps when people see their concerns documented and taken seriously. As you can imagine, there are plenty of words and phrases to avoid when answering questions and discussing a project. For example, if you feel like responding with the sentence, "This cannot be done," consider phrasing it differently, like, "Considering the available time or budget, there is a low probability that we can deliver this as per these expectations." Of course, there are plenty of these, but the two biggest ones that will make a team lose trust in you are "I don't know" and "I hope." As we said, if you don't know, approach the situation with a can-do attitude. Unfortunately, I cannot confirm this right now. Let me review over the next day and I will get back to you with an answer. Similarly, by saying "I hope," you effectively suggest that you are leaving something up to chance. Instead, try, "We have reviewed and planned to meet the goal. If we see it is not progressing as per our expectations, then we will quickly take actions to bring it back on track." This shows that even by chance something happens, you will take actions to resolve it. Notice that in the last quote, the project manager said "we" instead of "I." This is a smart way of promoting team spirit and motivation. You and the project would be nothing without them. We know you're brilliant, but so is your team, and you need to make sure they know that too. Inspire enthusiasm. After all, you are about to create something amazing with a group of diverse people with different skills and backgrounds. Motivate your team. If you are confident in their success, they will be too. Now, after the kickoff meeting, don't forget to send the minutes. The minutes not only serve as a reminder, but also as a formal documentation of agreed commitments. And speaking of commitments, follow up on your own. Demonstrate that the action, owner, due date concept is second nature to you. What's the action, owner, due date concept, you ask? Join us next lesson to find out.
Welcome to the course. Section 10 and Lectures 47 to 48, the Execution Phase, Project Diary. This section includes the lectures such as Lecture 47, What is the due date of action owner? Lecture 48, How to fill the project diary.
Section 10 and lecture number 47, What is the due date of action owner?
By now, you should have a solid idea of what's involved in a kickoff meeting. So it's time to talk about the action owner due date concept. You can probably guess by the not so cryptic title that it's some sort of project diary to keep track of actions throughout the execution. But let's talk about it in a little more detail. As we've mentioned plenty of times before, projects are complex initiatives. And while we can plan meticulously, the execution phase will still have its missteps if we're not diligent. With so many activities, departments and expertise and people and cultures and new tasks, there are bound to be miscommunications and gaps in understanding. This can cause inefficiencies unless recorded in a project diary. Whenever there are ongoing actions or agreements made as the project goes, the three dimensions to record are what must be done, by whom, and until when. Let's look at them in turn. First, the action or the task. You must describe the task clearly. That way you will avoid giving people freedom of interpretation. Then there's recording the responsible party. We've all come across those tasks that everyone thinks someone else has done and then they get neglected completely and everyone blames someone else. Assigning a person to a task means everyone knows exactly who is responsible for the task completion. And finally, the due date. Humans are notorious procrastinators, both at work and in our spare time. Very few of us can trust ourselves to not get distracted, let alone others. On top of that, we know from the planning fallacy that we are not so great at forecasting the future. Setting a time limit increases our focus. So the project diary is a formal document which states the what, the who, and the when. It is super useful. So let's have a look at what a project diary would look like using the Lamborghini project in the next lesson. Get your project manager shoes on and I'll see you there.
Section 10 and lecture number 48, How to fill the project diary.
Even with planning, the project will change and grow. This needs to be recorded formally, and we're going to use our Lamborghini project to show you how. Alright, so you're holding your kickoff meeting, and Lamborghini's HR manager has asked if we need to hire anyone who speaks a language other than English. This is a good point that you hadn't thought of. The marketing manager is also there, and they confirm that with the expected clients, it would be a good idea to have at least one Spanish-speaking member of staff and one Russian-speaking employee. The HR manager says that it is doable, but the time needed for the hiring process would be around 11 weeks rather than the 8 initially planned. This means that your action is to update the activity, recruit personnel, in your project plan. You are the person who needs to complete it. And as you know this is a task which you can complete in a day, you mark this down too. Something to point out. Even if there is a relatively simple task and you are the one responsible for it, don't assume that you will remember. Because firstly, this can lead to mistakes. Secondly, other people on the project need to know what is happening and to trust that you are being thorough in your execution. And thirdly, this can be a record for future projects, where similar actions may help you with planning. Now, imagine you're a month into your project and you hold a project update meeting. The marketing manager shares a problem regarding the activity Order Furniture and Tech with the subtask Select Vendors, which by the way is line 45 of your project plan. They tell you that the design agency will not be able to prepare the work in the next 2 months as they are over encumbered with other clients. But you have estimated 5 weeks for creating the furniture. 2 months are not okay. Your project is now in week 22 and the construction company is already working on the final stages of construction, the roof works. So, you ask the marketing director to search for another design agency. However, they explain that they cannot help, and it's the finance manager assistant who deals with the vendors. After speaking with them, you set a deadline of 2 weeks and fill it into your project diary. Nice job, project manager. As you can see, projects change and evolve, but with a clear and concise project diary, everyone can see their commitments, and when the project manager is on top of it, there is a lot less room for delays and mistakes. The project diary is a great tool during the execution phase, but since a tool is only good as its user, a project manager needs to be able to manage all the work and people involved. In the next few lessons, we will discuss just how the project manager can do this. Keep in mind, the popular name for this tool is a project action log. So in your next project, use this as the fancy cover for your diary. See you in the next lesson.
Welcome to the course. Section 11 and lectures 49 to 50, the execution phase, managing the team and work. This section includes the lectures such as, Lecture 49 How the Project Manager Manages Tasks, Lecture 50 How the Project Manager Manages the Team, Section 11 and lecture number 49, How the Project Manager Manages Tasks.
Hi! Now there's a certain amount of added pressure during the execution phase compared to the planning phase. The project is constantly consuming time and cost resources to create the scope output. However, good project managers can handle pressure better than a release valve. They do this by managing the project. It is in their title. But how? Well, every project manager worth their salt will start their day by looking at the detailed project plan. This is where the project manager can see which tasks are ongoing, which deadlines are approaching, and which activities are due to start. They must ask themselves, are things on track? And are tasks ready to start? Beyond this, the project manager also has to look at the project diary to see any open actions and ask if the owners of those actions are on target with their commitments. Only then do they progress with managing the project. In fact, the project manager manages two things, the work and the people. And in this lesson, we're going to discuss the work management. Okay, when considering managing the work, supervising the critical path is absolutely key, and the project manager must ensure high productivity on these activities. Remember, if the critical path is delayed, then the whole project is delayed. Productivity is the ratio between the input and the output, right? In the project management world, that's the scope and the resources respectively. So, good productivity is when we have high output and low input. In a construction scenario, for example, productivity could be measured by the number of stories built per month. In software design, on the other hand, it could be measured in the number of functionalities programmed. Whatever the output, the project manager must make sure the rate is per the plan. However, good productivity is almost pointless if the following activity is not ready to start. As we saw with Lamborghini, the construction team were being very productive, but there were problems with the design agency. This means that the following task would not be ready to start. But with the help of your team, you were able to spring into action and hire a new agency that would be able to begin on time. Of course, this is not just about keeping tasks on course. As project manager, you will be on a constant lookout for ways to optimize the workflow. Opportunities will arise as you and the team become more familiar with the work at hand. You must constantly ask if there's a better way to sequence the work, and you keep communications open for your team to suggest new ideas. A project manager is only as good as their team, and an excellent project manager knows this. Now, the critical path is, well, critical. But you must not forget the other activities. they deserve attention too. Because if underestimated or not supervised, they can easily be delayed and become the critical path. Luckily, with your detailed project plan and project diary, you will be well equipped to keep on top of all activities in your project. The other part that requires management, however, is people. Adapting to the many types of people you will work with during a project can be difficult, but very exciting. Join us next video where we will discuss how a project manager prepares to work with various people in numerous situations to get the best results. Excellent.
Section 11 and lecture number 50, How the Project Manager Manages the Team.
Until AI reaches a point where human workers are obsolete, there will always be people to manage. Analysts, vendors, engineers, executive managers are to name but a small few. And all of these can come from different countries, cultures and backgrounds. Communication and coordination are the project manager's dual-wielded weapons when it comes to interacting with the project team and stakeholders. Let's go through what the project manager can do before, during and after the execution of an activity. Before. The project manager needs to prepare their team before the work begins. They need to assign the roles and responsibilities so everyone knows what they're doing. Although the project manager will have this listed in the documents, it's also their job to let the team know how important their job is. Reaffirming their responsibilities is a completely normal thing to happen as it prevents confusion. Projects are, of course, unique. That means that even though the project manager hires the best for the tasks, there will be activities that are not part of their day-to-day roles, and team members may need some extra training to prepare for those. Hence, the project manager needs to ensure that any training or upskilling needs are addressed on time. During. Once the team is prepared, it's the project manager's job to lead and support them. Often, employees will focus solely on their task and what they need to do. But what about others whose work is connected to theirs? The project manager needs to bridge these gaps, letting the team know how their work is affecting others and who needs to finish before they can start, for example. The project manager needs to have an open door policy, and the team needs to know that the project manager is there to help solve problems, answer questions, and remove roadblocks. They are part of the team too. Issues coming up is normal. Not communicating them on time, however, is what can cause the most damage to the project. Motivation is key, because without it, not much happens. The project manager must have honest communication with their team, explaining why their work is important and thank them often for good work and efforts. Building rapport with the team will greatly improve their productivity. But what happens when a team member isn't performing to their expectations? Well, the project manager must discuss with the team member why they're underperforming. Together, they must reach a solution on how to improve their work. Following that, they must record the agreed upon solution and what is expected. From that point, the project manager's job is to monitor the team member. If there is no improvement in that team member's performance, the project manager has a couple of options. They could pair them with a more experienced expert to help guide and support them, or they can reallocate work and put them on a less critical task. Ideally though, the project manager will find a solution that won't cost extra resources. Remember the triple constraint. Adding extra resources increases the cost. After the execution, it is important to give constructive feedback. It is the project manager's job to encourage their team, help them develop their skills, and tell them what they did well and what they could improve. Not only is this the right thing to do, but members of this team could end up working with a project manager on another project. And of course, the project manager must congratulate the team. Without them, the project couldn't have succeeded, and they should know that. Note that feedback and appreciation should also be given after individual tasks, not just saved completely for the end of the project. Great. Remember the stakeholders? well, they need to be managed also. Here, communication is key. Project updates, which we'll discuss in detail later, are the main point of contact for stakeholders, but other forms of communications may be needed. Perhaps some of them are not in the country, or maybe the client wants updates on specific work streams every Friday. If there are quiet periods, it's a good idea for the project manager to check in and ask if stakeholders are happy with the project so far. It's a subtle way of keeping channels open. The project manager has to keep on top of any communications going around, as misunderstandings can occur. It's important for the stakeholders to maintain confidence in the project manager. Although this doesn't mean that the project manager should keep bad news from them to make them believe that everything is going super. Instead, the project manager should be the first person to make any problems known. If the project is not on track, then the project manager should deliver this news with suggested solutions to the problem immediately. If the stakeholders hear bad news from another source, it will impact the project manager's credibility. Excellent. People skills are an integral part of the project manager's job. They must make sure that people are working fast enough and that the work is being produced good enough. But what does that mean exactly? What is enough? Well, we will discuss this by jumping to the monitoring and control phase, which, if you remember, is running parallel to the execution phase. It aims to clarify what exactly enough is. See you there.
Welcome to the course. Section 12 and Lectures 51 to 57, the monitoring and control phase. This section includes the lectures such as, Lecture 51 What is monitoring and control? Lecture 52 What is controlling in a Prime Minister environment? Lecture 53 How to check if a project is on schedule? Lecture 54 How to see if a project is on budget? Lecture 55 How to perform quality control? Lecture 56 How to keep the risk log updated? Lecture 57 How to deal with change proposals? Section 12 and Lecture number 51, What is monitoring and control?
So we have to admit we've been a little vague when it comes to measuring output, using phrases like a good rate, high quality, and fast enough. Imagine that you ask your engineer for technical details of the construction plans and materials to be used. They reply, "We're going to use decent steel and the quality of concrete and brick is satisfactory, so the chances of the building falling down in an earthquake is small." Not only is that description vague, but it's also subjective. So what should we do about it? Well, as the famous Peter Drucker quote goes, what gets measured gets done. If you want things done the way you want them, define a metric, set a target and measure the performance. Then there is a step 4 if the actuals do not match the target. Identify the reason and take action to correct the performance. Let's look at an example. Imagine you're practicing for the 100-meter sprint at the Olympics, and you have 3 months to improve your sprint speed. You need a way to measure if you are improving, right? How about seconds from start to finish? Great, I think that's your metric. Now let's say you want to improve by 20%. Currently you run at 15 seconds, so if you break it down month by month, after month 1 you want to be running at under 14 seconds, month 2 under 13 seconds, and month 3 under 12 seconds. That is your target. And now you have to have a plan. You go out every Tuesday and have your friend time you and record it. That's what we call the actual. So here we have our example. You can see in month 1 your progress was good. However, by month 2 it seems to slow down. This means that you now have the chance to adjust your 3rd month's target or change something about the way you train so you can hit the target. If you were not measuring your progress like this and just relied on being fast enough, you wouldn't qualify for the Olympics. I hope this gave you an idea of the purpose of monitoring and control activities, because now we're going to go into it in more detail in a project manager environment. Thanks for watching.
Section 12 and lecture number 52, what is controlling in a project management environment?
Yet again, we've got the clue in the name. The activities performed in the monitoring and control phase are about just that. Analyzing the actual with the targets, so we can understand through numbers if something is not working fast enough or well enough. Everything we've done so far has been setting targets, the scope statement, the timelines, the budget plan, and the quality requirements. But we can't measure against targets if they're not measurable. In other words, we need metrics. Remember the defect rate for the production company we talked about in the quality section, where companies could set a 0.5% tolerance for defective products? That's a metric with a target. And the call center example, where a vendor would set a cases resolved target of 98%. That's a metric with a target too. Or how about a construction company that needs to meet preset safety regulations? That's right, these will be measured through metrics as well. Basically, every target needs to be measurable and comparable to the actual. Imagine each task as a long dark tunnel, and you are traveling down the tunnel with a carriage full of supplies that need to be delivered by 5 PM. You can see the light at the end, but have no perception of how far down the tunnel you are. You don't want to unnecessarily drop supplies to increase your speed, nor do you want to be late. Monitoring and controlling the task not only lights up the tunnel, but also reveals a chart along the tunnel walls detailing exactly how far you are from the end. The only thing you have to do is use predictions, intuitions, calculations, and experience to determine if you are on target or need to drop some supplies to reach your objective on time. You will need to frequently collect data on your actuals progress. It will be predominantly your job as project manager to do this. But, as with everything else, you can delegate this to workstream leaders, as long as they update you regularly with the progress. Because, that's right, the project manager is the one accountable in the end. Right. Variances can occur in any part of the project, and it is how the project manager controls these variances that will make or break a project. So join us in the next few lessons where we will be discussing how a project manager can analyze and control each area of the project. Thanks for watching.
Section 12 and lecture number 53, how to check if a project is on schedule.
Let's start by looking at timelines. How can a project manager see if the project is running on time? Well, they should constantly observe the progress against the plan. After all, we didn't build the project plan, the Gantt chart, and the milestone table for decoration. They are super useful tools to measure actual progress with. Here is a small slice of our Gantt chart, and let's have a look at the status of these activities. We can see that the first one has been completed, as has the second and third. The fourth is in progress. We can see we're halfway through. However, the planning documents do not tell us if the actual progress is going at the rate fast enough to complete this on time. So, if a stakeholder asks if this task is on track, well, we don't really know. Yet. But once we learn about what PMI refer to as the schedule variance, that will change. Then we will be able to confidently answer any questions the stakeholder may have about the progress of a task. So, what is the formula for calculating the schedule variance? First, we need to know the planned value. This is the amount of work we plan to have been completed up to this point. For example, for the task build walls, there are 4 main walls to be built, meaning 1 wall every week. So at the halfway point, the planned value would be 2 walls complete and work on the third to start. Then we need to work out the earned value, which is the value of work completed to the present moment. In other words, the actual. So, as a forward-thinking project manager, you ask your chief engineer to complete reports each day on the progress of the construction. For the sake of simplicity, let's assume the main work is building 4 load-bearing walls. You have a target to create a wall every 2 weeks, 10 working days. You may see something like this. Cool. We can see wall 1 was completed on time, while wall 2 is at 80% completion. That makes our earned value 1.8 walls. So now, the formula to see if we're on track. The schedule variance is 1.8 minus 2, which equals negative 0.2. That's right, we're behind schedule, and if we don't catch up, this task will be delayed. But by how much exactly? Let's work out the pace of the work and how significant the delay will be using another tool from PMI, the Schedule Performance Index. The Schedule Performance Index is easy to use. We consider the same numbers as before, but this time divide, like this. If the Schedule Performance Index is lower than 1.0, it means there will be a delay. And if it's more than 1, then we're ahead of schedule. In our case, 1.8 divided by 2 equals 0.9, meaning if the team continue at the same rate, they will have completed 90% of the walls by the deadline. Therefore, we will need 10% more time. So, we work out 10% of the 20 working days in 4 weeks, being 2 additional working days needed to complete the task. Can you appreciate how useful this information is? Instead of reaching the deadline and seeing only 90% of the work completed and then relying on the buffer to do the rest, you have given yourself and the project team plenty of time to react. Either you find a solution to quicken the pace, maybe hire more staff or motivate the team, or at the very least, you can prepare the project for a delay by pushing other tasks back. But that's obviously not ideal. Next, we're going to look at controlling costs. Thanks for watching.
Section 12 and lecture number 54, how to see if a project is on budget.
So how does this all affect our cost? Will we complete the scope within the budget? Well, let's be proactive and find out, shall we? We know what planned value and earned value are. The value of the work planned and the value of the work completed, respectively. We calculate the cost variance to learn if we're on budget, and the cost performance index to learn if the rate of our spending will allow us to remain within budget for this activity and the project as a whole. So, first things first, let's transform our planned value and earned value into dollar amounts. Let's say the budget for the build walls activity is $200,000. This would mean each wall would cost $50,000, and our earned value so far is 1.8 walls. To convert this into dollars, we multiply it by the number of dollars, so 1.8 times 50,000 equals $90,000. We do the exact same thing for planned value. So 2.0 walls multiplied by 50,000 equals $100,000. Okay. Once we've calculated planned and earned value, we need to add the actual cost to the equation. Like the good project manager you are, you have been recording how much money has been spent up to this point. That said, it's time for a formula. The calculation for cost variance goes like this. You can see from your budget you have spent $83,000 on walls so far. So the formula would be earned value minus actual cost. So $90,000 minus $83,000, which equals $7,000. This is a positive number, which means we are doing better than planned and are under budget. As you can guess, if it was a negative number, the opposite would be true. So, while your team is behind schedule, they are spending less on the walls. Now, let's predict the future with the Cost Performance Index. Once again, we divide. So it's earned value divided by actual cost. $90,000 divided by $83,000, which equals 1.08. Because the same rules apply, If the number is above 1, then we will be under budget if the work continues at the same rate of spending. If the number is below 1, then we expect to be over budget. Awesome stuff. With this information, we can see that we are behind on time but ahead on budget. And if you remember our triple constraint triangle, we've become a bit unbalanced. Even if we save money on the project but are over the deadline, then the project is still a failure. So you must focus on fixing the area where the problem lies. By performing these calculations, you can see that perhaps if you spend some of the extra money you saved and hire more labor, then you'll get the work back on schedule and balance out the triangle. Next lesson, we'll talk about controlling quality. We need to make sure that the output we're generating is to the standard we want. There's no point in saving money and time if what we produce is of the lowest quality. Thanks for watching.
Section 12 and lecture number 55, How to Perform Quality Control.
Now we'll be looking at quality control. Quality standards vary more from project to project than time and cost, but we will highlight a few common things that you can do when performing quality control activities. So you have defined targets and requirements during quality planning, and you have collected actuals from the quality checks during execution. The same question needs to be asked again. Are the quality targets being met? The quality standards, targets, and how they are controlled will be very different from one project to the next, as is the scope. But as we said, we will highlight common things that need to be done in the control quality activities. We analyze quality on 3 different levels: input, process, and output. So how about an example? Imagine that your project was to cook a lasagna. You check your ingredients, decide on fresh or dried pasta and the beef percentage in the mincemeat. You follow all the steps during the preparation, preheating the oven, chopping the vegetables, and so on. Then you assess the completed dish. Is the bechamel sauce smooth, the pasta soft, and the cheese melted? These are your input checks, process checks, and output checks. Okay, let's look at this in more detail with our Lamborghini project. We start with input. This is when you need to get your work started on the right foot. If your resources aren't good enough to reach the desired scope, should you even start at all? Consider the construction materials for the building as an example. Here it would be sensible to give the responsibility of validating the materials to the owner of the construction workstream, as they are an expert in the field. While doing that, they will likely go through a checklist similar to this one. They will ensure all materials reach the necessary quality standards, either set internally or by safety regulations. A similar process will obviously take place in areas like car production and interiors, among others. Then comes quality control during the process. This is when you will need to ensure all steps are being carried out during an activity and no shortcuts are taken. In the hiring workstream, for example, if each salesperson knows everything about each car model and we decide to skip customer service training, then that knowledge will be useless, as our sales agents would not have the needed skills to actually make the sales. Again, delegating the responsibility to a member of the marketing team who keeps a checklist of all employees and the training they have taken will make the most sense. Finally, the quality control of the output. These are the quality checks at the completion point of a deliverable or activity. For instance, when the augmented reality effects on the cars have been finished, checks need to be made to ensure that they connect quickly with the electronic interface and that inputs are responsive. If the target is for the effects to happen in under 3 seconds, is that criteria met at least 9 times out of 10? Awesome. No formulas for this one. But the core of this type of control is still comparing the actuals to the measurable targets you set during the planning. Remember though, that you, as project manager, are not the final point of contact when it comes to quality checks. Many deliverables will need to be approved by the project stakeholders and especially the project client. Lamborghini are notoriously careful when it comes to their safety and emissions checks on cars, especially since the Volkswagen emissions scandal in 2015. They will not approve the project if this quality criteria is not met, as just one example. Quality is as important as time, cost and scope are when it comes to project planning. Without quality checks being signed off, the project is at a huge risk. Promising a car in 3 months for $100,000 that accelerates from 0 to 100 in 3 seconds and delivering a car in 3 months for $100,000 that accelerates from 0 to 100 in 7 seconds is not a successful project. The triple constraint triangle is just as affected by quality also. Increasing the quality requirements will take more time and resources, and vice versa. Excellent. We discussed some ways to control quality. So let's jump into another big part of our project, the risks. Obviously, risks themselves can't be controlled, but how we deal with them can be. Well, you'll see in the next lesson.
Section 12 and lecture number 56, how to keep the risk log updated.
An inherent quality of risks is that you can't control them. Otherwise, they wouldn't really be risks, they would be events that you prevented from happening. So when it comes to controlling risks, it's more about controlling their evolution and ensuring that you as project manager are always prepared. The first thing you can do is keep the risk log updated. As the activities are completed, the risks surrounding them are no longer an issue and can be closed. In our log, when construction is finished, we can do this with risks 1 and 2. In addition, the severity and probability of a risk can change as the project develops, and this must be regularly updated. If a risk is starting to look like it may become reality, then you have to start preparing for your contingency plan. And one last important thing about risks is that you need to keep an eye out for any new ones that may arise and record them as you have done with the others. As project manager, you need to be one step ahead of risks. Expect the best, prepare for the worst, and no risks will sneak up on you and take you by surprise. Next lesson, we'll talk about how to control changes. Rarely a project is executed without some deviation to the plan. So, let's see how a project manager could deal with that.
Section 12 and lecture number 57, how to deal with change proposals.
We discussed the change process during the planning part of this course. But as you may have picked up already, you can't plan for changes to the project, you can only prepare for them. So what really happens when a change request is submitted? Let's look at an example in our Lamborghini project. Imagine you're 4 months into the project and are faced with 3 situations. First, the software engineer responsible for the visualizations on the podiums contacts you saying that it will be easier for her to install the projectors if you modify the roof. The roof has already been built and changes would cost $10,000 and take an additional 2 weeks. After that, the marketing expert in charge of training the new staff explains to you that important training needs to be added to the training program at the cost of 3 more days and $1,000. And just when you thought the day was over, the car producers call to tell you that instead of transporting all the cars on the agreed date, they will only deliver half and the other half the following day. Whew, what a day. So, what would you do? Which would you say yes to? And what additional questions will you need to answer before making a decision? On one hand, you're very aware that any changes will cost time and resources, and of course you put so much effort into planning you want to protect that plan. But on the other hand, as work progresses, better ways to do things will come to light. Maybe something had been missed during planning, or perhaps someone just came up with a new idea. Not all changes are bad, and some are just necessary. It's up to you to differentiate between them. The best way to do this is to be vigilant in your approach. The brief overview of a change process looks like this. Get as many details as possible and gain an understanding of what impact the change will have on the scope, time, and cost. Once that is clear, you can decide to reject the unnecessary changes or those that increase the scope, time, or cost more than they're worth. You can take suggestions through the change process, prepare a change request form with all the appropriate information, and obtain approval from the project sponsor. Or, if the changes are of low impact on the time, scope, and cost, you can implement them without the lengthy approval process. Awesome. So let's see how you could handle the previous situations. With the software engineer's proposal, it would be a sensible idea to reject it. There isn't much that would benefit the project. It may make the software team's job easier, but their responsibilities would have been detailed in the project scope and their roles agreed upon previously. Of course, you would need to ask plenty of questions. You will need to speak to engineers to make sure the planned work can actually be done and it isn't a problem that was unforeseen. You may even find a compromise that would not cost the project as much work. You are a reasonable project manager after all. With the marketing expert's suggestion, you will need to investigate to see if the training is in fact relevant for the staff, and if so, establish whether triggering a change will cost the project or fall within the buffers you gave the task. If all is well, you would likely start prepping a change request form. As for the car production, this seems like a minor change. One day is not going to make a difference to the project, so you could just agree and update the plan accordingly. Of course, you will want to get more details to ensure that this delay is not being caused by a bigger problem with production, and that quality is not being compromised. You are a great project manager, so you will not want to agree to anything blindly. Cool, you handled that very well and with minimal cost to the project. Well done. And with that, we have covered how to control your project. You learned how to read the actuals and measure them against the targets in your plan. You also learned how to use this information to tell you if you can complete a task on time, on budget, or both. You know how to measure quality at each stage, and you can keep your risk assessment up to date. Finally, you learned how to confidently deal with any potential changes in your project. You must be good at juggling to handle all of this while executing the project at the same time. Speaking of which, let's head back to execution and see how to keep the stakeholders updated with your project. Great work, everyone.
Welcome to the course. Section 13 and lecture number 58 to 60, the execution phase, issue management. This section includes the lectures such as Lecture 58 How to record and build project report updates, Lecture 59 How to deal with any issues that occur during execution, Lecture 60 Case Study 2. Section 13 and lecture number 58, How to record and build project report updates.
Welcome back to execution. Although technically we didn't really leave. There would be no monitoring and control phase if we weren't executing simultaneously. But anyway, as we near the end of the execution phase, you may start thinking that this project is your baby. Well, in a way it is. But you're like a well-trained babysitter or nursery teacher. This baby still has parents that need to be updated on its progress and status, also known as project stakeholders and sponsors. And as teachers need to carefully plan reports on all aspects of a child's development for its parents, so do you for the project sponsor and stakeholders. Let's look into how to do that. There are two main reasons for regular status reporting. The first step is to keep the sponsor and senior stakeholders informed with how everything is progressing and to highlight any issues of key interest. The second is to keep things in order. Projects can involve many different people, and this can easily lead to confusion and misunderstandings. To avoid inefficiencies, the project manager must keep up structured communication and coordination. Chaos can be avoided if everyone gets all the same information. To aid this, you must agree on how the status reports and meetings will be delivered during the kickoff meeting. Things like the frequency of meetings, the participants, and the standard agenda. So, let's have a look at what a weekly update could look like. PowerPoint is the project manager's best friend at a time like this. A presentation slide is more engaging than a plain list of details, and it keeps the focus on what the project manager wants to talk about. So, we start with a cover page stating the project name. Simple enough, right? Then comes an agenda slide. Topics for the meeting, meeting information, location, teleconference number, date and time, that kind of thing. Timelines can also be added here. After that, a look at the Gantt chart, milestone table, and high-level status as a quick reference for people to see where the project is going. The project status can be indicated with a red, amber, green scale. Green means that everything is on schedule, on budget, and within the scope and quality requirements. All is good to continue. Amber means that there are issues that put the completion at risk, but the team can or already has acted to get things back on track. Red is when things have gotten bad. Overspending or goals not being met mean that the project manager needs to reach out to the sponsor and stakeholders for support. Perhaps even rethinking the project plan and/or rebalancing the triple constraint. This is one of the most important things going into the meeting, so everyone knows what to expect for the rest of it. Is it a report on how things are going swimmingly? Is it a meeting to convince everyone how the team is going to make the project work? Or is it a meeting to reassess and come up with actions to save the project? The project manager decides the status of the project and can use it tactically to highlight any issues that may become a big problem if not addressed. Once a high-level status has been determined, the meeting can head into individual work streams for detailed updates. Let's look at the work streams for our Lamborghini project. For each stream, you or the stream owner can present updates and any challenges or risks, and you will present the schedules and actual data recorded so far. When reviewing each stream, you must be able to compare the situation to project constraints. After that, it's time to review the risks. Have any open risks changed their status? Are any risks becoming more likely or dangerous? Do we need to trigger a contingency plan? Are there any new risks we need to record? You and the project team need to answer these questions and record them accordingly. So there we have it. This is an example of a core template. Of course, every project and even every meeting will have its own specific differences, but what we have just discussed are points that will occur in almost every meeting. And you, as project manager, will be the one to decide where the focus should lie. Excellent. So this brings us to the end of the execution phase. In terms of the course, I mean. Because in project management, the execution phase is like a turning circle. The project manager oversees the execution, monitoring and controlling it by comparing the actual data to the target. Then they report their findings and the overall project status to the stakeholders. Execution, monitoring and control, then reporting. But what next? Well, it's the following week, and the process goes around again and again and again until the project is complete. And that's it. The wheel turns all the way to the end of the project. A nice smooth ride. But could it really be that simple? Well, it seems you've learned the effects of the optimism bias and that things don't always go that smoothly. Well done. What if your actuals deviate massively from the plan? What will you do? Join us next lesson where we'll show you some methods on how to deal with issues during execution. Thanks for watching.
Section 13 and lecture number 59, How to deal with any issues that occur during execution.
Remember when we said, expect the best, plan for the worst? Well, it's worth having this attitude throughout a project. Of course, you have to be confident and positive about your project, but that confidence needs to come from somewhere, and that somewhere is the controls you have in place to cover your back if the worst happens. Imagine that 2 months into the Lamborghini project you had planned for 6 cars to be complete but none have been. Or that during training half the new sales team resign, leaving you understaffed for the grand opening. Another job of yours as super project manager is to be able to step up in these situations and save the day. So when your project gets derailed, let's look at the 4 steps you can take to get it back on track. Just like you have been doing throughout the project so far, approach the situation in an organized manner by following these steps: react, read, respond, and resolve or repeat. First comes react. Assess the damage and perform damage control. Then read the situation. Understand the reason and the root cause of the problem. Then comes respond. Create an action plan and take steps to correct the issue. And lastly, resolve or repeat. Confirm the issue is resolved from your response through monitoring. If so, carry on with the execution. If not, go back a step or two. Change something until step 4 is resolved. Let's look at an example. Something as simple as boiling water. In fact, let's use that. Imagine you've gone home for the day from your Lamborghini project and decide to treat your partner, parents, friends, or pet to some gourmet pasta. You put the water on the stove to boil. It's going to take a few minutes, so you sit to watch the latest episode of your favorite soap opera. Then suddenly, splash! The water is boiling out of control and spilling all over the stove. But instead of panicking though, your project manager instincts kick in and you perform issue management. First, you react. You take the pot from the heat to stop it from boiling. You perform damage control by putting the pot somewhere safe and cleaning up the water before it reaches your recipe. So now you have time to read the situation. What was the reason? The high temperature on the stove, right? Sure, but that's not the root cause. That was you not paying attention. So you respond. You decide to create alarms on your phone at 1-minute intervals to remind you to check the pasta. Resolve. You cook the pasta with your new action plan. At the first reminder, you see there could be a problem, so you lower the temperature. All is well. 30 seconds later though, splash! Oh no, it's happened again. The problem has not been resolved, so you repeat the steps. You read the situation again, but the root cause is still your lack of attention. So you adjust your action plan, setting your alarms at 30-second intervals. The next time you cook pasta, the issue does not occur. Great. Things have been resolved and you continue to prepare the rest of the meal and create a wonderful spaghetti bolognese. Great stuff. So, let's have a look at a case study regarding car production to see how this relates to our project. See you there.
Section 13 and Lecture number 60, Case Study 2.
Issue management is an essential part of the project manager's job. We've seen how to execute a project from start to finish without issues, but there will always be some. That's why it's a good idea to have a look now at a detailed case study to show how detailed planning, good interpersonal skills and, of course, issue management combine to keep a project on track. Let us set the scene. It's early March and the project is progressing well. Ray, our project manager, starts her Wednesday with the next project status meeting. She begins her usual routine, writing down the participants and starting with the overall status of the project. Last week, everything was green. Construction works are progressing very well. Ray is feeling confident. Then, Richard, the lead engineer, shares this week's status. There have been a few slowdowns this week, but the construction team managed to catch up. We are now back on track and will complete the walls very soon as per the schedule. Perfect, thanks Richard. Ray continues. Let's move to the next key work stream, car manufacturing. She turns to the head of manufacturing. Jeff, you have not participated the last 2 meetings. How are things progressing? Yes, I was on holiday the last 2 weeks and unfortunately my report is not positive. The manufacturing is experiencing a delay. The marketing manager responds immediately. How big is this delay? We plan to complete a car every 4 weeks. However, it takes us more than 5 weeks per car. For 6 cars, this means we need a total of 32 weeks, 8 more than the 24 planned. So the delay is about 30%. My apologies, we will do our best to catch up. Quiz moment. What would your reaction be? 1. Respond rigidly. Ask for immediate resolution. Demand that Jeff fixes it all in 2 weeks' time. He is responsible for the car manufacturing. 2. Respond calmly. Try to understand more about the issue and what the impact is. After that, work out what can be done to resolve it. 3. Respond calmly. He has apologized, so you cannot yell at him. Hopefully, next things will be better. Answer. You need to carefully analyze the situation. Emotions must stay under control. Not only the project manager's emotions, but also those of the other stakeholders. Finger pointing is not good practice. Therefore, answer 1 is wrong. Answer 3 is also wrong. You are emotionally under control, but you have not planned any action to address the issue. Hoping it will be better next week is not going to help. You need actions. So as you probably guessed, answer 2 is the best. Ray responds calmly. Thanks for sharing, Jeff. It's clear we have an issue and the delay is serious. Do you know why the assembling is moving so slow? The marketing manager interrupts nervously. The exhibition cars are the most important thing. There's no point in the whole project if we don't have the cars. Your department is responsible for getting this fixed as soon as possible. Victoria, you're in charge of HR. You need to recruit more people. Jeff responds defensively. The workers are doing their best. We even added one more person to work only on the exhibition models. It's not their fault. Then suddenly the whole room is speaking over each other, pointing fingers, making excuses. Things are getting out of hand. Ray knows she needs to take control of her meeting and interrupts the crowd. Everybody, please let me recap. We have an issue in the manufacturing stream which we cannot resolve during this meeting. I will address all the details afterwards. I will add an action for me and Jeff to meet and discuss an action plan this afternoon. Jeff, is that okay for you? Jeff confirms. Ray writes this in the project diary. Great. We will resolve this in due course. For now, we must continue with the meeting as there are still areas we need to discuss if we are going to make this project a success. Okay, let's see the last work stream. Recruitment and training of the staff. Victoria, how are we looking? All is progressing well. We posted the job offer on various sites 2 weeks ago and have already scheduled a few interviews. No concerns at this point. Ray grins. Okay team, thank you for today. Any other questions? No? Okay, I will email you all the minutes of the meeting and we will see each other next week. Whew, tough day. Quiz moment. What is Ray's best course of action? 1. The issue is huge and the whole project can fail. Immediately write an email to the sponsor explaining there is a high chance the project will be delayed. Suggest that new people should be recruited in manufacturing. 2. Meet with Jeff and discuss the details behind the issue and their possible resolution. After the meeting, send a note to the sponsor informing them on the issue. 3. Calm down. Stress does not help anyone. Wait until next week to see what the progress will be. Answer. Same as before. Answer 2 balances emotions and comes up with correct actions to take. Ray writes down the meeting's minutes and sends it out. She now has time to think out the problem. This is a significant delay, over 30%, and we are already a few weeks in. A quick calculation shows that at this pace they will need an extra 8 weeks, which is late August, after the target completion date, and is also after the project completion date. Maybe I shouldn't waste time and go straight to the sponsor to start the process of hiring more people to help out. Although, that doesn't sound right. Let me check my notes from the 365 project management course I took. I have a section on issues. Maybe you can help me organize my thoughts. Ah yes, I remember. React, read, respond, resolve or repeat. That's right. If I do go to the project sponsor, it's my responsibility to bring more information and possibly a suggested solution. I'll see Jeff in a bit and work on the first 2 steps, react and read. I will, however, write in pencil the root cause of the delay. Slower production in manufacturing. Ray goes to Jeff's office. She sees his name and title on the door. Jeff Vader, head of manufacturing. The two meet. Hi Jeff. Hey Ray. How are you? How was your vacation? Very nice, thanks. We went skiing. There wasn't much snow during the first few days, so we went for a hike and climbed a mountain. It was amazing. Felt like I was on top of the galaxy. Anyhow, let's get back to work. We are in a bad situation. Unfortunately, we are. Please tell me more about the delay. What has been done so far to react to the issue and increase the speed or production? Jeff responds. As soon as I came back and found out about the delay, I added one more mechanic to work on the project cars. Ray adds the comment into the React box. Ray continues. Has that helped increase the speed of manufacturing? Jeff checks his notes. Not really. It seems my mechanics are not actually causing the delay. I spoke to our shift lead. He confirmed the mechanical works are done as per expectation. However, the software engineers are delivering their part too late. Ray puzzles. Software engineers? Can you tell me more about the car manufacturing process? The main stages from A to Z? It is time that we read this situation more carefully. Jeff agrees and begins. Simply said, it works like this. With the help of robots, the mechanics work on the chassis, the core of the automobile. Doors are then assembled and the body goes through the painting salon. Then mechanics install the engine, the transmission, etc. Electronics and software from basic driver controls to Bluetooth media are then programmed and tested by the IT department. Once ready, interiors are assembled and the mechanics complete the installation. Voila! Ray responds. Oh, so it's not the mechanics on the assembly line that are late, but the software unit. Yes, Jeff says. Okay, seems my initial guess of the root cause has to be updated. Ray erases the previous and updates the root cause. Ray then asks, have you discussed the issue with the software team? I wanted to push them to be faster, Jeff responds. I spoke to their manager. However, he was not very cooperative and said it's not possible to do everything so fast and that they are really busy. Ray opens her diary. Okay, we need to talk to them. I will organize a meeting for tomorrow morning. Ray sets a meeting in the calendar, 9:30 AM, inviting Jeff and the IT manager, Arthur D2. She also invites the three software team members, B, Bill and Abe. Ray's happy this is organized. Tomorrow, she will understand the issue with IT better and be able to suggest a solution. Probably 1 or 2 additional engineers will have to be hired for the IT unit. The next day, Ray is drinking coffee in the kitchen, chatting with a few other colleagues, then goes into the meeting room a few minutes early to read through her notes again. Arthur, B, Bill and Abe enter the room and soon after, Jeff. Ray opens the meeting and explains the progress of the project and the issue with the delay in production. She also shares that she had a conversation with Jeff and it seems the capacity of the IT team is insufficient to deliver on time. Arthur jumps in. I heard that people are expecting us to develop, test and complete the software and electronics faster, but that is just impossible. Everyone knows these are complex tasks. Ray replies, okay. I understand and thank you for the efforts. However, we need to solve this. I was thinking of requesting additional resources for your team. Arthur sits back in his chair. Well, I am not sure this is needed, but even so, this will not help your project much. Recruitment and training would take 2 to 3 months and the showroom needs to be operational before that. Ray stops to reflect again. Where did she go wrong? Have the expectations been set wrongly, or are the IT guys not dedicating the agreed amount of time to the project cars? It was supposed to be around 20% of their time. Let's check. Ray directs her question toward B, Bill and Abe. Can you tell me, on average, how much time you work on the project cars every day? They respond in unison. Quite a lot recently, maybe 3-4 hours a day, some days even more. Ray quickly calculates. Out of an 8-hour working day, this is close to 50%. But how is that possible? They dedicate 2 times more on the project and still there's a delay. so it can't be a resource problem. So it's probably a wrong estimation of the duration of their tasks. She scratches out the issue again. Let's check. Guys, I suppose the IT and electronics work on the prototype/project cars is quite different from what you do every day. Does it take you much longer? Well, no, not really. It is quite similar. Ray is perplexed. What can possibly be the reason then? Expectations, resources, duration estimations all seem to be okay. Ray concentrates while the rest continue the discussion. She closes her eyes, starts breathing slowly. She opens her mind to all possibilities and sees tasks, activities, scope. That's it. She remembers the memo from the management meeting which Sonia gave her during the initiation phase. It was about what features and gadgets the exhibition cars should have. Ray asks the IT team, "Can you please describe the activities you perform on the project cars? What are the most time-consuming ones?" B, Bill and Abe are quick to answer. "Well, we do the standard computerization, GPS, radio, monitor connection, but what takes the most time is installing the driving support gadgets." Ray is starting to see the big picture. What are the driving support gadgets? B, Bill and Abe continue. Driving control, such as cruise control, mirror signalization when cars are nearby, front sensor to signal if the car in front is stopping too quickly and if you are approaching it. It is the testing of those that take a good 50 to 60% of our time. The force is strong with Ray now. She's figured it out. She clearly remembers the memo from the initiation phase. When defining the scope and requirements, the management discussed that point and decided that for the exhibition cars these systems are not necessary. The cars will only be displayed and will not be used for test drives. Only the internal computerization is needed, the monitor, audio and video. Bingo. Ray has finally completed step 2. Read the situation to find the root cause. But it wasn't an easy one. "Jeff, Arthur," Ray exclaims, "I know what our root cause is. I feel a disturbance in the scope. The driving support systems should not be developed for the project cars as we do in normal manufacturing. For these, we need only the basics." "Bill, B and Abe, were you told that?" They all look at each other and respond together. "No." Arthur interjects. "I remember there was some conversation around that, but I need to check the details." In the afternoon, Arthur replies, confirming this requirement on the scope has indeed been agreed as per the memo. Ray knows the next step is to implement the solution and asks if B, Bill and Abe can be instructed to reprioritize their tasks and skip this part as of today. Arthur confirms this has already been done a few minutes ago. Great. Ray goes back to her project plan and Gantt chart. She quickly calculates when the car production will finish if the IT guys can now move quicker. Unfortunately, it's too late to be ready by the established due date. Actually, 4 more weeks will be needed on top. But Ray is an excellent planner and she had put 5 weeks in between the target production completion date and the week when the cars will be positioned in the showroom, a hidden buffer. So, issue resolution knowledge and good planning saved the galaxy today. Ray checks the issue resolution lists and see there is one more step, to check if the solution is working and the issue resolved. She will have to repeat step 3 if the solution is not effective, or even step 2 if it comes to light there is a different root cause. She adds this as a first agenda item for the next project status meeting to be able to control progress. Finally, Ray sends a summary to the sponsor, explaining the issue, the root cause and the implemented solution, and the sponsor replies, "Thanks Ray, you have taken the right actions and I am confident the team will succeed with the new plan. Regards, Sonia." During the next few project status meetings, the actual results show the manufacturing is moving at the expected pace. Ray can now validate the issue has been resolved. The life of a project manager is a dynamic one, and how they deal with problems will make or break them. Keeping a cool head and having controls like this one will ensure they always come out on top. So that brings us to the end of the execution phase of the project. Next lesson, we'll bring this whole thing to a close. Nice job.
Welcome to the course. Section 14 and lecture number 61 to 62, the closure phase. This section includes the lectures such as, Lecture 61 Why do we close a project? Lecture 62 What steps to take to close a project? Section 14 and lecture number 61, Why do we close a project?
So, you've made it all the way to your goal, a completed showroom. You walk around and watch all the people running about preparing for the grand opening in 2 weeks. You feel a sense of excitement mixed with achievement as you start your final meeting. All the stakeholders and the project sponsor are invited to hear you tell them that the project is complete and that the scope has been finalized. You see the smiles on the managers' faces as you congratulate them on a job well done. You take them on a tour of the showroom. You see that the software engineers are testing the visualizations, the sales team are practicing their pitches, mechanics are tinkering with the cars, and the final touches are being made when suddenly Jeff, the manufacturing director, comes up to you. He tells you he has a brilliant idea to make the project an even bigger success. There's an abandoned parking lot nearby that he thinks could be turned into an area where people can test drive the cars. You turn to Jeff and tell him that's a wonderful idea. However, you are not the person he should be speaking to right now. Your project is nearly over. You had a specific scope and goal and you achieved them. He needs to initiate his own project and find a sponsor to start the initiation phase like we did. You give Jeff some helpful tips and send him in the right direction. You smile and think to yourself, it's time to start the project closure. But why? All the work is done. Why would you give yourself more work? Well, not only are you a thorough project manager who cares about their work, but there are 4 other very important reasons to go through the closure phase. 1. To obtain formal acceptance of the deliverables. 2. To communicate the project completion. 3. To reflect on the lessons learned. And 4. To celebrate the success. So let's go through this next lesson as we put a nice tidy seal on our project.
Section 14 and lecture number 62, What steps to take to close a project?
Alright, let's wrap up with the 4 reasons why closing a project is important, which are to obtain formal acceptance of the deliverables, to communicate the project completion, to reflect on the lessons learned, and to celebrate the success. In more detail, first is the formal acceptance of the deliverables. Even though your project is finished as per your plan and Gantt chart, the sponsor still needs to give the final approval. Remember in the kickoff meeting, you had to agree on the criteria that needs to be achieved and who will give the final yes? Well, this is it. It can be as simple as an email for small projects or an official contractual sign-off for bigger projects. It is also the time to close any other agreements open during the project and to make any final payments. Then you must communicate the project completion to the organization. Remember Jeff from the previous lesson? Well, for the last 12 months of your project, you have been the go-to person for almost everything. And this showroom is going to continue to have issues and the staff are going to continue to have ideas, but it is no longer your project. The temporary initiative has finished and it's going into its day-to-day business. It is no longer your responsibility, and unless you want to constantly be called while you're working on your next project, then you need to make sure everyone knows that the project is finished. The most common way to do this is through email. Of course, keep it enthusiastic and friendly, say how much you enjoyed yourself, how great the team was, and make any special mentions. It's time to move on, but you want to leave on a good note. After that, you should collect the lessons learned. If only you knew then what you know now. All those issues you could have prevented and activities which could have been completed quicker. Well, this is your chance to give yourself an advantage for your next project by collecting and documenting all lessons learned. The best way is to organize a meeting and ask the participants of the project to share 2 things. What worked well and what didn't work so well, and how it can be done better next time. Simple. As long as you encourage openness, you will gain many useful pointers. You must save these pointers and add them to your growing knowledge base. And lastly, celebrate success. Your showroom did not build itself, nor was it a one-man job. Congratulating your team is super important. Although they may be ready to start the next challenge, taking some time to congratulate a job well done is great for morale. How you do this is completely up to you. Whatever's appropriate. It could be as simple as a thank you note, maybe some dinner and a bottle of champagne at the bar, or something really special like a trip into space. And with that, you've closed the project. Everyone is super impressed with your work. Even the CEO comes up to you with a massive bouquet of flowers to thank you for your work. They also tell you that due to the success of this project, another showroom project is being initiated in Asia, and that you should keep your phone on you as you may receive a call. Amazing, you've always wanted to work in Asia. You say your goodbyes to everyone, and as you're about to leave, Stephen from HR says to you that it's getting late and he should order you a taxi. You respond by telling him that there is no need, as you planned for a late finish and brought lights for your bike. Project manager for life. The end.
Welcome to the course. Section 15 and lecture number 63 to 80, MS Excel for Project Management. This section includes the lectures such as Lecture 63 Introduction to MS Excel, Lecture 64 Tracker 1 of High Level, Lecture 65 Tracker 2 of Standard Tasks, Lecture 66 Tracker 3 of Few Steps and Statuses, Lecture 67 Project Management Logs, Lecture 68 Actions, Issues, Dependencies Log, Lecture 69 RAID Log, Lecture 70 RAID Log, Structures, Lecture 71 Risks Log, Lecture 72 Project Management Logs, Outro, Lecture 73 Project Schedule, Lecture 74 Gantt Chart, Months, Lecture 75 Gantt Chart, Weeks, Lecture 76 Budget, Simple Table, Lecture 77 Budget, Time and Materials, Lecture 78 Formatting Tips and Tricks, Lecture 79 MS Excel for Project Management, Conclusions, Lecture 80 Project Management Notes and PMP OK. Section 15 and Lecture number 63, Introduction MS Excel.
Hi. In this chapter, we will work to boost our technical skills and become better at creating and maintaining some of the key project management artifacts. These tools are critical for any project manager to keep a good grip on all important project events. A great part of those are based on some kind of a table. Well, not exactly this one. Okay, much better. So, columns and rows. And which renowned program enables you to do countless tables? Yes, you got it. Microsoft Excel. And this is what we will be looking at. We will learn how to create the 5 most important project management documents in Excel. Work trackers, logs from project diary to RAID, risk log, project schedule and Gantt chart, and budget. The first 2 artifacts are mostly used during the monitoring and control phase. Work trackers enable the project manager to follow the progress of the project team against the established targets, while the RAID log helps manage and track all events that are somehow important for the project progress and success. The last 3, which we already know well, are created during the planning phase and are maintained and used until the end of the project. As explained, there is nothing to worry about from a technical perspective, as no heavy formulas are needed. We will focus on the contents of the tables, learning what the important factors from the project manager perspective are, and in parallel, see some of the Excel functionalities that are often used, such as conditional formatting, data validation, and some basic formatting. We will use Microsoft Excel 365 for the lessons, but which version is not that important, as these functionalities are basic and can be found in any version. Note that these tutorials will be very useful even if you're using Google Sheets, as both programs have the functionalities we will be looking at and a very similar structure. Okay, great. Let's start with the first document. So, Project Manager. Imagine you are having your first project status meeting. You present the Gantt chart where the team can see the first 2 activities have been completed and the third one is ongoing, as we are in week 6 currently. You report that the team is now working on a 3rd activity, but you get a question like, what is the progress of this activity? Or how much of it is completed? Are we on track? What do you say? Seems so? No. A project manager must know how to answer all these questions. In fact, the first person who needs to ask these questions to the project manager is the project manager themselves. In this personal Q&A, a table must be created which can easily answer the question. That is called a work tracker. Its purpose is to track the actual progress of the work against the plan. Note, tracking happens on a detailed task level. Hence, the project plan document will not give you this information. It is the other way round. This is the document which will give you the information of how well the overall activity is progressing. In the next lessons, we will see how to build a tracker for a few different cases. See you there.
Section 15 and lecture number 64, Tracker 1 of High Level.
Welcome back. Let's have a look at the first case, a high-level tracker. This can be used when you need to follow the progress of an activity which is performed for a few categories, different regions, different countries, different business lines, etc. For example, your project is about implementing a new software for accounting processes. Your company has presence in Germany, France, Singapore, and Japan, and the new system will be used by all local accounting departments. Your next activity in the plan is to collect the names of all employees who will need to use the software. As the organization includes thousands of people, you have requested the finance and accounting managers of each country to provide the list of names for their local departments. Let's open our Excel. A good first step before typing anything is to mark the whole sheet and change the fill color to white. In this way, you remove the default grid lines and give your file a cleaner look. We will start typing not from the very edge of the sheet being cell A1, but we'll leave 1 column and 1 row empty. This gives some space to the table and is a commonly adopted practice. We will also reduce the height and width of the first row and column. We are now ready to start from cell B2. Note, we will be applying these initial steps to all files we create. Okay, you can now create the tracker. Create a table manually, going column by column. Your first one should be the category. In our case, country. Note, we will be doing basic formatting. I will select the cell and text colors now and will do some final touches once the whole table is ready. Additional tips and tricks with regards to formatting will be reviewed in a separate lesson at the end of this section. Alright, back to our title row. I will go for a blue color and paint the letters white for better contrast. Okay, now, inside this column, we will have the 4 countries listed. The next column can be the name of the responsible person to complete the action, whatever the action is. In our case, here we have the names of the 4 F&A managers. Then, status. The one thing you will always have in a tracker, arguably the most important column. In the status field, you need to have limited options. Typically, these will be not started, ongoing, and completed. It is equally important to also set color coding here. The most practical way is to set this as a drop-down menu. Let's see how to do that. Select the cells under the status header. Select data from the main tab and then data validation. A pop-up screen appears. Here, in the settings tab, there is a drop-down menu under the Allow menu. Select List. Below, you can see a new field has appeared, Source. You can type the values that you want your list to have, separated by a comma. like that. Note, the list separator symbol may be different depending on your Windows settings. Semicolon is used for certain regions. In case these do not work for you, check your list separator symbol in your control panel under Region. Okay, moving on. Click OK. Ready. These cells are now drop-down menus, from which you can only select between the three options: Not Started, Ongoing, and Completed. Next up, we need to color code the three options. So whenever we select Completed, for example, it shows a positive color, like blue or green. Select the drop-down menu cells. From the Home tab, select Conditional Formatting. From the options, select New Rule. A pop-up window appears. Select from the list you see, Format only cells that contain. The format of the window changes, and at its bottom you can now program your rule. Leave the first drop-down as Cell Value. Change the second one to Equal to. This means the new rule will be applied only if the value matches what you write here. In the final box to the right, write down your first status option, Not Started. Now, you can select the color. Below there is a button format. Click on it. I will select a color to fill the cell, so I will go to the Fill tab. The menu with the colors appears and you can select the one for Not Started. I would go with something neutral here, let's say gray. Click OK, and again OK on the window. Let's see if it works. We select a cell and choose Not Started. Hurrah! We have successfully color-coded this option. We need to continue with the rest in the exact same way. I would choose green for ongoing and blue for completed. Great! Our status column is now ready. Finally, it is often convenient to add a free text column in such documents for comments. Here we leave room for any ad hoc explanations that are important for the work. For example, Frank needs to prepare the list not only for his internal employees, but also for the employees of a vendor company which provides services to his organization. They also need accesses to our system so that they provide the service. You can add these as a comment for better clarity. We are ready with the table contents, and we can do some more formatting. The first thing we need is to put borders. The quickest way to do that is to select the whole table and click on All Borders from the Borders drop-down menu. Next, I will use bold for the title row. You can also increase the text size by 1 degree to further strengthen the titles visually. Let's see the alignment. The contents of my status column are standardized and limited within the three options. Hence, it will look better if aligned in the center. I will select the whole column and click on the center option under the alignment section on the Home tab. Neat. Then I can decrease the text size of the status options by selecting the cells below the title and decrease the font size. Alright, this may be a simple table, yet it is quite effective. In your next project meeting, you present it, and all team members can see it. You are well in control of the status, and Max, Frank, George and Akira now know very well that their work is important for the project and the progress will be monitored. Let's continue with the next work tracker. See you next lesson.
Section 15 and lecture number 65, Tracker 2 of Standard Tasks.
We will now build a tracker for managing project tasks that are similar in kind and higher in number. 10, 20, 30 tasks of a similar kind, for instance. Examples can be found in almost any type of project. The montage of interior doors by the carpenters in a construction project, the documentation of process flowcharts by a business analyst in a Lean Six Sigma project, the creation of user accounts by an IT support specialist in a software implementation project, and so on. As we said, similar or identical types of tasks. Let's open Excel. As a first step, we will again respect the best practice of marking your whole sheet in white and adapting the first row and column. Then, we need to create our tracker column by column. In this case, we will have more rows, hence I will number them and have the first column as number marked with N, for example. We will format the column title as we did in the previous lesson. You can write the numbers below by typing 1 and 2 in the first two cells, then select both cells and drag down. Excel understands you want to create a list, so populates and gives you the sequence. Let's say we have 19 tasks here. For this table, we will apply all borders from the Borders menu on the Home tab. And we will optimize the column width by double-clicking on its right border above, like that. The next column is the task name. Note, it is very important to add a name that is not confusing, so remember to always name the tasks clearly. Use the documentation of process flowcharts by a business analyst in a Lean Six Sigma project as an example. Assuming the processes are related to the F&A department, we list the exact names of the processes. Okay, we now have the processes' names listed in the task column. Needless to say, this list has to be agreed upon with the stakeholders before the business analysts start working on it. Moving on, the next critical information will be who is responsible for each task. Let's say in our case we have two business analysts, Jessica and Mark. After agreeing who will do what, we can include a name against each of the tasks. Note, if in your project there is only one person responsible for all tasks, it will not make much sense to have this column. It would just waste space without providing valuable information, so you can skip it in such cases. The next one is our favorite, status column. We already know how to set it in Excel, so we won't repeat the steps here. Nevertheless, if you're still in doubt, feel free to review the previous lesson again. The next column is about the completion percentage. Here we will be tracking the progress using the conceptual range 0% to 100%. When the tasks take more time, more than one day let's say, this column gives valuable information on the actual status. If one process mapping takes 5 working days on average, the business analyst will be updating the completion percentage each day. If, for example, after day 3, the progress is above 60%, that will be a good indicator that things are progressing normally. However, if after day 2, the progress is 10%, let's say, this will make the project manager ask questions right away. Attention! This column is very useful, but needs to be managed carefully as the decision on the percentage may often be subjective. The one thing you don't want is to have a good completion percentage which is not reflecting reality. This will mislead the project manager and the stakeholders to think that everything is okay, while the true progress is actually way lower. Expectations management should be carefully performed by the project management here. My advice is to always be on the safe side and be more conservative in the percentages you or your team member adds here. Okay. With the percentages in place, we can calculate a total number, indicating the overall progress so far. We can select a cell at the bottom of the same column or at the top if the list is too long. We will use the average formula in Excel. Type equals and then average. Now you need to select the cells for which the average will be calculated. Select all completion percentage cells. When ready, click Enter. There you have it, an overall completion percentage number. Attention! This total will be correct if the tasks are very similar in terms of effort needed to complete one. If the processes in our case take about 5 days each, the overall completion percentage will be realistic. However, if some of the processes take 2 days and others take 10 days, the simple average will not be a correct representation of the reality. This needs to be taken into account when agreeing how to present progress in this way. Finally, we leave one free text column for comments. We are already familiar with the purpose of this one, right? Okay, we can finish with some formatting. Again, we put the title row in bold. We can increase the row height and then use the middle align so text is centered also vertically. We already centered the text for columns where it would make sense. In this case, responsible, status, and completion percentage columns. Finally, we can give the needed space to the completion and responsible titles by double-clicking on their main column borders. Perfect. Here we have our work tracker. With this document, the project manager and the team can keep control on all tasks, catch any delays in a timely manner, and monitor the work progress transparently. So useful. Let's continue with the final tracker template in Excel in the next video. See you there.
Section 15 in lecture number 66, Tracker 3, a few steps and statuses.
The third type we will review is about cases, when the project manager has to monitor the progress of a task across a few sequential steps. Imagine that as part of your project, a new department or new team will be established. 5 new employees need to be recruited, then onboarded to the company, and finally to be provided with access to an important corporate system. Hence, there will be 3 steps: recruit, onboard, and provide system access. The whole activity is lengthy, as it can take 2 to 3 months, and you want to be tracking the progress diligently. So whenever one step is ready, the next one starts immediately, without wasting any time in between. We begin as usual, column by column. First one can be a number indicator again. In the second column, where we usually add the category or task name, we will have the name of the new employee in this case. Next, we will have status. However, we will have one status column for each step. In this case, 3 columns. One for recruitment, one for onboarding, and one for the accesses. A little bit of formatting is needed here, as we have a lot of text in each cell. I will select the cells and wrap the text like that, and then adjust the column's width altogether. Okay, we can use the status drop-downs we already created previously. We copy and paste these for all rows below the 3 headers. Now, if you want to avoid having the word status in each title box, we can insert an additional row under the title area. In the lower row, we copy and paste the content of the upper cells. We can remove the text from the row above by selecting them and pressing the delete button on your keyboard. Then we merge the 3 cells above the status names and name it status. We can delete the word status from the 3 cells below. We need to optimize the height of these 2 rows by selecting them and then double-clicking on one of the main borders, like that. Good. As the other column headers are now having this idle row, we need to merge those and recenter again, one by one. Alright. Finally, same tip for the final column. Free text, named comments. And we're done. Now we can comprehensively track the progress of the recruitment, following the key steps for each new employee. Note, as these are sequential steps, the status of a step cannot be more advanced compared to the status of the previous step, the one to its left. For example, if the person has not yet accepted their job offer, onboarding cannot have an ongoing status. As usual, we can do some final formatting to the title row. Awesome! We also completed the 3rd tracker lesson in Excel. Can you see how useful trackers really are? They are one of the secret weapons of the project manager to monitor and control the important project tasks, which often remain hidden behind an activity from the project plan. And if that activity is on the critical path, you already know the impact on the project schedule will be even worse. But thanks to the work trackers, a project manager can observe the progress on a daily basis. Now that you know how to create different trackers, you can use that to customize one for your specific project needs. Need a standard tracker with just a few columns? Task responsible and status? Easy, you know how to do it. You want to add completion percentage, or you need to track a few steps, hence include few status columns. It's no problem. Whatever project comes now, you will be able to craft your own tool for monitoring the progress of any task. The almighty project work tracker.
Section 15 and lecture number 67, Project Management Logs.
In the next few lessons, we will learn how to use Microsoft Excel to create another powerful project management tool. Logs. Well, I mean a log document or log file. Okay, that's better. So what is a log? Basically, this is a document where important events are recorded, written down, or logged. Once logged, people can obtain information about these events. What is it about? Who is involved? Are there any next steps? What is the due date for closing the case? During the execution phase lessons, we already introduced the basis of all these logs, the project diary. Remember what the three fields were that it includes? Action, owner, and due date. This is the ultimate project management recipe for getting things done, documenting explicitly in a written format what has to be done, by whom, and when. Remember this formula as it has tremendous effects. So let's switch to Excel and develop our first log. We will start with a number field. Project management logs can have hundreds of rows in bigger projects, so the numeration is essential. Then we have the action. Here we need a short title or sentence to explain what this action is about. In the example we used in the high-level tracker lesson, usernames had to be collected by the F&A managers so that the accounts are created in the new system for these employees. Remember? For France, the manager needed to prepare an additional list for the external to his company vendor employees who also need accounts. Frank collects this additional list, however figures out that these new accounts will need to be paid for from the French budget and not from the project budget. That had not been validated before the start of the project. Although the amount is not significant, the budget cannot be granted without the approval from the CFO. There you go. We have an action for our log. Approval on additional budget to be obtained by France CFO. We type it into our Excel table. Note, I will make the text smaller and use the wrap text functionality to keep it more readable. I will also make the rows higher because in the log documents you usually add more text. I will do that by selecting all rows and then by changing the height of one of them. All selected rows will identically change. Okay, moving on. The owner column. This basically is the same thing as the responsible column we saw before. You can choose the title you like as they are used as synonyms. Here we would have Frank as the best person to contact the CFO, explain the case and follow up until this is ready. He agrees to be the owner, so we write down his name. Time for the third key element, due date. Here it is important to format your date using the Excel options. Let's imagine the due date is the 5th of May. We can type 05/05/2025, the day, month, and year. What comes out is not so easily readable, so we select the cell and go to number format by clicking on the small arrow here. A pop-up appears. In the category field, you need to select date. Now, to the right, you have the various date formats. Choose whichever suits your needs best. I like using a number for the day and letters for the month. You can also decide whether you want the year to be displayed. My advice is to skip the year. when the action should be closed in the next days or weeks and is not expected to end up in the following year. Okay, I will also put the date column contents in the center of the cell. Ready. Now we have the mandatory action owner due date information logged. From here onward, we can continue adding columns that will help us better manage the activities. Our well-known status column is a valuable next step. We already know how to build it, so let's quickly add it in the format we're familiar with. Lastly, we add the free text comments column to ensure we capture any important information that falls out of the previous categories. Perfect. We have the basic log for managing project actions. In this format, this project management artifact is referred to as actions log. In the next lesson, we will see some additional scenarios of how to broaden the scope of this log.
Section 15 in lecture number 68, Actions, Issues, Dependencies Log.
In the last lesson, we saw how project actions get registered in the actions log, the action owner due date best practice. Comprehensive monitoring and control ensures project actions are performed in a timely manner in order to avoid problems. But in projects, things are never fully predicted. Almost always, there will be something to surprise the project manager. An actual problem that impacts the project is called an issue. Let's say in the earlier example, the CFO refuses to approve the additional budget for the accounts of the vendor employees. We have an issue and it needs to be registered. Most of the fields will be the same as in our actions log. The main difference is that it is not an action, but an issue. So in order to track both types of events in the same table, we can add an additional column to indicate whether we have an action or an issue on this row. A drop-down menu will be used here from which we will be selecting either action or issue, depending on the case. So we insert a new column before the owner one and name it action/issue. Then we create the drop-down, something we already learned. Select the cells under the title, select data from the main tab and then data validation. A pop-up screen appears. Here in the settings tab, there is a drop-down menu under the allow menu. Select list. Below you can see a new field has appeared, source. You can type the values that you want your list to have. Click OK. Ready. Now we can select whether the event on this line is an action or an issue. In our case, it is the latter. One more thing. The title of the second column still shows action. We need to change that to, let's say, description, so we avoid a contradiction between this column and the next one. Alright, let's also center this column, action issue, for better aesthetics. But are these two options enough? Various events happen in a project. The project manager shifts the attention to the high-level tracker created for collecting names by the 4 F&A managers. The project manager notes the work still hasn't started for Singapore. A meeting is quickly arranged and George explains the reason. It turns out there's another project running in parallel in Singapore. The previously small finance department is now growing and new employees are being hired. The project team there is still working to determine the new roles and responsibilities in this department. Hence, George does not know the exact names to be provided in the list. The input for a deliverable in your project is dependent on the outcome of another project. This event is called a project dependency. We will perform the same update to our log, so we can capture also dependencies. We select our drop-down cells range and go to data validation. Here in the source field, we add dependency as an additional possible value for the drop-down. Ready. Now we can also log this event into our document and update the title of this new column. Action, Issues, Dependencies. A, I, D. Our project manager is doing a good job so far with the documentation of project events. Let's see what else may happen in the next video.
Section 15 in lecture number 69, RAID log.
Welcome back. While analyzing the issue with the additional budget, our project manager suddenly notices that only the French branch has informed about vendor employees supporting the financial and accounting processes. What if the rest of our F&A managers have this situation? The project manager sends an email to them and boom. Turns out also the Japanese branch is supported by an external company. There's a big risk that the same issue will occur as it did in the French scenario. Where should the project manager log this concern? Why not in our log for actions, issues, dependencies, and risks? So we use Excel to also add the risks option via the data validation functionality. We also update the column title to include the letter R. We describe the risk and assign the owner and due date. Okay, logged. As a next step, the project manager asks Akira, the local F&A manager, to request the budget approval from the local CFO. A few days later, the project manager receives an invitation for an online meeting with Akira and the local CFO. In that meeting, Akira explains the budget matter to the CFO in more detail. The CFO asks if the vendor employees do not get user accesses for the system, can somebody from our own organization perform the related tasks? Akira confirms it is possible, but it will increase the workload of the employees. The CFO asks how much. She explains that she does not know now and needs to estimate. The three agree that Akira will do that and send via mail the estimated increase in the workload until the end of the week. What would you do as project manager? Yes, log this as an action. On Friday, Akira sends the email. Workload increase is estimated at about 2 days per week for one employee. The alternative solution, in which vendor employees receive access, will cost about $500 for each employee. Akira explains that 4 vendor employees will need this access, making the total cost $2,000 per year. The CFO replies he will now think about it. The project manager and team cannot really do anything more now. It's up to the CFO, right? This is yet another type of a project event, a decision. Without the confirmed decision, the project team cannot really progress. This is also a common case in projects, where a delayed decision by a higher management impacts the schedule. So what to do? Let's further expand our drop-down so we also capture this type of event and log it. A second D is added to the title. And there we have it. This is the so-called RAID log, standing for risks, actions, issues, dependencies, and decisions. A single document capturing this precious project information. Can you now imagine what a difference it makes when a project manager uses a nicely structured document for managing project work? Let me tell you from practice, it makes a big difference. A project manager using this tool can stay on top of all important events, monitoring and controlling effectively the work, team members, and stakeholders. On the other hand, the chances to miss something important without such a tool are huge. So, project manager. I am sure in your next project this will be one of the first documents you create. In the next lesson, we will make a few more considerations on how you can structure your RAID log. See you there.
Section 15 and lecture number 70, RAID log, structures.
So, by using the evergreen Microsoft Excel, we created the RAID log, the essential tool for managing project events. Now, let's see what other shapes this document can take. In real life, we often see many variations of this document. Simple actions log, actions and issues log, risk, actions, issues and dependencies log, a standalone risk log, etc. There isn't any confirmed best option for this document in the project management community, besides that the document must exist in each project in some shape. So we will provide you with our practical recommendations coming from our own project management experience. Option with one single table. As described in the previous lessons, it is quite convenient to have everything in one file, even in one table. On the other hand, the different nature of the events, risks, actions, etc. may require different columns. For example, we already know that whenever managing risks, we need to add severity and probability of occurrence. We can add those two columns in our RAID table, but you need to agree this table will become too heavy. And there will be no contents in these two columns for the other types of events. This will make the table harder to read and reduce its practicality. In real life, too complex structures lead to less frequent use of the document. One alternative is to put the different event types in separate tables in different Excel sheets in the same file. One sheet for actions, one for issues, one for risks, dependencies, and decisions. In this way, you can customize each table to the specific case and be really efficient as you will customize your management per each type of event. The drawback of this option is the project manager's attention. When the going gets tough, you will need to remember to go through each sheet on a regular basis. In real life, the project manager may start forgetting to check all of the sheets regularly and get used to working with only 2 or 3 max. Yes, it doesn't sound nice, but after all, project managers are humans too. Between A and B, we believe B will be the better option. It will be cleaner. But is it possible to have option C with something in between? Absolutely. So here is our extra advice on structuring your RAID log. One by one. Actions. This is a must. You need to have this in the reviewed format as a minimum. Same goes for the issues. These, however, we would keep in the same table, together with the actions. They can easily be logged in the same frame as they are similar enough. Then, decisions. When you think about it, a decision is a form of action. Hence, with some exceptions, I wouldn't recommend creating a separate sheet for decisions. More often than not, decisions can be logged as an action. They will be managed as effectively in the same table, as long as they are described well, capturing who needs to take the decision and by when. Dependencies. From a practical standpoint, the dependencies you need to document would mainly be external, coming from other projects, other businesses, or regulatory matters. Most of the internal dependencies should already be considered and captured in your other project management documents, e.g. critical path analysis or Gantt chart. Furthermore, these events usually have a longer life and may need to be tracked for months, while the general actions and issues get logged, worked on, and closed within a couple of days or weeks. Hence, you can track these dependencies on a separate sheet within the same file. Finally, risks. We strongly recommend to keep the risks in a separate Excel sheet or even a separate file. This is also in line with the established project management best practice. Risk management is a big topic and quite specific, as we know, so it deserves special attention. Analyzing and documenting severity, probability of occurrence, and the possible mitigations and contingencies is key. Furthermore, risks also have a longer life than the daily and weekly actions and issues. A risk may remain open from the beginning of the project until its last day. These were our practical recommendations for structuring an effective RAID log. But before we close this topic, let's refresh our knowledge of what a risk log should include by going through the steps in Excel and further strengthening our practical skills. See you in the next lesson.
Section 15 and lecture number 71, Risks Log.
Hi again. You can already see that using Excel for project management work is useful and easy. Not a risky business at all. As promised, let's quickly go through the Excel steps for creating a risk log. But first, let's take a quick look at our template. You see it is similar to the other documents we already saw. Good. We start with the number column. Then we have the risk described in a few words, and next to it there is a second column where it is described in greater detail. This is another useful tip for more efficient management. You keep a short and simple title column and use a second field for all details, which you may need to read once or twice, but after that you will not refer to every time you open the document. This tip can be applied also to the general RAID log. Then we have the severity and the probability of occurrence. There are many ways how to grade these two characteristics. It can be a percentage, 0 to 100, especially in the case of probability. If you go that way, however, make sure you have solid data and a professional statistician or data scientist to advise you on these numbers. If you are analyzing the risk of an earthquake destroying $1 billion construction project, you don't want to get these numbers wrong. Different options are also available for severity. For example, this can be measured in dollar amounts to estimate the damage on the company's revenue or profit that the risk can generate. Certain projects require a comprehensive analysis, but in the general case you can track the two with a simpler scale, the range of low, medium, and high, as in our example. We are sure you already know how to configure your drop-down menu and add conditional formatting to it, so we will not repeat all these steps. Finally, in the last column, we have the contingency and mitigation actions. This can be a free text column where you describe your plan of how to prepare for the risk and limit the danger, and then how to contain it once it manifests. If things are unmanageable, have your plan B ready. Perfect. Our risk log is ready. So there we have it. Our RAID log document or documentation is created. We are now fully equipped to build the RAID log for our next project and adapt it according to our own way of working. Oh, you want to find out what happened with some of the logged events? Let's quickly see in the next video before we close the RAID chapter.
Section 15 and lecture number 72, Project Management Logs, Outro.
Let's see what happens with the dependency case first. The event was about the Singapore branch, where the local team could not provide the exact employee names due to the other project running in parallel. The two project managers organize a meeting to discuss the point. The other project manager explains there is this Lean Six Sigma project ongoing. Processes are being analyzed, and after completed, names can be provided. Our project manager asks the other if they have any idea when this will be ready. The other answers, "Of course, I am using a work tracker to follow the progress." There it is. We have completed about 80% and plan to be fully ready by the end of next week. This means we can provide the names on the following week. Is that okay? Yes, our project manager answers. This will not be an issue for my project, as long as we get the list of names by the given date. That is good news. Our project manager updates the event in the RAID log. Then we have the case with the decision stuck on the table of the Japan CFO. They review the details. 3 licenses of $500 per year makes $1,500. The alternative with dedicating internal workforce seems to be less beneficial, so the CFO confirms the preferred solution. Decision is finally made, and the project manager closes this item in the log. This was resolved, but in France, the budget request was rejected. Why so? The project manager decides to focus on the already logged issue. The project manager organizes a meeting with Frank to understand better. Our project manager asks what the total cost is. Frank: about $10,000. Project manager is surprised. That is much more than what was paid in Japan. What is the price per license? Frank answers, it's $500. This is the same as in Japan, so why is the total cost so different? Frank says, well, our contractor has 20 employees. The cost will be 20 times $500, which equals $10,000. And so the project manager asks, but do all 20 employees need this license for the system? Frank is puzzled. I don't know actually. I will need to talk to them in our next meeting, which is in 6 days. No need to mention that an action will now be logged in the raid log, right? The two agree to meet again in a week. In the next meeting, Frank has good news. It turned out only 5 employees will need this access. The total cost in this case is $2,500 and not $10,000. They inform the CFO. After 2 days, the CFO confirms the budget is approved. Action is marked as completed in the raid log and in the tracker. Great job, project manager. Your new skills of creating raid logs and trackers and putting them into practice are building up your project management profile. Keep up the good work.
Section 15 and lecture number 73, Project Schedule.
Welcome back. The next documents we will create in Excel are the project schedule and Gantt chart. In our example, we will use a high-level schedule for a theoretical project about a software development and its implementation. We start with the number column. However, we will not add the numbering itself right away this time, but will wait to structure the next column. We will be using sub-activities and hence decimal numbering. Next column, activities. Here, all the activities that need to be performed in the project need to be listed. This is the most critical column. You already know how important it is for the project manager to identify all important activities that need to take place in the project. One thing you need to make 100% sure you have in this list are all activities from the critical path. They will be the backbone of your activity list and project plan. For our example, we will use a shorter list, but in real life, the plan for a similar project would include many rows. Okay, let's continue. The main activities we will write here are requirements definition, project kickoff, system development, integration testing, user acceptance testing, rollout to business units, support period, and project closure. We can consider those as the critical path. Then, sub-activities and tasks have to be listed under some of these main items for greater detail. Note, we are keeping the sub-activities to the right, so it's visually easy to understand they fall under the overall parent activity. We do this by selecting the sub-activities and clicking on the Increase Indent button in the Home menu. Now, we can also update the numbering respectively and use decimal numbering for the sub-activities. Finally, I will put the main activities in bold so I can highlight their importance. Moving on, we need to add the next fundamental columns for a schedule, start and end dates. Our first step has to be formatting the date. We type the first date, let's say March 2nd, 2026. While positioned on the cell, click on Number Formatting. The Format Cell menu opens. Excel has already recognized we are logging a date in this cell. The only thing left for us is to pick the preferred format of this date. My preference is to use a format which includes numbers for the day and year and letters for the month. If your project is planned to finish within the same year, you can also skip the year numbers and use less space. Click OK, and there you have it. To apply the same format to all date cells, you can use the Format Painter option. Select the cell you have already formatted, then, again from the Home menu, click on Format Painter. And finally, paste the preferred format to all cells including dates. Another tip for better appearance is to slightly reduce the font of the date cells and center them as usual. Okay, we're set. Now you need to populate the target, start and end dates for your project. Great. Next one, status column. We know how to set it up, creating the drop-down menu and using the conditional formatting functionality to assign colors. It is also a good moment to pause here and discuss in more detail the status options and the status topic in project management in general. So far, we use the statuses not started, ongoing, and completed. However, these options cannot tell us if the progress is normal. if there is a risk of delay or if it is already delayed. To track this aspect, project managers use the so-called RAG status, which stands for red, amber, green. Logically, red means the activity is delayed, amber flags there is risk not to achieve the due date, and green means work is progressing normally, like a traffic light. We already have the ongoing option marked as green, so we need to add the two new options, delayed and at risk. We add them to our drop-down menu using the data validation Excel functionality and then color code them via the conditional formatting functionality. For example, if the target end date is approaching and we are not close to completion, the status may be updated as amber. If the target end date is already behind us, well, this is a delay and should be marked red. Perfect. We now have the basic project schedule created in Microsoft Excel. In the next lesson, we will use our Excel sheet to create the one and only Gantt chart. See you there.
Section 15 and lecture number 74, Gantt chart, months.
Hello. With the list of activities in place and their target start and end dates, we are ready to lay our plan on a calendar-like table and make it more visual. In other words, create a Gantt chart. So we start with the activities and the dates, and we already have this information. Next, we need to prepare our calendar table to the right. In a Gantt chart, the columns are organized as a timeline, with calendar days, weeks, or months. Let's use months for the frequency and see what our Gantt chart will look like. We start with the main activities from the critical path and target dates. We write Jan in the first column to the right here. Click, hold, and scroll to the right. The following months appear automatically. Excel recognizes you want to list the months. You drag as much as needed. In our case, by February, the year after. Next, above the months, it will be good to indicate the year. We can add a new row and then merge the cells which are above the first year months. We then name it and do the same for the following one. Choosing colors and formatting, and we are ready with the rows and columns. In the main space, we will be marking which activity happens when. Before we start, I suggest you update the color of all these cells to no fill, so that the default cell borders are visible. This makes it easier to read. You can do this by selecting the space and then changing the color to no fill. Great. Now we need to fill the main space according to the start and end dates. Requirements definition will take place in March and April, so we mark it on the calendar by coloring these cells. You can pick the color you like. I will use orange. Then, kickoff will take place in April, while system development will be worked on from April until the end of July. We mark these accordingly, under the respective months and to the right of the respective activity. Great. We do this for the whole list. Good. This is an appropriate level of detail for presenting the project to higher management, for example. We are now good on the high level, but we know very well that this is never sufficient for a project manager. To do that, we need to be able to mark weeks or even days. For example, you can see that the first activity should end on the 10th of April. However, our only option now is to mark the entire month of April against it. See? Hence, let's use weeks for the frequency as another option. We will see this in the next lesson. See you there.
Section 15 and lecture number 75, Gantt chart, weeks.
We will now create the Gantt chart using weeks as the calendar frequency. First of all, here we will have the full list of activities, sub-activities and tasks that the project manager has identified for the project. Then we can start again from the first cell next to the activity list. This cell will now indicate a specific calendar week. I like marking the date of the first working day for the given week. For example, we can use the first Monday in the month of March 2026, the 2nd of March. Let's continue filling in the rest of the weeks in March. I will manually add the next one. 9th of March. From now on, I can automatically fill in the start date of the following weeks. I do this by 1. Selecting the 2 cells with dates, and 2. Drag to the right. I will drag 3 more cells to complete the month of March. There we go. The start dates of the weeks in March are now filled in. Each column represents a specific calendar week. In the same way, I will add the weeks for the whole period of my project. Great, week titles are ready. Now we can mark the activities in the space against each week as we did in the previous lesson. We can now also track the plan in greater detail in the Gantt chart. The exact week when an activity is supposed to start and end is now visible. As we did in the previous lesson, we will add the months and years in 2 new rows above, merging the cells above the March weeks, naming it March. We will continue in the same way for the remaining months. Then, we repeat the same for the years. Great, the calendar is now easy to see. Okay, now we need to improve the appearance of the first 4 column titles. The titles are only displayed against the week titles. We can simply merge each cell with the above rows, so they align with the whole calendar, week, month, and year rows. One by one, we merge and align. Nice. Finally, we will see a few formatting tips for optimizing the main space of the chart. Here are a few options to optimize the width, which comes from longer time periods. Select all columns, including week dates, and double-click on a random border at the top. This will optimize the width of the columns and save you some space. If this is still too wide for you, you can change the format of the date in the weeks row to 2 numbers only. We do this from the number format menu. After we do it, we need to optimize the width of the entire table again. Okay. Another option is to change the orientation of the date text. Select all date cells, click on the orientation menu and select Rotate Text Up. Again, we repeat tip 1. Space is now optimized. At the end, it is good to select the whole table and apply outside borders from the Borders menu. So there you have your Gantt chart. It is extremely useful for so many reasons. It illustrates the activities against the calendar period. You can see which activities move in parallel with which ones sequentially. You can see in a matter of seconds where you are today and what is upcoming for your project team. Hence, it is useful not only during the planning phase, but also for monitoring and control purposes. Alright, in the next lesson, we will see the last Excel tutorials and create some budget documents. Money is waiting for us.
Section 15 and lecture number 76, Budget, Simple Table.
The final group of Microsoft Excel documents we will create together are related to budgets and cost management. In this domain, the ultimate goal of the project manager and their organization is to have 2 things: a realistic budget with all related estimates and a process to track the actual spending against this budget. We are already familiar with the budgeting point from the cost planning lessons. Remember? Let's quickly repeat these steps. 1. Identify the cost-generating activities of your project by going through the activity list. 2. Estimate the financial expenses for the identified activities. 3. Add buffers to the estimates wherever needed. And finally, 4. Determine the expected time period in which the expenses will be incurred. This sounds simple from a theoretical standpoint, but in real-life projects there can be many variations and hidden steps. Costs can be different depending on the case, on the contracts and agreements. Bigger costs should be negotiated and agreed with the vendors and documented in a contract or an agreement. Smaller costs, on the other hand, may only be planned for and estimated during the planning phase, but without signing any contracts. The related expenses can be approved and made during the execution itself. Once all costs are estimated and the overall project budget is calculated and approved, the project will move on to execution. Better have your bank accounts prepared. Money starts flying out of your pocket at this very moment. Let's start creating our Excel table. We begin, as usual, with a number column. Then the expense name, where the project manager will describe what the money will be spent on, the so-called cost generating activity. Next, we have the budget amount. Let's now add this $96,000 to the table. We name the expense and then add the amount in the budget column. We need to properly format the financial numbers. To do that, select the cell and use the accounting number format to select a currency, in our case, dollars. If the numbers are big, you can also hide the decimals using the decrease decimals function. Finally, we add a column for actual, where the project manager will be adding all actual costs incurred. Whenever payments are done from the project budget, they have to be registered in this column. We apply the same formatting as we have financial numbers here. I can use the Format Painter functionality. Alright, in the same way, we can also add other cost elements in this table. For instance, another cost-generating activity can be the services of an engineer who has to integrate the new production line with other existing machines on the floor. This time, however, the vendor cannot specify in advance what amount will have to be paid. They can only agree with your company about the hourly rate of the engineer and the prices of the various materials he may need to use. So how do we track this one? We'll see in the next video.
Section 15 and lecture number 77, Budget, Time and Materials.
We can proceed with the final budget column. The contents here will be the result of the multiplication of unity price by the unit number or volume. The calculation is straightforward. You simply need to put an equal sign to start the formula. Then select the unit's price cell from the respective row and multiply by using the star symbol by the following cell, standing for the estimated number. We press enter and the calculation is ready. We now simply drag down so the same formula is applied for all remaining rows. Great. Moving on, we need to calculate the total of all these costs to see the full budget for the engineer services. No science is needed here. We select the cell below the table and below the budget column and use the simplest sum formula. Typing again, the equal sign, then sum, and finally we select all cells above. Click enter. There you have it, the total budget for the engineering services. As you know, budgeting is done during planning, but when the project moves to execution, the expenses start occurring. In order to transform your budget table for monitoring and control purposes, you will need a dedicated column. And yes, it is for the actual costs. Here you will be adding all expenses that are made for your project. Formatting is the same, but if you like, you can just add a different color to put the focus here. The final tip we can give is to add one more column, where you can highlight whether the actual amount is lower or higher than the budgeted one. In this balance cell, you need to add a formula to calculate the budgeted amounts minus the actual amount. Logically, if the difference is negative, that would mean you have spent more than the budget. To make the table complete, we will use the conditional formatting option to highlight the negative amounts, which need immediate attention from the project manager. Select the range of cells, then on the Home tab, click on Conditional Formatting and select New Rule. Choose Format Cells that contain. In the Below menu, select Less Than, and in the last field, type 0. Next, click on the Format button and select a color. In this case, red is the appropriate one. Click OK and you are set. The negative amounts cannot be missed now, and the reasons for being over budget will have to be analyzed. We will do a little bit of formatting of the table and the final row for totals for better appearance. Perfect. We can now easily track the expenses and know if we are progressing according to budget for each cost element and overall. Budgeting lessons are now completed. So we wish you a nice spending, Project Manager.
Section 15 and lecture number 78, Formatting Tips and Tricks.
In this last lesson, we will share some advice for better formatting in Excel. Note, we will not be looking at any heavy formatting, as this is rarely expected from the project manager. Of course, there are cases when documents and presentations need to be created with the most professional formatting possible. However, we will not focus on it here, as this is not part of the fundamental skills a project manager should have. Most of the project manager templates are operational in nature, internal to the project team and key stakeholders, so this is the first important step for your development as project manager. To be able to create clean documents that are easy to read. Having said that, let's see our tips. 1. Starting with a blank Excel page. Before we even type the first letter into our table, it is good practice to remove the default grid lines in the sheet. We are already familiar with this, so let's continue. 2. Formatting the title rows. You need to highlight visually the title row so it's easy to see. The key levers here are the color of the cell and the text color. Whenever choosing colors, try to be in line with your company colors, or at least not in conflict with them, using red versus blue, etc. Then you basically have two options. Either go with a lighter cell color, this one for example, and dark letters to create a contrast, let's say black or dark blue. Second option is to do the other thing around. Go for a darker cell color and then apply white letters. I also like using letters in bold for the title row, so it is well highlighted. Final tip here, try to avoid using the rag colors, red, amber and green. These colors are a bit too strong for title rows, and in addition they will be very similar to your status column colors and it will not look very pretty as a whole. 3. Formatting the table borders. It is good to have some kind of borders. The easiest thing to do is select the table and then select the All Borders option. Alternatively, you can select the space and change the color from white to no fill. The default Excel grid lines appear. Another option is to use only the horizontal borders. To do that, we select the first row and add a bottom border from the Borders menu. Then we select this entire row and click on the Format Painter. This function copies only the cells formatting, the way they look. Finally, we select the remaining part of the table for which we want to adopt the given formatting. Excel applies the same formatting to the rest. Great, thanks Excel. 4. Text alignment. We need to think how to position the text in each cell. This usually is either to the left or in the middle. We easily do that by clicking on a column and choosing from the Home tab the alignment. But how do we choose the alignment for the various contents? Our tip is the following. For columns where the data is short and standardized in terms of characters, such as status, date, completion percentage, we would want to go for center alignment. The contents have the same structure and are usually short. For columns that include more characters, on the other hand, we suggest using the alignment to the left. These would be task names, descriptions, comments, etc. No matter what you choose, however, make sure it is the same alignment for each column. Columns with mixed alignments make the table look really disorganized. That's better. 5. Another tip for tables. Extra space below the titles row and the totals row. In case you want to add some air into a table with totals, something you may have in a budget or in a tracker with completion percentages, you can add 2 new rows. One under the titles row and one above the row where you have your total. You need those to be clean. The easiest thing is to select the blank cell to the left and drag to the right. Lastly, select the 2 rows together by holding the control button while selecting. And then reduce the height of one of them. Excel will perform the same adjustment in the height of the other row too. That creates some free space, which some people may find visually appealing. Finally, if you do not like creating a table manually, you can always use the default Microsoft Excel table designs. To do that, select the contents of your table, go to the Insert tab and click on Table. A pop-up appears asking you for the range. Since you already selected it, you can click OK. Now, from the Table Design tab, you have many options on what your table could look like, so feel free to use the default table functionality. Great! These were our tips for formatting your project management templates in Excel. Thanks so much for watching.
Section 15 and lecture number 79, MS Excel for Project Management, Conclusions.
Congratulations on completing this section of the course. The templates we created together in Microsoft Excel are essential to all projects. They are the bridge between project management theory and the real-life activities the project manager performs. In terms of software, Microsoft Excel also has certain limitations and may not always be sufficient. For example, the project schedule and Gantt chart may be created and maintained on a more high level in Excel. However, if you need to prepare a schedule with hundreds of rows, Microsoft Excel will not be the best option. More specialized project management tools will come in handy in this case, Microsoft Project or Smartsheet, just to name a few options. Nevertheless, Microsoft Excel remains one of the most universal tools, and as we saw in all these lessons, it's extremely useful for the project management profession. You can customize the documents for your specific project needs. You can pick the various types of information to show: task, responsible, due date, start date, status, few statuses if you have a few important steps, completion percentage, and so on. We are sure that you will now be able to find the right mix for your next project, and what you have learned is not simply how to use a couple of Excel formulas, but rather how to create new project management documents and how to use them when delivering your next project. And what is even more important than the technical aspects is that you have learned the logical processes behind the creation of key project management tools. Nowadays, there are countless online tools for managing work, tasks, teams, and projects. With the knowledge you have from this section of the course, we are confident that even if you need to use another tool, you will quickly understand the mechanics behind it and adopt it easily. After all, the end goal is that you learn how to manage projects on your own. Your project management skills in Excel are now excellent.
Section 15 and lecture number 80, Project Management Notes and PMBOK. PMI announced the PMBOK 7th edition exposure draft in January 2020 for the review of the project management community. If you are looking to get your PMP certification, PMBOK is one of the most important resources when getting ready for the PMP exam. The Project Management Body of Knowledge PDF 7e is a set of standard terminology and guidelines, a body of knowledge, for project management. The body of knowledge evolves over time and is presented in a Guide to the Project Management Body of Knowledge PDF, the Guide to the PMBOK or the Guide, a book whose 6th edition was released in 2017. The Guide is a document resulting from work overseen by the Project Management Institute, PMI, which offers the Kapman PMP certificate. Welcome to the course. Section 16 and lecture number 81 to 86, The Agile Project Management. This section includes the lectures such as Lecture 81 Introduction Waterfall, Lecture 82 Different Kind of Projects, Lecture 83 Where Waterfall Falls Short, Lecture 84 Introduction to Agile, Lecture 85 Agile Project Structure, Lecture 86 Product Development in Agile. Section 16 and Lecture number 81, Introduction to Waterfall.
Alright, we can now say that we are experts in the traditional sense of project management. We know how any project could align with the conventional life cycle of initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closure. The very essence of this framework is in the strict separation between the planning and execution phases. We plan 100% of the work before starting the execution. And during said execution, we aim to complete 100% of the work with minimum changes to the plan. The activities throughout the execution phase are themselves strictly defined, estimated and sequenced. We know exactly when they should start and when they should finish. We know what follows each task and which are performed in parallel. The structure is referred to as waterfall structure, as every stage flows to the next, and once a stage or phase is complete, you rarely go back to it. If a change to the plan is required for any reason, it has to go through a formal change process. First, the impact of the change on the triple constraint must be evaluated. A detailed change request document containing all this information must then be created, after which it will be submitted to the project sponsor for approval or not. If approved, it is essential that the project manager update the plan, communicate with the team and coordinate the change. We already know this from the change management lesson in the monitoring and control chapter. Applying the traditional or waterfall framework when managing projects certainly provides many benefits, like giving a clear project plan for the upcoming months, which reduces the coordination efforts needed and the risk of misunderstandings. The cost of change is under control. You remember the cost of change, right? Changes create project inefficiencies. Enables the team to focus on the work and build momentum, etc. Now, it goes without saying, again, that projects are different. Certain ones can be more easily defined in advance, and the effect of the uncertainties can be mitigated with minimal disruption. In such project types, hard dependencies exist between the main deliverables. The construction of our showroom is a good example, where the work is connected by hard or logical dependencies. Foundations need to be constructed before you can build the ground floor. Once done, the second floor can be built, and only then can you construct the roof. With the roof in place, you can start working on the interiors, and so on. You get it. Clearly, you cannot start with the roof. In this kind of project, there is usually one best way to lay out your plan, and there is a very good chance the plan is then executed without many conceptual changes. Waterfall project management is suited nicely to such endeavors. There are, however, other types of initiatives that are difficult to define in a clear manner, and uncertainties cannot be so well managed. Such projects would also have fewer hard dependencies between the main deliverables. The activities can be ordered in various ways, and the best one would be difficult to know in advance. For example, if your project is about creating a visualization of the showroom for the website, you could theoretically start with the roof, right? The nature of the work will be very different from the physical construction of the building. The dependencies between deliverables, the estimates and assumptions, the risks, the client expectations, and so on. Planning the whole project in detail and then trying to execute it without many changes would be much more difficult. Let's see a more detailed example of such a project in the next video. See you there.
Section 16 and lecture number 82, Different Kind of Projects.
Welcome back. Let's look at the following case. It's about Ray's neighbour, Bill. He wants to install smart home features to his flat. He saw some innovative designs at a friend's house where the family could switch on the apartment's heating remotely from their smartphones while travelling back from a weekend away. So it will already be warm and cozy when they arrive home.
The project goal is clear: make Bill's home more convenient and smart. Great. Time for planning. The work is new territory for everyone, so Ray sets aside about a month for her planning. The project team includes one engineer, Leia, who will be doing the magic. After some time, the project plan is completed and the confirmed scope includes the following features: remote control of the TV and music player, lights and air conditioning. The total project is to be completed in 4 months. Bill will be travelling a lot for business, so the house will be mostly free for Leia to work on the project execution. So she starts. Before connecting these devices, Leia will need to program the basics of the application software. During the first month, everything goes well, and Leia completes the basic programming. The work continues with the integration of TV and music. Some small challenges present themselves in the technical work, however, Leia manages to catch up and eventually complete it on time. She moves on to the light control. After working for a few weeks on this feature, Bill comes back and the team gathers to review the created functionality. While reviewing the TV and music control, Bill figures out that parental controls should be added to the entire smart home system, so the kids can control the TV and lights but not things like air conditioning and music. After all, most kids have a taste in music that parents usually find unbearable. The project team gathers to discuss. Leia explains she will not be able to do that and still complete the project within time and budget. Bill thinks about it and says, "You know what? You can leave the lights for now. Parental control is much more important to me than light control. After all, the latter doesn't bring that much value." Leia responds, "That's okay, but what do we do with the work I already did on light control?" Bill confirms, "Well, let's just leave it for now." Change process rolls again, and Ray makes all the necessary amendments to the plan. Bill departs again to attend an interesting conference, including an exhibition of smart home devices. Seems he is indeed passionate about the topic. Back in the house, Leia starts working on the final feature: air conditioning control. After all, she finds out that the air conditioning device has different software and is not compatible with the smart home application. Leia goes to Ray and shares the issue. She explains the only option is to do this integration, which will take additional time and budget. Change process rolls again as we know it, and Bill approves this over the phone as this is a key feature he desires. Just before the end of the execution, Bill comes back to see the project result. As the team prepares to review the project process together, Bill turns to Ray with another surprise. On the exhibition he attended, he bought an innovative product, a home assistant device. This gadget executes voice commands from distance. Bill found this very useful and now wants this incorporated into the project. Ray, Bill and Leia have no choice but to go through the change process. Unfortunately, to incorporate it, Lee will need to go back and do some adjustments to the very basic programming she did during the first month. It will take her at least an extra week. But this new gadget seems to be really useful, so the additional time and cost are approved. Finally, after the new device is integrated by Leia, the three gather to review the final product. Ray is happy that after all the changes they can finally show the application to Bill and close the project. After a few minutes, Bill doesn't seem very satisfied with what he sees. He doesn't find the interface colors and the buttons positioned user-friendly and intuitive. Ray explains to Bill that he did not specify this requirement during the planning. He admits this, but nevertheless explains he could not predict it and only realized it now when seeing the final product. The news gets even worse when Leia explains that this is a major change and she would practically need another month to execute it. This, of course, means further increase in the budget, which does not appeal to Bill. Leia says, "If only I knew about this in the first 2 months, it would have been done so easily." The additional costs become too big and Bill decides to stick with the current version regardless. The project is finally completed. Phew, not an easy project for Ray. all the changes to the requirements we observed are positive and essential to the end goal, which is making Bill's home more convenient and smart. However, they lead to significant project inefficiencies, delays, additional costs, wasted work, and worst of all, an unhappy customer. In our next lesson, we will analyze what differentiates such projects from the traditional ones and why waterfall project management may not be the best methodology to apply. See you in a bit.
Section 16 and lecture number 83, where waterfall falls short.
In the last lesson, we saw an example of a project that is quite different from the traditional ones which we have been discussing in the course so far. These non-traditional projects and initiatives in general are less predictable in nature and more difficult to structure and control. Let's now look at the common characteristics of this kind of initiative from a project management perspective and understand what we need to consider when managing them. 1. Detailed planning is not beneficial in advance. All projects deal with future events and there is always a degree of uncertainty. The analysis of risks, assumptions, and expectations performed during planning aims to minimize the effect of uncertainties. In some cases, however, the uncertainties are too big or too many to predict all scenarios. Hence, you cannot create a detailed project plan in advance, even if you spend years trying. This is especially the case when something new is being created. A new product, new technology and innovation, research and development initiatives, scientific experiments, the list goes on. Often, you need to see the result from the first steps of the project before you can decide the best way to proceed with the steps that follow afterwards. The reason can also be external to the organization, like waiting for a competitor's move or a regulation, where timing falls somewhere during the project. In such cases, it simply does not make sense to invest too much time and effort in detailed planning. Why plan the details for step 2 when you need the results from step 1 to do it well? 2. Requirements evolve during execution. Even if you produce a detailed plan, the client requirements are likely to change during the execution. In software projects, for instance, the future users can rarely imagine well enough what the system will look like and how they will be working with it. Only when the product becomes real and they start experimenting, users can understand it in practice. This is usually a moment when new requirements emerge, and it could happen very late in the execution. Website design is a classic example. Never in the history of the internet has anyone been happy with the first version. 3. Technology and software surprises. The technical side may include some hidden dependencies, which you cannot catch during the planning. With software projects, you can actually start with building the roof first and not follow the hard dependencies we face in other traditional projects. Furthermore, software code is something quite unique for each software product. Findings often come up only once the technical teams start working on the very details. The combination of different systems, people and expectations is something that often brings new considerations to the project manager's table only after the actual work has started. 4. Professionals from different fields in one project team. In technology-related projects especially, the technical team's perspective may vary from the one of the client, as these stakeholders have different perspectives and often speak different languages. This can lead to output that doesn't meet the exact needs or preferences of the customer. If business and technical teams are not working closely together, the risk of misunderstandings becomes significant. Okay. With these details, it is now much clearer what differentiates these other types of projects and initiatives from the traditional ones. With such uncertainties into the picture, you can imagine it doesn't make much sense to spend the majority of your time planning for something that has a high likelihood to change. A rigid project management framework doesn't seem to be helping us here. Not only that, but it would actually create more difficulties as the constant changes to the plan increase the project bureaucracy. This consumes not only time for documentation and approvals, but also distracts the focus of the project manager, sponsor, and client. the waiting time related to various approvals impacts the project team efficiency and often leads to decreased team morale and motivation. The underlying reasons are that the nature of these initiatives is often in conflict with principles of the Waterfall project management methodology. So what to do in these cases? Here is where Agile comes with a solution. Join us in the next lesson where we will introduce the Agile framework.
Section 16 and lecture number 84, Introduction to Agile.
In 2001, a group of software development professionals gathered in a ski resort in Utah, US, to brainstorm better ways of doing their professional work, and of course to ski and enjoy the vacation. The predominant project approach for developing software at that time had still been highly structured and documentation driven with heavyweight processes. Their goal had been to define an approach that is more pragmatic and will work better for their needs. So this gathering produced the famous Agile Manifesto. Let's read it. We are uncovering better ways of developing software by doing it and helping others do it. Through this work, we have come to value working software over comprehensive documentation, individuals and interactions over processes and tools, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, responding to change over following a plan. That is, while there is value in the items on the right, we value the items on the left more. This sounds great, but we need to admit it is a bit general. Maybe that's why, as a term, there are quite many occasions when Agile is used to attract attention. For example, to make a given product, project or company look better and up to speed with the latest trends. Often in these cases, Agile is used without any practical meaning. Hence, you need to be careful when you see it or hear it flying around with no context. Alright, so what is Agile? Agile is not a specific rule, strict methodology, or a proof of high quality. It is more of a philosophy, a mindset, a general guideline of how to be more efficient when working in certain environments. Agile introduces values, as the ones in the manifesto, which can guide teams when performing a given work, be it process or project. Behind this manifesto, there are 12 Agile principles that provide more details to the concept. We will not read them here on purpose, as we will review what is most important from our perspective, project management. You can, of course, find and read the complete list in the lesson materials. Having said that, let's put Agile into our context and see how it applies to project management and also how it differentiates from Waterfall project management. 1. Planning. Execution activities can start without a complete project plan. We are still talking about project management, so there will always be planning and execution activities going on. In Agile, however, the rule of starting execution only when everything is planned in detail is abolished. As we saw earlier, in certain projects it would be really difficult to produce a detailed plan, as we know planning is something that consumes time and resources. Hence, Agile suggests that when further planning is not beneficial, it is better to start execution earlier. It is accepted that the initial plan does not cover all the details and that further planning is performed later, during the execution. It is more valuable that in a short while you have a small part of the project work done rather than having a more detailed project plan. Note, we are not saying you shouldn't plan. Planning is still so important for a successful project management. You plan as much as it makes sense to at the start and then further develop or adapt your initial plan as needed. As the Agile founders put it, we plan but recognize the limits of planning in a turbulent environment. 2. Changes. Scope and requirements can be updated during the execution. Even if the list of requirements is agreed at the beginning, it is accepted that it gets updated later on. When a change emerges, instead of protecting the plan through documentation and processes, it will be much more beneficial that resources are quickly directed to whatever creates the most value for the client now. This will ensure that time and project resources are not wasted on work that has for any reason become less important or irrelevant. It is more valuable to have 30% of something useful rather than 100% of something that has become irrelevant. As one of the 12 principles goes, welcome changing requirements even late in development. Agile processes harness change for the customer's competitive advantage. 3. Collaboration. The team is working closely together. The output of any project, the product, service or result is supposed to satisfy someone's needs. This someone is the project client, and in a software project they are represented by the so-called users. On the other hand, we have a project team that creates the project product to satisfy this need. In a software project, this would be the developers. Now, companies, especially big corporations, have rigid structured processes and rigid communication channels. This creates barriers between the users and the developers. These barriers may be even bigger if the users and developers are from two different companies. More often than not, this separation leads to lack of understanding of the requirements, miscommunications, and ultimately unsatisfied users and client. Hence, the principle here suggests not only to break these barriers, but ensure users and developers meet and interact regularly throughout the project. This would ensure that any mismatches between the needs and the actual product coming out are captured on time, and chances for ending up with a product that is not useful are eliminated. As another one of the 12 principles says, business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. That sounds really useful. Let's go to the next lesson and continue learning about Agile at full speed. Next up, Agile project structure. Thanks for watching.
Section 16 and lecture number 85, Agile project structure.
Hello again. In the last lesson, we learned about Agile philosophy and principles. Let's now move to the more tangible side of it, the project lifecycle structure, project product delivery, roles and responsibilities. The beginning of the life cycle of an Agile project would be as we know it. Whenever a project need arises, an organization will go through the typical steps in an initiation phase, assessing the goal, performing feasibility study, calculating the business case, etc. The key difference from lifecycle perspective is in the planning and execution phases. Actually, for the purpose of our Agile lessons, it's better to stop thinking about planning and execution as two separate phases. We should instead consider planning and execution as two different project management processes or activities that the project manager performs together with the project team. Okay, back to the life cycle. You can see how this is illustrated for Agile. Note how these two processes, A, do not happen in one go but are broken down. They can start, stop and start again at different times. And B, are not strictly sequenced as in Waterfall, as we understood from the last lesson. As a result, we can see that at the beginning, planning will be performed to a certain extent. It will be performed as much as it would make sense at this stage for the specific project and can be then further developed or adapted at a later stage. Moving on to the execution phase or processes. In an Agile project environment, this part of the project lifecycle is very different from how we know it. Instead of the long single phase, the work is executed through a number of small identical phases. These are called iterations. In each of these mini phases, a specific piece of the project product is created. In this manner, the execution happens step by step, leaving room in between the iterations to review the partial outputs and make any changes to the plan if needed. Note, they all have the same duration, which is usually a few weeks long. From a project manager perspective, each iteration will include a short detailed planning at the beginning and then execution of the planned part of the work. Then, the next iteration will follow, where detailed planning will be performed for the next piece of work and then executed. And so, iteration after iteration until the whole product is created. This is also the reason why a product development method coming from the Agile world is also referred to as the iterative approach. Okay, to finish professionally, we must not forget to have a proper closure phase. This one will follow the same best practices which we are already familiar with. The only thing worth noting is that the lessons learned gathering is not performed only at the end, but after each and every iteration. The project team gathers to discuss what went well and what can be improved in the next iteration. Hence, lessons learned are constantly discussed and improvements implemented. So far so good, but how is the project work monitored and controlled? Well, after each iteration there is a meeting with the project team and the project client, a so-called demo session where the output or the specific piece created is reviewed. Here we also have the critical control point to assess how the project is progressing. The demo sessions play a key role for the monitoring and control activities, which we have analysed as a separate phase in Waterfall. Now, another very important thing is that between the iterations, changes to the project plan and even project direction are allowed. The subsequent iterations may change their order or their contents according to any new priorities. This is the heart of the Agile principles. It gives the flexibility to adapt the plan and follow the best direction while you proceed with execution. Something much more difficult with a single and long execution phase. Great. That seems very useful indeed, as it broadens our knowledge of how a project can be best structured to deliver its goal. Our description of the Agile project was so far performed from a project management point of view. In the next lesson, we will analyze it from another perspective, putting the project product and scope at the center. See you there.
Section 16 and lecture number 86, Product Development in Agile.
Before we continue, we need to repeat a definition learned at the beginning of the course. A project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. Right? Agile methodologies focus on the term product a lot. This would also be the word which we will use when discussing the project output or scope. Okay, let's focus on the project activities which take place during an execution. From theoretical perspective in Waterfall, we have a well-defined and sequenced flow of activities. We complete activity A and then move to B. Once A is completed and B is started, we do not go back to work on A, it is a closed case. After B is done, we continue with C, and so on. In an Agile-based approach, we would have the activities executed in a different way. Each one will be broken down in smaller activities, and the strict sequence of fully completing A before starting B will be removed. The product will be worked on partially during each iteration as per the graph. Let's move to a real-life case so we can understand even better. For instance, when a company is developing a new product, in scope we would have the following activities: design the product, how it will work, what features it will have, how will it look, etc. Develop or create the product according to the design. Test the product to see how it works in practice and if anything should be corrected before people start using it. As you probably expect, back in the day this project would include these activities in a sequenced manner. In that case, the product can be tested as a whole, only after the whole development work has been done. We get the entire project product in one moment, near to the end of the project. The alternative, suggested by Agile, would structure the work iteration by iteration. First, only a part of the whole product will be designed. This specific part will then be developed and tested. At the end of the iteration, we will have only this part of the product created, but it will be complete and ready to use. And for certain products, such as software, this part may already be something that can be used by the organization, no matter what happens later in the project. With these types of projects, the product is gradually developed and reviewed multiple times during the demos. This also helps the team catch discrepancies early in the project, which reduces the risk of straying away from the actual needs of the customer with a single big bang execution phase. It also gives the customer the opportunity to learn more about the product and to assess what best suits their needs accordingly. They can share their insights and suggest a better solution while the project is progressing rather than just at the end when it may be too late. Wow, that is an impressive way of looking at project work and deliverables. Now we can see how the Agile philosophy and principles translate to the tangible part of project management, life cycle, activities, deliverables, etc. Can you imagine how valuable that flexibility in the project execution is for projects that deal with uncertainties that cannot be well controlled? Last, but definitely not least, we need to learn how the project roles and responsibilities are formed. Although they are not so different from how we know them, a different emphasis is put on some of them. Let's see. Project client. This is probably the central role in any Agile-based project. The client has the critical responsibility not only to define the requirements at the beginning, but to review the output of each iteration, validating whether the output is accepted or not. At the end of the project client has to validate the performance of the end product. During the project, they also dictate what the latest priorities are and inform on any changes, providing the related business-related explanations. The client role often represents the future users of the product being developed. Project team. The project team has the same fundamental importance. They are the ones creating the project scope, as we know. This is the same in Agile, and usually they are referred to as the development team. Except for executing the work, the development team advises on the technical side of the product. How long would each task take, how a change can be implemented, and what the risks may be. Project manager. The project manager is still the accountable person for the project's success, including all knowledge and skills we have studied so far. They govern the iterations and demos, ensuring overall work is on track and that changes make sense from a project point of view, leaving flexibility for adjustments to the work schedule between the iterations. As you can guess, the frequent collaboration between all parties is essential, and project communication, coordination, and status reporting all fall under the project manager's accountability. Alright, we have learned about the Agile philosophy, mindset, and principles, how a project lifecycle would be structured under an Agile framework, how the scope and product will be delivered, and what the key project roles and responsibilities are. Awesome work. Various methodologies, practices, tools, and techniques stem from the broader Agile domain. In order to gain further expertise in this field and get ourselves ready to lead such a project, we will review in detail the most used methodology coming from the Agile world. Up next, Scrum. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to the course. Section 17 and lecture number 87 to 94, the Scrum. This section includes the lectures such as Lecture 87 Introduction to Scrum, Lecture 88 Scrum Project Structure, Lecture 89 User Stories, Lecture 90 Epics, Lecture 91 Product Backlog, Releases, MVP, Lecture 92 Product Owner, Lecture 93 Development Team, Lecture 94 Scrum Master. Section 17 and Lecture number 87, Introduction to Scrum.
Welcome back. As mentioned in our last lessons, Agile project management provides great solutions for certain types of work. Let's stop for a second and put an emphasis on this. Certain type of work. There isn't a planning or project management methodology that is the best one. There is no one size fits all. Instead, we should think about them as different tools in the project manager's toolbox. When a need for a project arises, the organization will need to choose the most appropriate tool for the specific type of work at hand. If you need to drive nails into a piece of wood, you would probably go for a hammer and not a screwdriver. You get it. So back to the point. Agile methodologies are considered particularly useful for complex work. And note that complex should not be confused with something just difficult or complicated. Instead, it intends work that involves many interrelated factors and many unknowns at the same time. Complex problems can be analysed from many different perspectives, hence the possible solutions will also be many. Understanding which is the best one in advance and predicting how the various factors will interact is very difficult. Trying to apply a formula or algorithm to such cases will not solve the problem. Hence, creating a plan with a high probability of success is hardly achievable. This is why adopting the so-called predictive planning, where you try to predict and forecast everything in advance, as done in Waterfall, is not going to be beneficial. Instead, the suggested way for complex environments would be to perform adaptive planning, where the plan is gradually developed and updated as the project progresses and uncertainties unveil. In real life, a typical example is the product development initiatives, where a product goes all the way from just an idea or concept through to its realization and finally to its adoption. We need to remember that all products have certain characteristics, functionalities, capabilities, features. In other words, what can we do with this product? How useful is it? What are its limitations? How well does it serve its purpose? Hence, from a project management perspective, the requirements will be mostly linked to these functionalities, capabilities, and features. Keep that in mind, as these concepts will be frequently mentioned in the following lessons. Okay, let's continue. In these initiatives, there usually are a few considerations which make them qualify as complex work. The users of the future product. Often, they do not have experience with the product before it's created. That makes it hard for them to imagine how they will be working with it, and hence define their exact needs, requirements, and expectations. The creators of the product. These can be IT developers, engineers, technicians, artists, designers, or other experts who will be building or manufacturing the product. Working without fixed requirements creates difficulties also on their side. The technology itself. It always includes uncertainties, which sometimes may create a bad surprise for a project manager. Having said that, now is the right moment for us to introduce one of the most widely adopted methodologies designed for such environments and types of projects. SCRUM. SCRUM emerged during the 1990s as a framework for delivering complex work, such as software development. The methodology, however, has evolved also outside the software domain and has been successfully adopted in other fields. The broader product development, R&D, problem solving, or also in cases when an organization does not have a lot of experience with the given work that is to be performed, such as a pilot project, creating a prototype, or performing an experiment. Scrum practitioners openly acknowledge that the product requirements, or in other words what the future users want from the product, may vary. As the project progresses, the users or customers may change their perception, their desires and needs. Not only that, but also other factors that may influence the work in an unpredictable way, such as technology like we already mentioned. Different coding languages, programs, systems, possible integrations and other factors make the software world difficult to comprehend when observed passively, from the outside. Hence, the project manager, sponsor, etc. should not try to block this dynamic, but instead follow it to capture all the changes that are beneficial to the end goal, being a product that is useful to its future user. And this is where Scrum would come into play. The name Scrum actually comes from the game rugby and indicates the moment when the teams regroup after a game interruption. The parallel with the sport also highlights that experts with different backgrounds cooperate as a team towards a common objective, as it cannot be achieved if all these professionals work separately. Hence, this cross-functional team works as one, and, passing the ball to one another through a number of short phases, progresses towards scoring, or achieving the goal. Great. Next up, Scrum project structure.
Section 17 and lecture number 88, Scrum project structure.
Now that we've warmed up with a nice introduction, let's gain an understanding of how the project lifecycle and project structure looks in Scrum. Motivation is to the limit. The lifecycle starts in the traditional way, with an initiation phase where the project is defined and analyzed. Then, planning occurs, but on a more high level. The team usually performs workshops to understand the scope, define high-level timeline and budget, and build the project team. Here, we need to have a good understanding of what kind of a need the product of the project should satisfy, what future users should be able to do with it, and what technologies will be used. The question of how exactly to achieve this, however, will be answered gradually from when the work starts. And here we have the distinctive part of Scrum, the way the work is executed. As we saw in the introduction, the cross-functional team is running towards the desired destination in short phases. These short phases indicate what we know from Agile as iterations. In Scrum, these phases are called sprints. The sprints represent a fundamental part of a Scrum project lifecycle. Each one is usually between 2 and 4 weeks long and has to deliver a given part of the product. Collectively, all sprints in a project need to deliver the entire product with all desired capabilities. As per the Agile practices, each sprint ends up with a demo session, where the team presents the progress to the customer, allowing them to understand how the particular part of the product functions. Here, the customer may request reworks if the requirements are not covered, or, if needed, request changes to the requirements for the upcoming sprints. As you already know, this characteristic gives the needed flexibility to make modifications or even change the direction of the whole project if it's beneficial towards achieving the goal. Note, however, changes during a sprint are not allowed, only in between them. Before moving to the next sprint, the project team holds a brief session to discuss the lessons learned from a previous sprint. It's called a retrospective, or retro. In this way, the team can immediately catch issues in their way of working and implement the improvements as of the very next sprint, instead of collecting lessons learned only at the end of the project and applying them to the next project. We explained that a certain amount of planning takes place before the sprints start. The knowledge that the team has at the end of it has to cover what the scope or product will be. Before the sprints can start, the scope has to be allocated to the different sprints. This exercise is usually performed between the initial planning and the first sprint and is called Sprint 0. A plan is created, indicating how many tasks per sprint the team is targeting to achieve, which parts of the product to create first, which ones second, etc. Also, this deep dive has to determine how many sprints in total are needed to create the whole product and hence fulfill the scope. By understanding the total number of sprints and knowing their standard duration, this exercise also gives the project overall target completion date. If, for example, we need 5 sprints, each 3 weeks long, the target completion date will be in 15 weeks' time. After the work of the last sprint is completed, a closure phase should always be present at the end. Here, the customer will have to accept the product as a whole, confirming that it will satisfy the need, hence achieve the project goal. As per the established best practices, this is a mandatory step for any project manager before they can officially finalize a project. Great! So far, we have seen how the Scrum structure is in line with the broader Agile one. Let's now move on to the next critical item, scope. See you in the next lesson.
Section 17 and lecture number 89, User Stories.
We will now learn how the scope is structured in a Scrum project. After all, we need to know what all this running is about, right? In the last lesson, we saw how the product scope was divided in pieces and how they were allocated to the different sprints. In a Scrum project, the documentation which contains the scope and requirements is called product backlog. The backlog represents the full list of requirements, including all functionalities, features, and attributes that the final product should have. It will be the key document to refer to whenever the product scope is discussed. Now let's see in more detail how the product backlog is formed, studying a few important elements. User stories and epics. In product development projects, the scope has to include not only the physical or tangible part of the product itself, but also the part about how people will use the product once it's ready. Topics such as how useful the product is, how easy it is to work with, how fast it is, what the user experience is like. These need to be captured and added to the requirements. If the scope of a project is a website for ordering pizza, for example, aspects such as how easy it is for somebody to navigate through the site and be able to quickly compare options, make a choice, and order the desired pizza would be very important. The focus cannot be only on creating the technical side of a website and missing such details, right? In order to be more comprehensive when capturing and documenting all kinds of requirements, SCRUM projects use the so-called user stories. A user story is a one-sentence description of a specific desire, a capability of the system, a product feature, usually written by a person or group of people who will be the future users. Let's see some examples so we better understand. If we use our pizza website, possible user stories could be: as a user, I want to be able to scroll through the menu in order to quickly see all options I can choose from. As a user, I want to be able to see the ingredients of each pizza. As a user, I want to be able to pay for my order via Bitcoin, etc. Remember how each user story starts with, as a user, I want to be able to. This way of describing a requirement helps people open their minds and explain in a very practical way what will be important to them, exactly as a story. Furthermore, once this description gets to the technical team, it will be easier to put themselves in the shoes of the user and understand what is in their heads. Less room for misunderstandings. Note that our first example actually provides more details. It follows the format. As a user, I want to be able to ... in order to ... This template follows the best practices of user story description, as this last part, in order to, gives valuable insights of why the user is requesting the given functionality. This gives the technical team the opportunity to advise on alternative solutions to the same problem and potentially find a better way of reaching the user's goal. So, next time, when you start gathering user stories, try to apply this format. As a user, I want to be able to ... in order to ... User stories seem really useful indeed. Let's see how they're created in the first place. The process of gathering, discussing, and documenting them begins during the initial planning activities. It can happen in different ways. For example, the future users, or if the group is too big, e.g. consumers in a given market, representatives of these users are invited to workshop sessions where they brainstorm together and generate the user stories. Another possible scenario is having user stories provided by the so-called product owner, or the person in charge of the product scope in a SCRUM project. We will get back to this role a bit later. There may also be other ways of collecting stories and requirements, but it is important to give the chance to all relevant project stakeholders to contribute to this process with their knowledge and experience. A fun fact: user stories are typically associated with sticky notes, because when collected in a workshop, this is usually the way to write them down for the first time. Hence, you can often see a picture or a logo of a sticky note associated with the user stories. Of course, even if collected in this way, user stories should always then be documented in an electronic format. See how beneficial and also interesting it is to describe requirements via user stories. Great, let's continue with the next video, where we will review the next element: epics.
Section 17 and lecture number 90, Epics.
Welcome back. This lesson will be epic. Actually, it will be about epics. In SCRUM, an epic is considered a big piece of work which refers to an important set of product requirements. It can be broken down into smaller pieces of work. In other words, one epic basically includes a number of user stories. Using again our tasty example, an epic would be the broader order payment functionality. This can also be described similarly to a user story. Let's say, as a user, I want to be able to pay online. in order not to exchange cash with the delivery person. It may sound like a user story, but it is a bigger piece of work. Under this epic, we would have all user stories that are related to this functionality, such as pay via debit and credit card, pay via PayPal, pay cash, pay via Bitcoin. So the relationship between epics and user stories is hierarchical. User stories are grouped and assigned under the respective epic, or in the other way around, if you have defined the epics first, they get broken down into user stories. But what is the borderline between an epic and a user story? They might sound similar to people that are not knowledgeable of the technical work needed to create either of them. If you get into doubt whether a given feature should be defined as an epic or as a user story, remember the following guideline. If the feature can be created within a single sprint, it should be considered as a user story. An epic, on the other hand, is considered a bigger functionality, which cannot be completed within only one sprint and will require a few sprints of time and effort. Okay, so story by story and epic by epic, the project team defines and describes the entire product scope and requirements and what functionalities and features it should have. Great! We learned the fundamentals of the scope in a Scrum project. In the next lesson, we will apply this to the product backlog. See you there.
Section 17 and lecture number 91, Product Backlog, Releases, MVP.
Welcome back. After the product requirements have been gathered in user stories and epics, it's time to structure the product backlog. Similar to the way we created an activity list from the work breakdown structure in the case of a traditional waterfall project, the user stories from the different epics are also listed together to form the product backlog. Remember how the user stories were described? As a user, I want to be able to, etc., etc. This description served its purpose during the requirements gathering phase, but now we need to translate it so it sounds more task-orientated. For example, the user story, as a user, I want to be able to see the ingredient list for each pizza, would be named as add ingredients box next to each item, or something similar that sounds more practical for the project work. By transforming the initial user stories in that way, we create something like a to-do list for the development team. The user stories become formalized as part of the backlog. Note, the term product backlog items, or PBIs, may also be used by certain organizations to indicate the list of work items in the backlog. Okay, with the full list in place, we now have the product backlog. Moving on. As we already know from the previous Scrum lessons, the pieces of work, or user stories, are distributed through the project sprints. And that's right, you remembered well. This happens during Sprint 0. But let's see if you remember another advantage of the Agile methodologies. The product is developed step by step, generating completed parts of the product throughout the project and not as a whole only at the very end. When a bigger functionality or a group of functionalities is completed, let's say an epic or a group of epics, the Scrum team completes a product release. That basically means that users can now start using this part of the product scope for business purposes, even if the project continues working on the remaining parts of this product. In this way, with the Scrum methodology, the organization could start benefiting from the newly developed product way before the whole development project is completed. This is a great strategic advantage, as it decreases the so-called time to market, or the period between the moment somebody has an idea and the moment of having an actual product introduced to the market. Of course, as the project progresses and new functionalities are released, the product becomes more and more complete. This is very much the case of software development projects, where the most important functionalities are programmed first so people can start using and testing them in a real-life environment. Then, additional features can be added, or released once ready, thus upgrading the product further. Alright, it's a good moment to introduce another very important concept. Have you heard the abbreviation MVP? If yes, you most probably associate it with sports, where MVP stands for the most valuable player. In Scrum projects, on the other hand, MVP stands for the minimum viable product. As the name suggests, this refers to this early version of the product, which includes the most important functionalities and capabilities to make the product viable or usable in practice. The MVP possesses the minimum number of features that will enable the organization to start using it, even if there is more work to be done. Let's give a quick example. Say in our pizza delivery case, we have 3 main epics. 1. The basic website with the menu lists where you can choose a pizza. 2. The online payment functionality where you can pay for the selected pizza and finalize the order. 3. Make your own pizza functionality, with which the customer can select the exact ingredients and order a custom pizza. Which functionalities and features do you think the MVP must include in this case? In other words, what are the functionalities without which the pizza restaurant cannot start offering deliveries and introduce its new service to the market? It would not make sense to start offering deliveries without either being able to select a pizza and be able to pay for it to complete the order. The third epic seems like a really nice feature too. However, it is definitely not critical for the website to start working. So, most probably, these will be 1 and 2, meaning MVP during release 2. The definition of the MVP is a key moment, as it sets a clear target for the project, defining the features without which the product cannot be used in any way. With an MVP in place, the organization can start benefiting from the project work and in the meantime collect feedback from early adopters for the following releases, which are still to be done. Great. We have learned the critical aspects of how the scope is defined and managed in a Scrum project. In the next lesson, we will review the key roles in a Scrum project. See you there.
Section 17 and lecture number 92, Product Owner.
We learned what a Scrum project looks like. We saw how the project is executed in sprints, how the scope gets described through user stories and epics, resulting in the product backlog. We also know that each sprint will have to deliver a specific item of this backlog, how the product is delivered step by step through releases, and what the minimum viable product or MVP stands for. But what is the thing that is always behind all these concepts and activities? That's right, people. Remember, projects are done by people, for people. The Agile philosophy explicitly highlights this point, promoting close collaboration between those two groups: the people that do the project and the people that will benefit from the project. In other words, project team and project clients. So let's see the key roles in a Scrum project. First, we have the product owner. This is a critically important role for a successful Scrum project. That will be the person owning the product backlog, including all key aspects and decisions related to it. In the beginning, they are responsible for defining and validating the requirements, including user stories and epics. Furthermore, the product owner defines what the priorities are within the product backlog list. Which user stories should the team build first, which ones second, and which ones can be left for later. Then, as the sprints start, they are the ones reviewing all outputs during the demo sessions and validating whether the requirements are met. And finally, they are the ones approving the finalized product at the end of the project. Wow, that's a big responsibility. Usually, the product owner represents the organization for which the product of the project is created. In other words, this is the project client as we know it. Hence, the person needs to be knowledgeable and experienced enough in the field. Often, this is a manager or senior manager from the business field or business function, head of sales, head of marketing, head of IT, etc. They need to combine the ability to look strategically at the project, but also have a good expertise in the field. Since the product owner is such an important role, they need to be working closely with the team throughout the entire project. As mentioned, they are the ones to review the output on each demo session and either validate that it reflects the requirements, or, if not, they need to provide constructive feedback to the development team why the output is not meeting the desired standards. Note another critical point. In between the sprints, the product owner is the one who can approve a change to the priorities of the backlog items. And that is a point we now know well from Agile. The requirements can change. So here, there is this key person who can say if a task or a user story with a bigger value has to be prioritized, bringing more important work earlier. Of course, in accordance with the project team. Perfect. We are ready to continue learning about the next key role in Scrum. Here comes the development team. See you in a bit.
Section 17 and lecture number 93, Development Team.
Welcome back. The next role we have in Scrum is the development team. Logically, these are the people physically creating the product. In software projects, these will be the friendly IT engineers programming the software. In a research project for a new medicine, these will be the scientists performing the chemical development and experiments. In a project for creating a new space shuttle, these will be engineers or physicians, and so on and so forth. These professionals are experts in the given field. As such, during the planning and brainstorming sessions, they need to advise the project team on the technical side of the requirements. How much time is needed to achieve all of them? Are all of them achievable at all? Are there any other solutions to the same problem, which may be better? The development team plays an important role in the backlog definition process too. After the user stories are generated by the various stakeholders and the product owner has defined the priorities, the development team will need to assess the related work from a technical perspective. They must determine how much effort each user story requires in order to be built. Yes, even if we see them as a list, the different user stories require different amounts of time and effort. In Scrum, the amount of effort is measured in story points. A user story with 2 story points would take twice as much effort compared to a user story with 1 story point. Note, we are talking about effort, not simply time. If, for example, one IT engineer can deliver 1 story point per week, for user story A, which is to the left of the screen, it will take a total of 2 weeks, since it consists of 2 story points. However, if a second engineer, who is as productive as the first one, joins, they will be able to deliver user story A in only 1 week. Very good. So now that we're familiar with how effort is measured, we can continue. The development team has the responsibility to assign story points to each user story in the backlog list. This gives important information to the product owner and the other project stakeholders, as the amount of effort may change the way they prioritize the work. If 2 user stories are considered with a similar priority at the beginning, but when the story points are assigned it turns out they require a different amount of effort, it is likely that the product owner prefers to push the one requiring more story points for later in the project. This would leave more room for the development team to complete more stories early on. Okay. With the story points assigned to each user story, there is one more thing to be determined, and that is the capacity of our development team. In other words, how many story points can they deliver in a certain sprint? In Scrum, they call this velocity. Let's say our team has 3 developers and they can deliver about 1 story point per week. This makes about 3 story points per week as a team. And if we assume the sprints in our project are 2 weeks long, this would mean the velocity is 3 times 1 times 2, which equals 6 story points per sprint. This data is also fundamental as it enables the project team to realistically plan the sprints and say what is expected to be delivered and when. Let's do a quick exercise. If we use the example on the screen, and we know the development team velocity is 6 story points per sprint, try to calculate how many sprints are needed to deliver the user stories on the screen, which correspond to the minimum viable product or MVP of this project. Ready? What's your answer? If you said 4, you're correct. We have a total of 9 user stories, and the associated effort is 22 story points. We divide the total story points by the velocity, and we get 22 divided by 6, which equals 3.7. This means 3 sprints will not be sufficient, but during the 4th sprint, it will be completed. Great job! Just before we finish this lesson, there is one more thing worth mentioning. In our example, we showed how user stories are built one at a time. This means completing the first story and only then starting the second one. In real-life projects, there is also the option of working on a few user stories in parallel, especially if there is a bigger development team. So keep that in mind. Awesome! We just learned another fundamental aspect of Scrum, the role of the development team and how exactly they contribute to the project. In the next video, we will continue with the role of the one and only Scrum Master. See you there.
Section 17 and lecture number 94, Scrum Master.
Last, but definitely not least, we have the Scrum Master. Their responsibility extends beyond the separate functions as they are accountable for the success of the Scrum team. This includes supporting the product owner and development team in performing their duties successfully, validating that their work is in line with the Scrum goals, and coordinating the activities between them. Also, they act as a main point for communication between the Scrum team and the rest of the project stakeholders or broader organization. The Scrum Master oversees all critical activities, such as comprehensive backlog planning, efficient management of the backlog along with any changes, coordination between the team members and removal of any roadblocks or issues in front of the team. Also, the Scrum Master incorporates the role of a coach, a mentor, supporting everyone involved in building their knowledge of the Scrum practices and values, and then ensuring the team correctly adopts them from the beginning until the end of the project. They perform training and coaching sessions and also use the retrospectives, or retros, to identify possible improvements to the way Scrum principles are followed. That is something quite unique about this role. In a typical Scrum project, the Scrum Master is also responsible for leading a number of Scrum-specific sessions and meetings. Firstly, at the start of each sprint, a sprint planning session is held, during which the goals of the given sprint are set. The specific tasks to be worked on are discussed and agreed together with the product owner and the development team. Then, as the sprints start each morning, the Scrum Master hosts a meeting called Daily Stand-Ups, or DSUs, with the team. In this meeting, everyone who attends needs to answer these 3 questions. 1. What did you do yesterday? 2. What will you do today? And 3. Are there any roadblocks or issues that may prevent you from completing your tasks? Logically, in case there are any problems, the Scrum Master will be responsible for removing them so that the team can meet the sprint goals. The next session takes place at the end of each sprint and is called Sprint Review. In this meeting, the team presents the completed work and performs a demo to the product owner and any other relevant stakeholders. As you already know, here the product owner has the responsibility to validate the output or provide feedback. Finally, the team performs a retrospective or retro session. The discussion here needs to cover 2 fundamental topics: what went well during the last sprint, and what did not go well and not as per the plan. any improvement points are directly brought to the next sprint planning session. These sessions are also known as ceremonies. These Scrum ceremonies are really important for the successful management of the Scrum team and fall under the Scrum Master responsibilities. That sounds really good so far, but is the Scrum Master role reminding you of someone? It sounds quite similar to the role of the project manager, right? While it is true that there are certain responsibilities which may be similar or even identical, the two roles should not be mixed. A project can still have a Scrum Master and a project manager working together. Some of the important differences include: the project manager is responsible for the overall project, including topics such as business case, budget, risks, stakeholder management, vendor management, etc. The Scrum Master is instead really focused on the specific Scrum team and its deliverables. A project manager may also be managing a few projects simultaneously, while a Scrum Master can rarely be dedicated to more than one Scrum team. The project manager also holds the overall accountability, leading the project from initiation all the way to closure, managing scope, time, cost, and all other critical activities to ensure the project's success. So they need to maintain their focus on the bigger picture as well. The Scrum Master has to keep a greater control over the sprints and all associated details instead. Great. We have learned what a Scrum project looks like, what the fundamental parts are, and the roles involved. I am sure you could also find the common aspects with the traditional project management methodology and the great benefits that Agile and Scrum bring to the project management table. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to the course. Section 18 and lecture number 95 to 97, the Agile versus Waterfall. This section includes the lectures such as Lecture 95 Agile versus Waterfall, Comparison, Lecture 96 Agile versus Waterfall, Analysis, Lecture 97 Agile versus Waterfall, Conclusion. Section 18 and lecture number 95, Agile versus Waterfall, Comparison.
Waterfall or Agile? Agile or Waterfall? Which one should I use? Which one is the best? This is the million-dollar question nowadays in the project management galaxy. Let's start our analysis on this point with a summary of the characteristics of the two approaches. Waterfall is a sequential approach where all project deliverables and activities have a predefined order. The dependencies between them are clear from the start, and the project output has to be ready at the very end. Agile, on the other hand, is an iterative approach where the activities are performed in cycles or iterations. The product is created step by step, and the initial versions or functionalities of the product are ready to use earlier in the development. Hence, some of them can be released for business use before the whole project is completed. Waterfall focuses on defining the best plan in advance and then guarantee it is followed effectively and efficiently, the so-called predictive planning. Agile, on the other hand, does not require a detailed plan to move to execution activities. The so-called adaptive planning is promoted, where the plan evolves together with the project execution and it can be updated or changed if that would benefit the end goal. Scope and requirements flexibility. Waterfall methodologies require scope and requirements to be strictly defined and agreed during planning, and any changes during the execution phase must be kept to a minimum. This school of thought highlights the importance of minimizing the cost of change and any scope-related issues. The Agile philosophy is positioned differently here too. It is expected that at least part of the requirements can only be defined during execution, when the project team will have a more realistic understanding of the product. Then, the project structure should be flexible to respond to changes and easily implement them. Lastly, we can observe a difference in the main objective that the two approaches promote. We have the goal of delivering a project within time and budget in the traditional waterfall case versus customer centricity in Agile. This, of course, does not mean any of them underestimates the scope, time and cost. but it is often visible how Agile principles often refer to customer satisfaction and the development of a product that meets the client needs, while Waterfall pursues the balance in the triple constraint. Interesting. But in the end, which one is better? Well, we need to admit that it is the wrong question to ask. The right answer will always be different, depending on the specific project. Waterfall and Agile are different approaches aimed at delivering the same thing, a successful project. They are different tools in the project manager's toolbox, and they need to choose according to the specific case at hand. That's why the question should be, what kind of projects would be better managed in a waterfall structure, and what kind of projects would be better managed in an agile one? So let's tackle this question in our next video. See you in a bit.
Section 18 and lecture number 96, Agile versus Waterfall, Analysis.
So, let's analyze what kind of initiatives and environments would be more appropriately managed via waterfall methodology and what kind via agile. The first point is uncertainty. As we know, projects deal with future events, so there will always be a certain degree of uncertainty. This degree, however, can make a big difference. Let's imagine it's represented by this cone. The further in time we look, the more things can happen, the more scenarios that can take place. The only sure thing is the actual moment, today. In some cases, the scenarios may be well known in advance and predictable to a good extent. In these cases, we can build an effective plan, and Waterfall would be a more efficient solution. We analyze, confirm the best plan, and go for it in the most time and resource efficient way possible. In other cases, however, the uncertainty can be quite significant. The possibilities can be countless, and no matter how much you plan, you will not know well enough how things will go before you start moving and unveiling these uncertainties. Methodologies based on the Agile principles are truly beneficial in such circumstances. The product is created and tested gradually. Work evolves step by step. The team is flexible to adapt to the actual situation, using the knowledge and information gathered during execution. So, if uncertainty is significant, look for agile solutions, as the product will be developed and tested gradually, leaving room for changing and adapting it. Next point is scope. What is it like? Projects in which scope can be well defined in advance. Projects in which scope is complex and can only be defined at a higher level. Can the scope be defined in detail before we start execution? In the cases when the sponsor, client, and other relevant stakeholders can define the detailed requirements at the beginning, waterfall methodologies would provide a more efficient framework. It will lock the scope and optimize the time and resources needed to realize the defined scope. The project management triple constraint laws. In these cases, the scope can be fully agreed before execution, identifying in advance all dependencies between the project activities. Public projects or construction projects in general are a classic example, as there is a strict sequence. The architectural, engineering and design plans have to be locked, and then strict standards will be applied during the construction work. It will be quite hard to change the architectural plan of a building and add 2 extra floors when it is halfway through. Note that even if you can physically make such a change, often you are forced to comply with the plan due to regulatory requirements and laws. Hence, projects in highly regulated business also lean towards waterfall-like methodologies. If, on the other hand, the activities in the project scope cannot be clearly ordered in a linear way and the detailed requirements cannot be set in stone, Agile would provide better solutions. The project will be structured in a way to absorb changes and updates to the requirement as the work evolves and uncertainties are revealed. As time passes, uncertainty decreases. More things become known, and product characteristics, functionalities, and features can be better defined. the project team can add valuable new work and avoid work that is no longer relevant. In this way, the utility or usefulness of the final product can be maximized and the customer and users satisfied. As mentioned in the previous lessons, a good example are projects involving complex work, such as product development, especially software development as a classic one. In these cases, the product is often unique, as it includes design, functionalities or features which are heavily customized for the needs of a specific company or organization. Or, if the product will be used by the market. You can imagine how complex the requirements definition process can be in the case of a software product, which will be used by millions of users. So, if the stakeholders can agree on the scope from the beginning, Waterfall may give you a more efficient way of achieving it. If not, you would need the flexibility of an agile structure. Another good question you can ask yourself is how strong the time and cost constraints are. Projects in which time and cost, no delay or extra spend allowed. Projects in which the utility of the final product is the most important thing, customer satisfaction. In the case that the constraint is significant on either time or cost, you will need to do your best to define the requirements and ensure the limited resources will be enough. Waterfall would be more efficient in such cases, as it's generally faster, with the team able to build good momentum working without interruption during the execution phase. That would also often be the case from a resource perspective, as the sequential structure is a bit more straightforward and easy to understand, with clear processes and rules like project plan, critical path, and Gantt chart. Furthermore, team members can more easily participate in a waterfall project part-time. The project structure in an agile environment is usually more sophisticated, requiring more resources and time for coordination. For example, team members need to be fully dedicated to one project, significant participation by the client side, more time and efforts for coordination, including agile systems and software, training sessions, and professional agile practitioners to participate, like the Scrum Master, for example. These aspects, however, increase the chances of satisfying the customer need successfully. So if time and cost fluctuations are tolerable for the sake of creating a better product for the customer, it will be sensible to look for agile solutions. As a recap, Waterfall can be more efficient in the utilization of project resources, time and cost, while Agile will help you satisfy a more specific and complex customer problem. Alright, after looking at all these details and specifics, we can brainstorm on the results and conclusions we can draw in the next video. See you there.
Section 18 and lecture number 97, Agile versus Waterfall, Conclusion.
From the analysis we made, it appears that methodologies based on Agile are customized for specific project cases, where uncertainty is high due to technology, innovation, diverse expectations, competition, or other factors. Comprehensive and detailed planning in advance will not be so effective. Scope is complex, and the detailed requirements will most probably evolve during execution. The most important thing is that the end product meets specific customer needs, even if more time and resources are invested to achieve that. As mentioned throughout the course, good examples for initiatives with such characteristics include software projects, product development projects, research and development, innovation projects, experimental cases, content creation, design-related projects, strong customization for a specific client, and others. Cross-functional teams need to work together, covering together more than one domain of expertise, e.g., software for the finance department. We can think of Agile as the special forces, giving the needed tools to best manage these unique endeavors. Waterfall methodologies, on the other hand, seem to be more universal. From a purely project management perspective, They are also more comprehensive as they emphasize on the importance of considering many aspects, not only scope, time and cost, but also risks, roles and responsibilities, quality, communication, change management and procurement. Furthermore, Waterfall sets clear standards on the project lifecycle, highlighting the importance of each phase and providing best practices. PMI standards, for example. Agile, instead, aims at performing projects in a lighter structure with less documentation possible. But are they the total opposites? The black and white of project management? No. So, can they be somehow used together? Yes. Both approaches aim at helping project management be better, more efficient, and more successful. Very often, you can borrow aspects from both, depending on the project. More and more, the project manager community talks about mixed approaches, where aspects from both Waterfall and Agile are combined to grasp the benefits of both. Why don't we have parts of the execution delivered in sprints, while other parts move in a sequential and uninterrupted way? E.g., have a project stream performed in sprints like developing a new system as part of a bigger project, then roll out this new system to the users in a sequential way, e.g., demo to all users, train the users in a few sessions and then release for business use. Or have a sequential project which is allowed to change its plan and direction on a few critical points. Or have the client closely involved in a waterfall project and respect the customer centricity principle from Agile, and so on. And that will also be our advice to you, project manager. Now that you are knowledgeable about the two philosophies, you are well equipped to use the best ones for your next project. Good luck.
Welcome to the course. Section 19 and lecture number 98 to 100, you are now a project manager. This section includes the lectures such as, Lecture 98 What Project Management Skills After Completing Course? Lecture 99 What are critical skills of a project manager? Which skills are important in project management after completing course? Lecture 100 You are now a project manager. Section 19 and lecture number 98, What Project Management Skills After Completing Course? What are project management skills? Therefore, project management skills are the necessary traits and competencies you need to be a successful project manager, such as technical skills, interpersonal skills and industry experience. What are the technical skills in project manager? A technical project manager is someone who can be considered to be both a tech guru and an inspiring leader. As someone who is instrumental in the planning and management of both IT and IT-related projects, those who want a career as a technical project manager are required to have a high level of technical expertise as well as organization, leadership and communication skills. What are the interpersonal skills in project managers? Project managers accomplish work through the project team and other stakeholders. Effective project managers acquire a balance of technical, interpersonal, and conceptual skills that help them analyze situations and interact appropriately. This appendix describes important interpersonal skills, such as these: 10 essential interpersonal skills you need for project management success. Skill number 1. Problem solving skill number 2. Conflict management skill number 3. Communication skill number 4. Adaptability skill number 5. Teachable skill number 6. Pressure-proof skill number 7. Emotional intelligence skill number 8. Negotiation skill number 9. Conscientiousness skill number 10. Leadership. What is a project manager experience? Project management experience is a skill that shows you know how to lead a team of people. Project management experience is time spent directing, leading, planning and managing projects. Here are some examples of project management experience that you may already have. 10 essential experience skills you need for project management success. Skill number 1, leading skill number 2, planning skill number 3, executing skill number 4, monitoring and controlling skill number 5, communication skill number 6, managing time skill number 7, budgeting skill number 8, decision-making skill number 9, maintaining skill number 10, documenting. Section 18 and lecture number 99. What are critical skills of a project manager? Which skills are important in project management after completing course? What skills and knowledge is required to be a project manager? There are 7 essential project management skills to be discussed here: how to effectively communicate, such as from project kickoffs to stakeholder meetings. Project managers are constantly communicating. How to negotiate, how to schedule and time management, leadership, technical expertise, risk management, critical thinking, and problem solving. What are your strengths as a project manager? What are the 5 qualifications as a project manager? The best project managers are skilled in the areas of strategic thinking, risk management, and communication. While technical expertise is a must, so are people skills and the ability to facilitate collaboration. Moreover, 5 qualifications as a project manager are: 1. Essential communication skills. 2. Essential time management skills. 3. Project management organizational awareness. 4. Essential problem solving skills. 5. Essential leadership skills.
Congratulations! You have successfully completed this course and all of its phases, like a true project manager. You should be proud, as you have gained the invaluable project management knowledge and have built a solid understanding of the key concepts, tools and techniques, and terminology. Furthermore, you have witnessed numerous real-life examples to help you link theory and practice, and have filled your project management toolbox with the key templates and documents a project manager may need. You have now built a strong basis, which will help you manage projects on your own. And as you go out into the world of project management to learn more and more on top of all we have done together, we wish you the best of luck with any and all projects you help to succeed. So, project manager, be brave. Do not hesitate to put your knowledge into practice from this very moment. Combine your project management knowledge, tools and techniques, tips and tricks you have mastered with your ever-growing experience. Experiment and create new project structures that fit the specific environment you are in, and leave your mark on the Project Management Hall of Fame. Thank you for watching and taking your first steps towards a fulfilling project management career with us. P.S. If you liked our course, we will be extremely grateful if you leave a review. If you haven't done so already, of course. This will mean a lot to us and will help other students know that this course is worth taking. From Ivan and the 365 team, we wholeheartedly thank you.